Pretty interesting across the board. We've seen some, we'll just say high-octane gameplay on Icebox recently. A lot of very aggressive plays coming through that mid area, especially yesterday. So could see some interesting action. And always a fan of Haven with those 3 bomb sites and getting to see people really try and play chess when it comes to FPS, make those mistakes happen on the defense and have them rotate earlier and things like that.
Getting ready to head into Icebox here. The Puggy Nerds certainly going to have their work cut out for them. It's a 44% win rate on this map for Serenity Black, but the real trouble shows up on both Haven and Vine, as those are tied for the 2 best maps for Serenity Black with a 71% win rate. Let's take a look at the agent selects themselves. Like we said, for Serenity Black, everything falling pretty much in line to what we did expect there, with Neon and Ico taking on the duelist roles, Adder as well as Dubin fulfilling the support roles here, and Nick will be taking care of the smoke work.
And over on Puggy Nerds, going to be having more of the same here. And actually able to see that Wolfen will be playing Viper, which, hey, actually makes a lot of sense. Whenever we played Valorant, that was the character that he chose, John. And apparently it stuck through all the way to the point of comp inside of Valorant. So we'll see if he's got those lineups on deck to try and prevent any of these post plants or prevent plants in general, as they will be starting on the defensive side.
So best of luck to Wolfen and the rest of the Puggy Nerds. We'll see what they can put up on the scoreboard here versus Serenity Black, a team that is no slouch when it comes to experience, even against some of the teams that we've seen in this tournament. And some we were hoping to see, such as Squirtle Squad, for instance, who unfortunately couldn't make it this weekend, as they took at least 1 map versus them. Some other teams they played against Complexity unfortunately dropped that one 0-2, but still, experience is there at the moment for Serenity Black. So the Puggy Nerds, as a 5-stack, are going to have their work cut out for them. Let's see what they can do, as they're going to be starting out on the attacking side of Icebox, looking to prioritize an A push here at the beginning, but certainly not decided on it just as of yet in the pistol. We'll see where they decide to go after the first 10 to 20 seconds transpire, with the round beginning right now.
And as you said, they're going to be starting on offense. So apologies about that, folks. I saw the green there for a split second. Obviously wrong about that. And as you said, Puggy Nerds also looking for an A lane here. We still have 2 agents over towards the B hand side as well. Adder going to go fishing up mid here with the classic Dink. Nice. Snowy, although we won't get the kill, that's definitely going to make things difficult going forward for the Jet.
We have a slow roll here right now because of the aggression coming out from Serenity Black over in the mid pipes area mainly, but we've also got Nick, who's going to get challenged on the B site. He misses the cross from Wolfen, and as well getting some damage off onto him, taking him down to right around 50 HP. It's going to force him back further into the site, but hasn't lost his life just as yet. Obviously, the call-out will go in. There's 2 players here. We don't have a commitment of the spike just yet, but that's going to be changing as the rest of the team is working their way out from B lane. Wolfen has had to fall back, though. Give up the further control they had while they wait for the ice wall to go down so they can safely secure this plant. They're a little dodgy on the safe nature of it, though, as we are going to see some paint shells go in and get some serious damage off against the Puggy Nerds. We can see Serenity continuing to clean up as a result of that. Neon specifically finding the Sage. Oh, he's now going to fall as well. Although Unia is going to be able to trade out for 1. That'll be it. It'll be a quick retake from the rest of Serenity Black, as they're going to control this pistol.
Yeah, super straightforward and controlled there. Love the way that they use the raise, especially to create a little bit of chaos and trying to get that spike down. A lot of pressure to come in behind Yellow, and Puggy Nerds simply just could not handle it. Very well done from Serenity Black inside of the pistol. And that's going to lead us into the second round. That'll be practically a freebie. Love to see if Puggy Nerds do want to try and invest, and actually, they're going to. Looks like Wolfen will at least buy a Spectre, but they're going to back off of it instead and choose to keep their money.
Play this safe, as we've seen pretty much all of our teams do. Second round buys have been very uncommon, and if we have seen anything, it's for the most part just been Sheriff upgrades here. So going to see Venomonskin toying with that, but truly just a toy, as everybody else is going to stick with classics. We'll get a couple people with light shields, but that will be it. Meanwhile, though, full investments coming in across the board for Serenity Black, as they do not want to waste this money bonus they have for themselves. They want a quick shutdown to establish a 2-0 lead. Aldrone all the way, nearly costing one of them their lives. It's only going to apply to Adder, though, who gets taken down over by Pipes. That's also going to drop Bulldog, so pretty big deal going over to the Puggy Nerds here. However, it's still a 2-for-1 exchange, and a very well-placed shock dart coming in from Dubin there to shut down the hopes of, often specifically, Unia still with the Bulldog, though, going to be able to make it work as he moves forward and lines up the headshot versus Dubin to take him down. Keep this a palatable round here for the Puggy Nerds. Obviously, we can see the Vipers out to clash against each other. Wolfen incredibly unarmed right now with just the classic and maybe those light shields. The timing of this looks away just at the wrong moment. Unia not going to be able to spot Nick deeper into the site here either. The door will go down. Nick will try to push right for it. Can't find the Viper on the other side, though. Wolfen escapes. Gets himself back to B main. Remember, they still don't know about this pipe player just yet either. Unia has snuck in. Almost goes down to the boombot there, but instead it's going to be gun from Aiko, and unfortunately here for Wolfen, he has no hope of holding on to this in the 1v3, so he's just going to go for the escape, and the looks of it, the save.
Well, does indeed have lineups. Worked his way all the way back here. Now he's going to actually start working under two, but I don't know if they know that he's here. Looks like Aiko has some vision. And yeah, they definitely read this out at this point. You can see both of them holding the crosses here. Nice move over towards the metal, but not able to get away with much here. Neon will be able to walk him down, and that's going to be a defuse. Nice try inside of the 1 versus 3, all things considered, but definitely did not have the weaponry to try and pull it out at the end of the day.
Not going for a save, just a pretty slow rotate back around there as he tries to play it cautiously and lurk back into mid-pipes, but it is read pretty quickly, as we were just talking about there, by the rest of Serenity Black, this 3-player hold. See Wolfen trying his best to pull off the unorthodox play and doesn't really catch Serenity Black too off guard, so they securely take that second round for themselves, now maintain the lead as they go into their first bonus round, and Puggy Nerds enter their first full investment. Let's see if the gun imbalance now in the favor of the attackers will make any serious difference here. They're looking to try and put some very early pressure directly onto the A site.
Nice lineup here from Wolfen as well. Going to be cutting things off at screens, but also a smoke of the defensive type as well, as that wall will be coming up very soon. It's going to be splitting up A in a couple of different ways, so it could be interesting to see how they try and transition around this space. Any info is definitely going to be big here, but a nice pickup from Droppa now makes things just a touch more difficult for Serenity Black going forward. Aiko will step up to the plate, but Inoya will put him down after the immediate trade. But that's going to be a big problem now, as their Viper Wall is going to go down. The defensive Viper Wall still allowed to exist. Nick not able to land his shots inside of 410, and he's actually going to be the last remaining soul here on the defense. Serenity Black losing their very first round.
Inoya doing some good effort there to make sure the team continues to put their best foot forward and more importantly control that situation. And finally, they will be rewarded with their first point on the board here at 2-1. Need to be cautious though for obvious reasons of the fact that Serenity Black have the immediate reinvestment coming themselves, as that was their bonus round. They dropped this one. Puggy Nerd's still going to be in an awkward spot economically because both Wolfen and Venom have had to completely rebuy down themselves due to the trades they lost in that previous round here. They expect a much more cautious approach from the Puggy Nerds if they are aware of the risks coming up on this round, and it certainly seems like that is a massive mid-stack. Look at this from Aiko, though, leaps his way forward up to the back of heaven towards A, and unfortunately he's going to kind of fall damage right there, but you know, yeah, still getting the credit for it.
I'm going to say, you don't see that one every day with a blast pack over the top of belt and a death from fall damage. But either way, though, it's going to be a nice pickup here for Puggy Nerds and possibly an opener that Serenity Black could want back if this does continue to go the way that it is right now. Neon with the possibility of quite a few frags, but he could get overwhelmed here as well. Snowy trying to cross the angle, peeked at the wrong time, didn't even have his gun up, ends up losing his life, so they found the equalizer. And we reached the midpoint of the round, and Puggy Nerds, they don't know which way to go right now. Trying to waltz their way into A, starting to push forward. Looks like this will be moving very quickly. Still have some mid pressure here coming from them as well, and obviously the Sage still stuck over on B, so this is going to be a man-up situation here for Puggy Nerds, but Neon's looking to change that as he'll take down Droppin'. He'll also add on with Inoya as well. He only needs to find one more in this space. Oh, Venom actually sneaking in the back door. He'll take down Dubbin. Actually might be able to take out Nick as well, but no. Nick better in the situation. Wolfen with a nice move, but he can't land the shots. Finally able to get Nick through the wall, but still has to find two. Neon will be able to clutch it up with the pistol. It's a 2-tap to the noggin. Wolfen will lose his lunch, and it's 1-3 Serenity Black.
That operator difference immediately pays off for Serenity Black. They'll be the first to invest into it here, and you can see the challenge that Neon is immediately able to make at these hotspots such as mid, the main transition onto the A site, going through A middle as well. Can't really move forward here without proper utility if you're the Puggy Nerds anymore, so they either need another operator to challenge that, which unfortunately they're not going to have the money for after the last round, or just the utility to try and block it off if they can figure out its position without losing too many of their players' lives. Was vying for a force at first, but it seems they go down the more economical route, so they're going to have a bit of a split by upgrades to Sheriffs. I know one player has a Guardian, but save from that, it is going to be pretty lackluster weaponry for the attack.
Yeah, the initial part of that analysis was like, oh, you don't have a card? Just buy one. Like, come on, man. What do you, well, I have to have the money first, Blue, and that's what this round's all about. As you said, they're going to be going with the small buy here to see if they can try and get something figured out. Hopefully some picks coming their way. Probably not going to be the most bountiful round for them, but still hoping to see them make some sort of progress. Drop them with a nice pickup here. Noy, though, and Wolfen both going to falter. And once again, Those picks onto Wolfen are going to be pretty detrimental. A lot of his smoke game is going to assist his teammate with his teammates with actually getting onto site and blocking out a lot of this vision. They're going to continue to fall, and now it's a 2 versus 4. Hiko making a nice move here with the blast pack, and he's going to use the last one to actually take out Drop him with some extra rounds from that Spectre. Very well done, and that's going to be their 4th round.
Ico's having some fun here today to close out these rounds. Maybe a little bit too much fun with that blast pack play over towards the back of A Heaven as well, but it seems like it's well under control at this point with that round getting traded back out. Doubly so. They're going to retake easy control over this matchup at 4-1 here, and it's now up to the Puggy Nerds to make up the difference yet again with full investment coming up to the table. Not enough to justify an operator purchase to challenge what Neon is bringing to the table, but certainly full utility is going to be there. Let's see what the execute will look like and how we'll try to get in the way of this setup, as there's quite a bit of defense here. Sight from the actual defensive side as well, so much so that they're not expecting such aggressive action early on here from the Puggy Nerds. Snowy will be able to catch the operator builder. That's going to be the Jet on Serenity Black going down early on in the round. The weapon should be retrievable, but no, it hasn't been. Still hiding up there on the main box. Ico going to now use the Viper Wall to get it, but still more of their players are falling as Venom hits another entry, and the second one as well. Dubin and Adder both going down. Takes out Boombot while falling back, and Ico, yes, having the operator to play off of, but oh no, another player now sneaking forward even further here. Nick gonna try to challenge, but he's also gonna get shut down by Snowy. That leaves Ico alone with that operator.
Well, Snowy, possibility of a fake dash there. Looks like Ico prepared for this, but he more than likely wants to try and save this sniper. Oh, just a multitude of bodies here. He's going to get 1 blast pack, but he doesn't have a spectre, so it's going to be an easy kill here for Venom. A triple for him and a flawless for the offensive squad in general. Very well done. They simply overwhelmed Serenity Black at the back of A, forced them out, and it all starts with that big pickup onto Neon. We'd seen some aggressive plays from Neon and his compatriot here in the likes of Ico, the duelist comp here, coming in for these two, and well, the aggression's worked out in a certain sense. It's been able to catch Puggy Nerds off guard a couple of times, but now they're coming back with an aggression of their own. And now this double-edged sword has presented itself. Serenity Black has started to take a lot of these fights early on, and Puggy Nerds are seemingly ready for it and have plays to make themselves. As we see in that last round with the Jet from Puggy Nerds dashing up on top of Belt very early on there, so Snowy could get that pick. But now, into the next round here. Maybe split as of right now for Puggy Nerds. Venom simply looking into what's going on the A site. Neon's actually going to get yet another pickup onto Snowy, so the shoe goes back on the other foot once again.
The time continues to tick down at the moment in the favor of Serenity Black once again with 4 ultimates stuck up as well. 1 in use, obviously we've got the Viper's Pit deployed on the A side. It's looking like Puggy Nerds might want to challenge that though, which is a rare thing to see in this situation. Usually as soon as this goes down, the attackers are backing away, and finally here, Ico finally making these blast back plays work out for him here after struggling with it earlier in the matchup. Dropping going to be left as the only player left standing. Nick does sacrifice the Viper's Pit, switches forward to try to make a play to end the round, but instead it's going to be Ico with the triple that shuts it all down and retakes control over the overall situation here for Serenity Black yet again.
That's a super interesting way for Ico to be using those blast packs. I really like what he's doing inside of these gunfights. Obviously, we've seen plenty of raises before use those blast packs to try and manipulate gunfights and manipulate what their opponent is doing rather than themselves. But you can see inside of this next clip, hopefully if they get it, actually we're not going to get it, but he ends up tossing out the blast packs and then using them right when he peaks to either knock back the other person or create this moment of calamity where you really can't see straight, and the gunfight that you're taking, and he ends up winning it out. So very creative way to be using those blast packs, not only to move some people around, but also just make a distraction for a split second and give yourself the upper hand in a gunfight that maybe you wouldn't have been able to take before. But we're going to have a quick execute here from Puggy Nerds, as well as a Viper's Pit down on B to try and lock up this site. Plant soon.
We're going to see the push come in here now. Once again, Adder helping out inside of the site. Hunter's Fury is out to cut off specifically towards Pipe, but he's suddenly turning around here as Droppin' as well as Noya picking up multiple frags here. Very split up defense coming in from Serenity Black right now. We're also going to see the Puggy Nerds use their Resurrection, bring a third player back into the fold, but so much chaos leaves gaps in the defense potentially. Ico sneaks forward, is able to take out the Recon Dart, but they still know he's there because he shot it out. They just don't know exactly where. Ico will have to fall back though as a result of that. Gotta wait for the Jet to get into position to make a play here. Nothing presenting itself as of yet, and Ico still being cautious of a potential flank from the inside of Kitchen too. Neon will thankfully lay those fears. He'll not take control for himself, and Ico moving forward, begins to pre-fire into the usually suspect spots. Gets some good intel there about where the Viper is going to be played from, but ultimately I think they call this off. They're going to start backing away, or at least the player in the corner does. Neon with a very nice sneak. Nearly gets the ponytail of drop, and Yunoya also going down. If they had just a bit more time, they could have made this play, but they're too disconnected from it at this point. They don't have enough time, and they still had that third player deep in sight. The Puggy Nerds barely escape with this one as they pick up a third, and you can see the Viper there barely escaping the explosion radius of the spike.
Yeah, that thing was licking at the ankles of Wolfen right there. It was so very close, but you guys are starting to see, on the scoreboard, 1-7 right now for Wolfen. Reason that they're rezzing him and keeping him alive is he plays post plant so very well, not only in his gunplay, but actually his utility is really where it matters. A lot of these lineups and preventable times where he's able to just lock up the spike, so they're more than likely going to guarantee that res for him in a scenario like that almost every single time, just because of his presence inside of those dying moments of that spike. Either way, though, nice pickup here from Venom. He's going to get read out on pipes. He's getting chased down currently from Snowy. What a nice boom bottle. End up making him back off for the time being, but not before Venom can get his second kill of the round already. It's a full-on onslaught onto A, and they've already taken control of the spike down.
Venom now with his third of the round does get caught reloading on top rafters here. A good opportunity for Dubin to re-entry. Nick will now be allowed access to the top rafters as a result of that. No more resistance is there from the Puggy Nerd side of things. They only have 2 on the site. Here's the issue though. Snowy can still hop in on top of the ice wall there and quickly turns around the fight when Nick does try to re-entry. He's only Dubin in play. Also goes down quickly to the out from Snowy as a 4th round goes up on the board for the Puggy Nerds. They sit only 1 away now from tying up the game and potentially taking the lead away, but we're also getting close to the end of the half. We need to see that change coming soon.
You indeed, my friend. Pretty equal scoreboard across the board here for Puggy Nerds. You can't really say the same about Serenity Black. A little top heavy here with Neon and Ico. Everyone else started to dwindle down instead of the numbers. Dubbin getting in there every once in a while, but we can most definitely tell you it's been Neon and Ico doing a lot of this work. Neon especially with the opening bloods that he's been able to procure so far. He's able to do much again here. It's going to be an early paint shell that really only does 2 damage overall to the player. Actually, Wolfen going to end up getting wall banged here and taken down. They no longer have a res either, and that's going to mean that the smoke wall that they have lined up onto A right now, as well as all of the other utility that agent can muster, all gone to the wayside now. Can't use it and have to try and figure out something else to do instead of this round.
Venom lurking forward has often been the leading entry here for the Puggy Nerds in quite a few of these rounds, and has a great opportunity to do it once again if he catches Nick close off, but no! The teammate of Nick's gonna save their life. Sage helping out, watching out for that doorway, making sure the push cannot be successful. Now Snowy will try this instead. Only establishing an angle. You're not really going to be able to swing this with an operator. It's too close and too awkward of an angle. And even worse, here comes the push from Adder, but it's caught by Snowy. Great adjustment, however, it went down. That's going to open up the long pathway now for Puggy Nerds, at least to some extent. Snowy will get Ico as well. Nick will be able to trade out. Here comes the plant, however, but it's caught by Neon. And it's going to be a thrifty hold from Serenity Black. Puggy Nerds split the play up just a tad too much, and they don't have the appropriate support on their plant.
Very unfortunate for Puggy Nerds. As you said, they are able to take control of A, but they don't truly have any control around this space. You can see Yunoya is actually planting the spike right now, while Sage also has her ice wall in her hands. So there's really not too much for Overwatch or anything that you can possibly do there to try and make sure that you're guaranteeing that spike going down. Now, obviously, the barrier orb is very, very good to use at the back end of the A site, just to limit the rotation possibility on the lower end. But still, you have to guarantee that that spike gets down. So end up getting punished for that. Neon, as well as a pretty creative ice wall here, be right on the outside of the tube. This is one you can end up putting right through the tube from inside the kitchen area, so it's going to block tube off and also create this ledge for your jet or anyone with verticality to sit on and possibly find some frags over the top of the tube.
Dropping on the rest of the Puggy Nerds, moving their way into A after quickly rotating away from that mid position here. Defenses are actually quite weak on the site right now, so they will be allowed in. Ico couple other players are going to throw in the utility they can afford to in this situation. The paint shell's going forward. Actually does take out the planter and Wolfen, and Adder finishes off Venom a moment later. Paint shells also did some damage over here to at least the Sova as well, but the Sova's backed away and is going to try and play further back on the site, so he can potentially try to use this Hunter's Fury in a post-plant scenario to try and deny the defuse, which is certainly going to be coming up soon here for the members of Serenity Black. There it is. We're also seeing some great impact being made by the Puggy Nerds. Nick, so far, the only one that's traded out in these last few seconds. It's a huge comeback from them. Neon going to try to push into the Hunter's Fury. It works out as he gets this first kill. Now he can tap it. The Hunter's Fury is gone. Doesn't have a way to take him down through the wall anymore, but he does still have an angle on him from long range. Unoya will shut it out to be the hero of the round here for the Puggy Nerds as they pick up a fifth.
Last round in the half.
Their fifth round and now the last round on the board here after a pretty interesting set of exchanges there. Wolfen, I mean, you got to give it up to him. He gets the spike down. Well, I mean, if we're being honest, like he comes from the same game that you and I do, so that's just some Siege stuff at the end of the day. This man is just going to stick it and let himself die and just be like, all right, guys, it's up to you. Let's see what you can do. And they delivered at the end of the day. When you're somebody that's dying to get a spike down, you have to be happy with your team when they're able to win a post plan in such convincing fashion, because it was looking quite scary there when the stage ended up getting locked out for just a split second. There's some good info coming in. Had to end up jumping through the Viper's pit, or excuse me, Viper wall, and ended up getting run out by the recon bolt. So a very scary situation, but they were able to reconcile with that with the Hunter's Fury, as well as a couple of frags coming in from them. So amazing job there to keep themselves alive, and that's also going to give them an op going forward into this. Already slightly deep in this next round. First pit down on A, but it doesn't look like they want to be stopping anytime soon. And, well, they're going to end up giving a kill up to Venom here. They're not going to owl drone or anything throughout this space. Snowy's going to get tagged up now as well, and oh no, he might run into some problems. Has to end up using his dash, very low on HP as well, and it looks like Serenity wants to continue to add on. They'll take down every single member, all except for Wolfen in a 1 versus 4.
Wolfen going to be stuck in a very awkward position. Makes the best of it, though. Finds the first slice behind him, but cannot find a cutoff from Heaven as Neon finishes things off and secures the lead at halftime from the defensive half of Icebox as well. Meaning that once again, the Puggy Nerds will have to put in a lot of work here to be able to bring themselves back into the fold. And so try to close out on this map. Got the Neon highlight reel coming up from halftime, so you can see some great effort being put in from him, specifically with the operator throughout so much of this half. Sometimes without translatable impact, but still the consistency is there, and that's something that's becoming a huge problem for the Puggy Nerds.
Absolutely. I think outside of that, they haven't been adapting the best on a round-to-round basis. Like, for instance, that last round, right? The Viper's pit goes down, but they really don't use anything to actually suss out what's going on inside of the pit. Instead, they just push Venom forward in there and simply dry peek the entire area. And you're not really going to get too far, especially inside of a Viper's pit like that, because not only does Viper get to see you before you see her, but also her teammates are usually going to be at some pretty, strange points inside of that smoke. So you're more than likely going to end up taking some engagements that you're not exactly ready for. So would have loved to have seen that. Either way, we're through on the half. Venom with the first kill here. Serenity Black trying to prioritize A, and they'll lose their raise early on.
Once again, back foot here for Serenity Black as they start things out slowly in the pistol round and take a moment to think about how they want to proceed forward. Also trying to figure out who exactly is going to be picking up that sheriff, apparently, but that situation gets resolved quite quickly. Puggy Nerds, though, will continue to maintain their standard hold here with a 3-player focus on the A site. 1 in mid and 1 towards B. The obvious shift here for Serenity Black would be to go towards B. They find a pick against Venom that's certainly going to scare the A hold. Great aggressive movement from Snowy, though. He sees that this play is still going to be lent primarily on the A site, and as a result of that is able to avoid the majority of his teammates rotating away here. Adder won't be able to realize this from the up on top position. They won't see it. 30 so they wrap around this back corner. They won't even do that because it'll get blocked off by an ice wall. Snowy trying to quickly breach this so they can deny the plant, but it won't work out. It will go down. Now Dubin holds the cross against the retake. They'll have to do this with their Jet at low HP and only even player count, though, so out of the hot seat just yet for Serenity Black. This one, and that's a good step for the Puggy Nerds to get back on the right footing as Snowy takes down Adder in the backside.
Well, Serenity Black does have the post plant, but the Jet very low HP. Neon could lose his life early inside of this engagement, depending on how this first peak goes. But it's going to be a trade back and forth. Obviously, that's going to be positive for Puggy Nerds, but they have to worry about the timer as well right now. Yunoya going to have to end up trying to stick it out, and Snowy with a huge triple kill. That'll be a defuse for the defense, and they'll be stacked up and ready to start things off in this Icebox half.
Serenity Black is not having the confidence to play that post plant closer forward on the site. Obviously not great cover to play from there, and as well the fact that the Puggy Nerds were pretty much right there from the get-go of that execution disabled Serenity Black's capability to take more powerful post plant positions further in on the site, such as up in the tower, where they could have potentially risked getting picked off from screens from, and a couple other positions too if they'd wanted to try and play that forward. Instead, they try to go for this passive hold in the back, but once again, do not realize just how quickly the Puggy Nerds retake is going to come in from, so that big swarm of players very quickly overwhelms what little of a front side hold there was, and it's not too much of a problem to isolate out the back players with so many of the defenders still standing at that point as well.
Well, moving on into the next round now. Venom, some early action. He'll take down Adder. It's going to slow things up. When it comes to the possibility of Serenity Black making some plays here with Sage, but no matter what, he's going to continue to double down. Snowy with another one here, looking for his possible second, and actually able to get it. Wolfen will be there instead and takes him down with the Spectre. Almost a flawless round there for Puggy Nerds, but they will lose their own Sage in the process, but doesn't mean the drop-in hasn't been dropping numbers today. 10, 12, and 5 currently, but he will have to dedicate himself to a Spectre for this round. This is going to be where the rubber hits the road for Serenity Black, as they'll finally have some firearms at their disposal.
An opportunity for them to rebound into the game is faltering over the past couple of rounds due to the great teamwork we're starting to see out of the Puggy Nerds roster. Puggy Nerds, of course, equalizing the scoreline, but now they need to try and take the lead away here, push themselves forward, and get them into a whole position to try to close out on this map. Like I was saying in the pregame, this is the map with the lowest win rate of the 3 we're going to play for Serenity Black. So this is one that, at least for me, if you're Puggy Nerds, you really want to try and make sure you have this, because the next two, there's a lot of questions built up to what you could accomplish, and as Snooks had mentioned, this is for the most part just a pickup group 5 stack, so their name would align with that as well. So considering that pool is not going to be expected to be super deep strategically, and that will present additional issues as we get further into the series as well. Aiko gets the first kill of this round with the paint shell, just barely clipping off enough damage there onto the Puggy Nerds' Reyna to take it out. The rest of Serenity Black are going to funnel quickly into B main and try to work their way out here. Puggy Nerds have red this, but they still only have 2 players in sight at the moment.
Unfortunately enough for them, because this is looking like Serenity Black will have a chance to overwhelm here. An opportunity presented to them. They'll be able to take down Drop-In to the A site, or the B site here rather. In a way though, into post plant now. Aiko with strong position on the top of yellow, and no stuns to try and get them out into these easier to win gunfights. Yona, Spray going to go wide here, as he won't be able to hit any of his shots on the top yellow player. Backed off from the paint shell here finally as well. Snowy's going to dedicate himself to the cross, but he has an operator, so instead he's going to back off. Same with Yunoya, actually trying to find some space at the back of Snowman here to end up just rotating out and actually end up losing his life if he sticks around too long. Ends up getting one. And see the peek here from Adder as well. Adder will lose his life here as well, actually. So Yunoya actually doing quite a bit of damage. And this could be added to if Snowy is able to get away with it, but doesn't want to get too aggressive and up losing that rifle. It's such a heavy investment. Neon, oh man, it's just so close inside these last couple engagements here. No one really wanted to give the other one any quarter.
So Serenity Black retaking control, although just barely here, and only for the first time of their attack. Immediate reinvestment will be there for the defense, and in fairly strong terms, including an operator for Snowy, which the attackers will not have at this point in the buy phase. Does mean that once again they're going to have that good amount of control, but utility should be there for Serenity Black. But this team having the appropriate level of experience for this event, should know how to get past that and shouldn't be an immediate blockade wherever it's going to be positioned, which once again will be on the A main approach, as we can see that being stacked up in the tower now, and specifically Snowy waiting for the first player to try to challenge from the generator hop.
I'll drone out now for Dubbin. Checking things out on the A site. Plenty of information, especially on Snowy, but like that's going to matter to Snowy. He's still going to peek it out and take out Heiko. Waiting for the peek from Neon as well, but the slow orb is going to prevent him from progressing forward. He'll instead dash back and use all of his cloudburst to try and keep himself alive, but Snowy, once again, does not give a single damn about what this offense wants to do. Instead, he's here to kill, and he'll take down 2. The spike's still down inside of A as Nick's trying to look for something mid. He'll take down Venom, but could possibly have to deal with the cross coming in from Wolfen. He's able to get to that angle quick enough, but obviously not. It's going to be the Viper moving up into Kitchen with the possibility of running into Jet soon enough. The spike's definitely going to be going A. Nick with a nice pickup here, so could be a question mark as to what's going on with this offense now for the PUBG Nerds with Nick's positioning currently.
Yeah, Nick's got a great wedge being driven here between the rotates. They're not going to know until this spike goes down just now where they need to move towards. And even worse, the 2 players on B are going to have to constantly shift walk their entire way over there for the most part. Wolfen does realize that he's safe, and it's a good call from Wolfen too, because he needs to dash. The time is ticking, and a good find from Droppin subverts the threat from Nick very easily here. Dubin now going to be in the hot seat as all pressure coming up against him. No longer do they have that pinch play, and Unoya will immediately let Dubin know about that as he makes the play out to take him down. Adder is all that remains here for the attacking defense in the post play, and it will not hold. Droppin quickly dispatches of Adder, and it's going to be an 8-8 scoreline. The PUBG Nerds continue to hold on as they trade rounds back and forth now with Serenity Black.
Yeah, tying things up, and I mean, not too bad for a Pug squad, if I do say so myself. They're looking very solid in their decision making. I got a little scared there because of what Nick was able to produce inside of Kitchen. I really thought that that was going to be a pretty big issue for them, especially with him being able to get away from the initial area he got that kill. But Droppin was no slouch inside of that engagement either. He knew that Nick had to be around that space, and with the spike down, Nick more than likely has to try and get back towards A to assist his teammates, or try for at least a heftier play there inside of mid, maybe try and cut off some rotations or something like that. But with that being said, that means that he has to be inside of that space, and that's where Droppin's able to abuse that and really assist his team inside of that round with that wedge that was being created. Very well done from him, but now some early picks going down for either team here. The Sage loss for Serenity Black, Jet gone for PUBG Nerds.
Nice find from Nick here. Sneaks his way right through the tubes here, hiding in his own smoke. And is able to find a nice headshot opportunity. Neon actually going to do the same here as these thriftier rounds, not a thrifty technically for Serenity Black here, I don't believe, but the thriftier rounds from Serenity Black actually paying off quite well here. PUBG Nerds getting outwitted, it seems. Wolfen going to be the only one left. A nice double from Wolfen as he holds his own on the inside of Kitchen. What will that get him in the long run? He actually thinks this is going A right now. Oh, wait.
But it is.
This dude just mind read Serenity Black before they even made up their own minds. That's crazy stuff. Yeah, Wolfen is going to, for the most part, accidentally end up rotating over to A prematurely here, but it works out because Serenity Black makes that decision a couple seconds after the fact anyway. So great read from Wolfen. Great premonition, I guess you could say, to some extent. We'll see now if it'll pay off in the actual fight.
30 seconds left.
No, it catches at the last second. They can't split. He still gets out of the radius of it. First kill found, but denied on the second as Dubin makes sure that this round still goes into the hands of Serenity Black.
Oh, that was so scary there for a split second. I respect the move. He tries to get in behind the boom bot, but on the bounce back, John, I guess the vision from it just ended up seeing him. Very unfortunate for him. That thing's cone is pretty hefty at the end of the day for its vision cone, but still, I mean, valiant effort from Wolfen. I just think it's hilarious that he read that out so early on there. But from the pings, it looks like Serenity Black really wants to go A. I saw about 10 pings on the A site, so we'll see necessarily what they want to do here, but it's going to be B anyways. Will they even figure themselves out at the end of the day? Venom's going to get marked up here. He was most definitely dead. That Empress is not going to matter in that position. He's limited himself, and he's also gotten marked out by the Owl Drone. No escape there because he simply cannot get a kill. Now Dubin's going to continue the onslaught. Snowy, that was just not even the proper play right there, my friend. That was just unfortunate. He's just way too damn good inside of this scenario. I really doubt you're going to be able to shut him down right now, especially with the rest of the onslaught right in behind him. Would have been a beautiful set of Blade Storm kills if he was able to get them, but obviously we see how that ends up breaking down. Aiko will be managing the top of tube here and has the possibility of taking out
enemy
Wolfen right
remaining.
above him. The verticality will work out. He'll continue to be able to hold down mid. Yunoya finally able to fight back, but it's going to be too little, too late. It's a 1 versus 4. The Classic will be able to get it done as Neon simply hop, jump, and skips his way into tube. The Classic triple burst will do what it does best, and it'll take down the last member of Buggy Nerds.
For both teams here, it seems like aggression on the defensive side is not a good idea at the end of the day, as a lot of the times when we see this aggression come out, as we're going to see right here on the replay, it is immediately being countered by the attackers, and that includes directly challenging them as well. When we saw them try to take the duels at Long B at the beginning of this round, didn't work out for Venom as he got taken out. Obviously, that's an extreme case to try to make this point, but we had much more nuanced examples of that going on. Even in the first half, the same issue applies to Serenity Black as well when they're on their defensive half. So both teams do need to watch out for that a little bit here, because both of our attacking halves are very well guarded at the minimum, it seems.
Yeah, most definitely. I think for a handful of these plays, having just an extra agent that has information, something like Sky or something like that, could be very, very big for them. But obviously don't have access to that. They only have access to the Sova for both of these respective squads with that info utility. So have to end up looking for their own targets sometimes, and that's what presents those issues, whereas more of a reactionary test as to who's quicker on the time than anything. And you don't always win those out. It's more of a coin flip than anything at the end of the day. So, well, speaking of coin flips, Venom is actually going to win his. He'll take down Adder, pushing things forward inside a kitchen. He'll add on as well. And I believe this is the entirety of the B site. Yes, it is broken down now. Looks like, as for at least Nick, he's going to actually end up meeting the same fate. I didn't initially have it there for a split second, but Venom once again so very strong. And wow, what a cloud burst. That was perfectly thrown there. And Neon adds to it as well, John. He actually ends up getting in with the blade for moves in below him and finds the gap in that bridge. Ends up putting the knife right in his noggin. Comes down to Snowy and the rest of the boys here to try and clutch things up. He'll be able to take down Aiko right inside of the actual tube area. Neon making the updraft, and he'll get Snowy because of it. That was so well done. Gets on top of the actual container now, but Noya's sticking it, and it's done. Wolfen will be able to take him down, and I don't see them grabbing 2 ops here, but always a possibility. If they want it over there, nah, they don't want it. They just want to stick with their singular one. They're going to hand that over as they try and tie things up here on this round once again.
Definitely going to start to run into some issues with the double op setup if they try to split that up. With regards to trying to manage some more awkward positions on this map. Probably won't be too good for them if they don't have someone who's going to be fully confident. That's better to keep it in their dedicated Jets' hands and try to win it out through that. Either way, though, that is going to be, once again, the Puggy Nerds maintaining their position here within 1 round's grasp of Serenity Black's overall scoreline. Will be enough for them to move forward, though. We can see the immediate change coming in from the Puggy Nerds as they try to play it back, play things more cautiously, or at least more to what you would expect of a defensive team in this map, but it yields immediate results. They are much more easily able to fend off the push from Serenity Black there by having players on the site at the correct timing and then reacting with the retake, as we saw go off without too much of a hitch there for them. Inside of this next round, though, as we enter the 20th, we're going to see a very slow played Serenity Black try to push themselves forward here. Nick specifically trying to take the duel versus drop and sitting on the inside of this tube. It's going to be such an awkward fight, though, so he needs to be careful about how he proceeds here. Bit of aggression going out from mid, and remember, yeah, no support from any of his teammates. As soon as he turns his back, someone pushes the dead man, as we see there now from Venom.
And Yunoya also going to pull the Hunter's Fury out as well to prevent this plant. So Serenity Black stuck in a rock and a hard place. You can see Venom also on the flank for B-Long as well. More than likely not going to be able to make it out of this. They're going to get put in a blender soon enough, and it's already started. Yunoya will die, but Wolfen's going to get his second one of the round. Almost a third there, but it was a simple distraction for Venom to walk up behind the last remaining member of Serenity Black and tie things up. Beautiful round from them, especially with the mid play going down. As you were talking about with Nick, trying to handle the tube player of drop, and he sticks around there for just enough time for the comms to get through, and Venom makes his play for mid. He'll catch him off guard, and that's going to be the first domino to fall for Serenity Black inside of that round.
Second couple could be coming up here relatively soon. As you'll notice, Serenity Black's economy now pretty much in shambles here. They've had to go for a scrap by including a Marshal on one of their players here. I'm sure that actually stayed on the lineup, but hey, there it is on Neon now. Yes, indeed it did. possibly opting for a push down B early on here. They already have their players in position. Even better for them, Puggy Nerds is nowhere nearby right now. So B long, as they're going to be finding out for Dubin, is completely open for the taking here. They'll be able to wrap their way directly onto it, even up to the site. Get a default plan for free here too. I mean, everything is just being gifted to the members of Serenity Black, as Puggy Nerds has full confidence in their retake for the site.
That's actually super unfortunate. I think that they thought that the play would have possibly have been them trying to get control of A immediately on this short buy, but obviously not the case. Wolfen's going to be able to get one on flank. Snowy will add on to it. Now Serenity Black starting to feel some stress at the seams, but that doesn't mean that they can't get away with this at the end of the day. Snowy trying to push forward onto yellow. Needs assistance from the rest of the team. This op's such a powerful weapon in the proper hands, but it can be definitely difficult to use in these close quarters engagements. Aiko with a big kill. He'll be able to take on Droppin as well, but he'll finally be traded out by Yunoya. Somebody needs to get on this spike, and it'll happen now. Look over your shoulder, Dubin. Get around yellow. Can you stop the plant?
Oh, he stopped it!
Oh, no! Oh, what? No,
Oh, man, that was a great Silva quote there, too. Did you hear that?
Oh, what did he say?
The Silva went, never give up. Where does he clutch that?
Remember how I said that the op can be complicated to use sometimes? That's why. Because if you miss your first shot, you're kind of just boned. There's not really anything else you can really do, and Snowy's going to feel the heat on that one. I'm sure his team overall is definitely going to want that round back because they are able to go for the retake like you were talking about, John. And yeah, I would honestly be confident in that retake as well because it went off with flying colors. The only reason that Serenity Black is able to get back is because Snowy simply misses his shot and doesn't have any other gun to be able to try and combat back. So now they're presented with this round where Serenity Black is up one round and they've got the leadoff pick already. Venom trying to equalize. He'll be forced back into 410. Now he's going to be chased down here from the showstopper of Aiko. He'll get away from it. He'll take down at least one here, trying to find another frag. He'll actually end up knocking down the spike. And this is where Raina can be so very potent. The kill's starting to pour in. He'll be able to keep on top of her health and continue to take it to Serenity Black. And also it's been so very long that the rest of the Puggy Nerds have been able to show up to the party.
Serenity Black fumbling there as they try to figure out what the best path forward is going to be onto the A site. Even some players kind of like running into each other and whatnot there. The movement even a little bit shaky. So as a result of that, two players going to end up running into each other. We will see the res come back up for the Puggy Nerds as well. So they're even going to go back up to full strength, keep all of their players up at a healthy point. And with that, I'll leave Serenity Black in a very awkward position. Nick.
One enemy
That
remaining.
was their last other player. Never mind.
30
Just Nick
seconds
now.
left.
Have to try and work the 1v5 here. And yes, there was lackluster gunpowder for Puggy Nerds a minute ago. That's no longer going to be the case. Yunoya finishes things off as he takes down Nick, and we're tied 11-11.
Oh,
Puggy
no.
Nerds finally bringing it back. What's up?
Did he get it? He didn't get it. Oh no. Snowy died with the op at the back of yellow and he didn't go get it. Instead, he went and picked up the Phantom because the skin was better. Oh no. Yunoya. I mean, you won those, but you didn't win those, if you get what I mean. Like, that's a very expensive gun to go down, but I mean, luckily enough, this round is just such a tiny buy here for Serenity Black. I mean, can you even really call this an investment at the end of the day? They invested like, let's do the math real quick. They invested 1,150 creds into this round overall. A heavy shield and a shorty buy. That's all they got.
Now they're going to try to take the Snow team more than likely is what the plan is going to be. That or they'll be perfectly fine to move this on to the next two maps where they overall have a much better record to play off of and much more experience as well, especially for our upcoming map. We'll be going to their most played and ultimately most successful one. So we will fall back here after getting that bit of pressure down through beam. And only Venom to defend it. Venom's done very well under these high pressure situations and is going to continue to do so here. Well, not even a super high pressure situation since the investment is minimum. And somehow Aiko is able to make a successful push up A mid with a shorty. Yunoya now trying to watch out for that as Aiko looks for another way to reinitiate. Here, the pick he got, Yunoya's going to take at least 20 damage from the paint shells. And ultimately, he's gotten onto the site. Where is the spike, though? It's trying to go up pipes in the meantime. Aiko, somehow arming himself with a Vandal, takes down Yunoya. He's going to get a challenge versus Shui, or Snowy, not Shui. Snowy here. Gonna fall back, though, after seeing that challenge, and more importantly, the Vandal that's been picked up by Aiko. Tries to go back.
30
Takes away
seconds
himself yet again, though. Can't take out Aiko here. With Aiko being low, it's just that one bullet left is all that's needed to finish off the round. Venom gets it done. That's 12 rounds for the Puggy Nerds.
Well, Puggy Nerds up and onto match point here. A timeout called from, I believe, Serenity Black. We'll see what they want to do here. Actually, no. I think it's the defenders here. I think Droppin ended up calling it. So I have to see exactly what. We'll have to see exactly what he wants to do with this timeout, but obviously the team's just able to talk amongst themselves and see exactly what's going to be going on for these future rounds. I mean, kind of a weird time to be calling a timeout, but hey, at the end of the day, if you're doing something like icing the kicker or something like that, I mean, hey, it's still got to work out. You got the timeout, you might as well use it.
It's going to throw them off for a couple seconds here more than anything, and more importantly, like we said, they obviously are going to need to close out this round for Serenity Black, so might as well take that opportunity while they have it to make sure that they can get themselves access to the OT and still try to get the quick 2-0 close it that I'm sure they're going to be looking for with the circumstances of this match set up for them. If not, though, like I said, the next two maps certainly don't look unfavorable for Serenity Black either, so they certainly should be in an okay position if we do end up going down that route, but they want to avoid that. They want to try to claim things here at a 12-12. Let's see if they can do it. If not, though, the Puggy Nerds will be excelling forward, and they'll take the 1-0 lead at the start of this series.
All right, well, 10 seconds from crunch time here from Serenity Black. Obviously, that timeout will also be a big benefit for them as well, but looking across the board here for Serenity Black, it's been a heck of a game so far for them, especially for Neon. He's going to continue to try and add to it. A lot of the Blade Storm shots going wide. He's actually going to miss the entirety of his ult. Very unfortunate inside of a round where he needed to be hitting these shots, but now it seems that the jig is up. Yunoya trying to stop the plant from going down inside of the top two, but it's Venom with a triple kill instead inside of a singular magazine to deal the damage necessary to shut down Serenity Black. That spike down, yes, but more than likely dusted as well as this round for Serenity Black, and that's going to be Icebox going to the Puggy Nerds.
So the Puggy Nerds will recover after a bit of a rocky start to this map. They picked things up at a 5-7 deficit on their attack at halftime, bringing it back on the defensive half, going all the way to the final round of regulation, but getting it done 13-11 versus Serenity Black, and they will take the advantage now in the series as a result of that before we move on to our next two maps. Still need to see, of course, the Puggy Nerds pick up one more map to do so, but they are well on their way. And with that one map in their pocket, they could potentially qualify for our playoffs going into next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think that first map honestly shows what both of these teams have to offer. And honestly, I'm very surprised with the Puggy Nerds. I told you this before the broadcast. You know, I've played with Wolfen for a very long time, so it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, have you improved? Like, what have you been doing with your time, my man? You know what I mean? And it honestly looks like what he said is no joke. They really do have some very solid chemistry coming into this game. Serenity Black threw a lot of curveballs at them. I want to remind you of Nick inside of Kitchen, especially being the biggest one there that could have presented a lot of issues. And they were able to work around that with flying colors. So honestly, I'm happy to see what happens inside of the rest of this best of three. Does Serenity Black have the grit to be able to battle back at a map down deficit and take us to the full best of three? Or can Puggy Nerds put that other foot in the grave and make sure that they're not coming back out?
Well, folks, to find out the answer to that question, a whole lot more, we're going to be coming right back at you right after this break with map 2 of the series, so stick around. We'll be returning in just a few. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready to head into our second matchup here between the Puggy Nerds as well as Serenity Black. We already saw that first map, Icebox, go over to the Puggy Nerds after a great recovery from them, having to rebound a little bit after the first half on their attack, only picking up 5 rounds, but quite a few more on the defense in order to leverage a 13-11 victory. Serenity Black now looking to rebound on the second 2 of these maps. I'm going to get those maps up on the screen real quick. We head into our second map. Are going to be Haven as well as Bind. The Haven pick is coming from Serenity Black. The Bind pick is coming from their opponents. However, these are tied at the moment for the best map for Serenity Black. It's 71% of a win rate here. So should be a little bit more of a challenge for their opponents to try to pick up a victory.
Yeah, it's into the thick of it for the Puggy Nerds here now, as you said, these map stats obviously not favorable towards them, but I would say that this matchup overall isn't favorable towards them, and they've already proven to us that they're able to at least, put Serenity Black on their back leg, and we'll see if they're able to do that going forward, especially on a map like Haven. But as you said, Serenity Black is pretty impactful when it comes to this map, and Haven is definitely pretty difficult to play, especially from the defensive side, and that's where the Puggy Nerds will actually be not starting off. I honestly thought for a split second that we were actually going to see them on the defensive end, but no, actually, Puggy Nerds will be starting things off on the offense, and that makes quite a bit of sense since they were able to choose their side.
Yeah, so Puggy Nerd's going to start things out there for Haven. We'll see what type of picks they're going to bring to the table and how that will potentially change things up. As far as Serenity Black is concerned, no major change-ups going to be coming in for them here. Neon's still going to be playing the Jet or is the entry here. Ico now switching away from the double duelist because they don't need it for this map. Instead, they're going to bring the Sky into the fold for the extra flash support that will now be necessary without the Reyna. Usual spread of utility support for the other 3 members of the team. Meanwhile, it's largely going to be the same over here for the Puggy Nerds. They will keep the double duelist, however. Venom is still going to stay on that, and with good reason, because he topped out the charts, in the last map, neck and neck with Neon on the Jet roll for the opposite team. So they are going to need to make sure that Venom stays on a roll where they can maintain that type of confidence, especially since they're starting on the attack.
Okay, folks, well, let's jump into Haven and see what this has to offer between Puggy Nerds and Serenity Black. Should be a pretty interesting matchup, especially given the fact that, once again, Wolfen going to be on that Viper. Viper, pretty impactful overall, and, well, inside of his hands, we're definitely going to see some pretty interesting lineups. And actually, I was wrong about that, so apologies, folks. I thought I saw that at the last split second there inside of the agent select, but I'm wrong. Instead, it's going to be the Astra for him, which actually provides even more utility in a certain sense here, with the ability to pull those stars back and apply them around the map. And we're going to be having that on both ends here. So a little bit of game of chess in between these two.
Definitely a lot more complexity going to be added to the game as a direct result of that. Still going to be the same amount of smoke work coming out from both teams, though, so hopefully no additional clutter for these guys to deal with. We got them spawning out now here as Venom, once again, to no one's surprise after the performance of the last map, is going to lead the charge. What you might be surprised about is that play from Ico, though. Completely alone, no support from his teammates, goes swinging out of garage where you've got a big stack from the Puggy Nerds. He's able to not only avoid that, but get a bit of damage out onto Venom in the process. So not a bad opening play. That's not even considering the intel they gained from making that run out there. Regardless, though, the Puggy Nerds are still going to keep the pressure up, specifically in mid. Now that they have been spotted, they'll go for full back B control. For the time being, Neon holding on to it, and even as he goes down, there's another trade from Nick. The rest of the seat hole is going to wrap into this as well, trying to overwhelm the defenses of the plant before it can even go down on the ground, and so far, they've succeeded inside of that. Snowy is all that is left alive here now for the Puggy Nerds. Assault and even Nebula out, so going to be able to easily get things down onto the ground here. Snowy will look for a path forward, but not going to be able to easily find it, unfortunately.
Looking for any kills that he can possibly get here, but Serenity Black did such a good job of working the links on both sides of B. Made it very difficult for any of Puggy Nerds to really push into the back end of the actual site and have an impact on the players trying to make their way towards the B site here, but it's more than likely Snowy going to be on by the wayside very soon. Waiting for this entry on the door, has been able to find one to work some space, but the pressure coming in from the other end as well. Serenity Black do not want to give this up, and finally Dubbin will find a conclusion to round one as he'll take down Snowy. That's going to be the very first round here for Serenity Black as we transition into the second.
You can see the respect they're given by Serenity Black specifically against Snowy, just because of the fact that they do have fear of both him and Venom at this point. These have been very proficient players inside of this matchup, and they do demand that type of respect, as that could very easily turn into a 1v3 clutch. if not managed properly by the Serenity roster. So taking things cautiously just to make sure they get as much of an advantage as possible going into this next round here. That does mean with 3 players still standing, of course, that the upgrades are going to be at a minimum, as no one else is going to get the death bonus. So just those 2 big guns coming in for the team here now as they try to fend off the Puggy Nerds once again. But similarly, we'll see the Puggy Nerds not go for an investment into their own second round, as they do not get any major benefit there.
Yeah, well, Zenoya. The rest of Serenity Black set up on the defensive end once again here. Puggy Nerds try to prod out C early on here, but really only damage dealt to Chet, which was on the completely opposite end of the map. I'm actually going to have the Ares here early. I mean, prioritizing himself for a long. He'll be alone on this escapade just for the time being, but not before Serenity Black starts their rotation. And this is where the defensive end of Haven can become a problem. You really need to be on top of your rotation game simply because of the amount of time it takes in order to get all of your agents in that area. And you can see Serenity Black haven't been able to really put a beat onto where this spike's going to be going as Puggy Nerds continues to round off in the entirety of the map. They force Serenity Black over towards A, but now they know the hit's not going there. They'll be transitioning back very, very soon, but now it's looking like a C hit. They're able to actually flood out, but oh no, Neon with some huge shots, actually able to take down quite a few people. This Marshall doing way too much damage. Wasn't even intended for that, but still able to get it done at the end of the day. I honestly thought Puggy Nerds had a chance walking into that site, but not before Neon was able to shut it down.
So Serenity Black maintain control once again. The way Neon's able to handle that play once again with the Marshall. Talked about how there was limited investment coming in here due to most players surviving the pistol. We see example of that as not really able to get even many Spectres for themselves to play off of. Neon, though, being that operator player, no surprise you see him drifting over towards the Marshall to try to fend that play off. And he's going to bring it back one more time here since the rest of the team will invest to a pretty big capacity as well. Puggy Nerds are bringing their own buy to the table, and it is a full one. So Serenity Black will need that firepower to fend them off and prevent the 2-1 scoreline from going up onto the board for a second map in a row.
Oh, Puggy Nerds. Some weaponry to play with, but like that's gonna matter, John. Neon still has a Marshall, and that's really what matters at the end of the day because he's clicking heads. Or remove the head of a singular soul from Puggy Nerds, and that's gonna be a weapon down right outside of the A lobby. It's also gonna lead Puggy Nerds into the awkward situation now. Have to try and find a way forward, and it seems like it might be through the means of B. We'll take down Ico and start progressing here with a Lear out, but it's only Venom. But finally, he gets some assistance from his teammates. Wolfen will start the plant here on the right-hand side, so they'll have to worry about a link, especially here. They've already nebulated off. Dublin trying to do his best to spray through and find a frag. Venom will actually fire back, and that's the big difference between the Phantom and the rest of these weapons. Able to take down Neon as well with that same thing. Remember, between that and the Vandal, doesn't have any tracers, so spamming those smokes is going to be a lot easier for him at the end of the day. Serenity Black finally starting to feel some heat here on this map, and they're actually choosing to back things off. I believe they both got weapon upgrades here. Yes, indeed they did. So don't have to worry too much going forward and trying to get this actual win. Much rather just sit on the weapons and transition into round 4. It's going to be Puggy Nerds getting on the board here for Haven.
The Puggy Nerds will once again get that 2-1 scoreline going for themselves. The big question that we will immediately be asking, however, much like Icebox, is going to be immediately refragged out by Serenity Black on their own reinvestment because we've got some much bigger guns coming into the play for them on that, such as Neon going up to the operator. The rest of the team should be okay to be able to get themselves Vandals at a minimum here in Phantoms too, but as I say that, it's actually looking like they might not be able to get one for Ico, so they might be sacrificing a tad. Overall, though, that one gun disadvantage I doubt was going to be the make or break that caused them a loss of the round, so let's see what exactly they're able to do to try and reverse their fate and set up a 3-1 scoreline instead of that 2-2 that's going to put them into a tough position here with the Puggy Nerds looking to take control for themselves. Early Cyber Cage to allow for the Puggy Nerds to get that short as well as long control. The problem is, though, it still's not going to matter once they go past the cages. Neon has the sniper primed and ready to fire, and he takes down a member of the Puggy Nerds. No trade to be seen from the other side.
Well, Neon, possibility of a frag onto Venom, and oh, it's the shoulder peek initially from Venom, but no shot from Neon. All that's going to do is actually give up the info that he's there inside of Sewer, and he'll lose his life for that. Now Puggy Nerds, once again, on the receiving end here inside of round 4. It's going to be a guiding light out into mid. It'll find Snowy inside of mid window, but he's just going to play patiently here as they really need something to come back their way in very convincing fashion. Somebody's got to pull on this rope. It looks like the B site is going to be the choice here, but we saw the way that Serenity Black worked both of these links the last time, and it was to the detriment of the offense. Quick trade here back and forth, but trading is not going to do anything for the Puggy Nerds, and now they run into way too many issues on site. And utility too hefty, especially from the Astra side of things, and Serenity Black able to find their 3rd round.
That option ugly face immediately as soon as it's available here for our defenders, and it makes the immediate impact with the double pickups here, stunting any type of execute possibility for the Puggy Nerds as they're fighting from a 3v5 pretty much right from the get-go, and that has predictable results at the end of the round. Predictable follow-up coming up here in round number 5, as well as, unfortunately, the economy will not be too kind to our attacking friends here. They'll have to go down to Sheriff upgrades and the single Spectre on Unoya. So once more, like a very cautious approach from them, or maybe the opposite, maybe a bit of a haphazard one, as they try to quickly get past this round and on to the next one where they'll have full gun power. Neon knows that this is going to be the case too, so aggressive once again, but the hops coming in there from the opposing Jet, nearly getting the better of Neon there, just not enough confidence to outright try and take the fight after the shot goes down.
Very scary there for both ends. That hop shot just barely going wide there, but both of them allowed to exist inside of this map, and that might be a detriment to Puggy Nerds. Neon with a big pickup onto Unoya. That's going to be most of the info game gone for them. Obviously, they still have the camera here for the Cypher, but it's not going to mean too much at the end of the day. Mostly up to flank when we see that agent come into play, but we've seen crazier things before here. I have a step up from Venom through the Nebula, and also I really don't know why Aiko continued to spray the body there, but that's going to give quite a bit of info up to Snowy. He's going to be able to get a firearm of his own. Adder there to strike though, and he'll take down the member that was about to start causing a lot of problems for them.
Enemy
Looks like he'll be able to get ahead of the curve as well. They'll take down Drop, and he'll leave it up to Wolf, and he's a lone member on site right now. He's got everyone crushing him, and it's going to be a crushing blow from Nick to the noggin of Wolfen. Yet another round going the way of Serenity Black.
So Serenity quickly asserting control over the matchup here in similar fashion to what we saw on Icebox, but we need to see that similar comeback here from the Puggy Nerds before we actually give up hope on their ability to close this out in 2-0 fashion. They're also going to be bringing a lot more to the table this time, as Snowy now gets his own operator to reinvest into, as well as the rest of the team being back at full strength for rifles here. It's the initial challenge once again, where things have been faltering for Puggy Nerds here, and they've constantly been fighting a losing battle as a result of that. Big Ching that needs to try and change up here right from the get-go is how they control the immediate outset of the round, so let's see how they try to focus on doing that. Their utilities such as the Al drone working its way to get garage control, but unfortunately still a push towards A connector from Neon. That's going to allow for him to get the first kill yet again, also against the operator player for the Puggy Nerds also, so someone else will have to fulfill that role if they want to retrieve it at all.
Well, progress made onto the B site for Puggy Nerds. Worried about those Link players now, and most definitely should be. Serenity Black has done such a bang-up job of being able to get agents inside of these areas, making it very difficult for Puggy Nerds to try and frag out, and it's going to happen yet again here, as they'll be able to wrap around the site. Same thing here with Neon, but is he ready for the player inside the corner? Drop and takes a peek at the proper moment. He'll be able to bag himself an op here. Also, Link going out, but that's actually going to be from the offense, so they'll know where a handful of these members are. The spray coming through, Dropper will be able to find one. Wolfen now stuck inside of his own Nebula. The Dropper's going to need some more bullets. Doesn't have it at the end of the day. Very unfortunate for him. They'll end up moving that ult point around, but Aiko's just going to stick it. Seems like they have enough ult points for everyone else as well. Grab some weapons and continue their onslaught of this Puggy Nerds offense.
Well, Messi on the retake. Puggy Nerds finding a hole in the defense there and a free plant on the B site for themselves after so much had been committed to A and C from Serenity Black there. And Serenity nearly losing it despite the outnumbered players that they were fighting against. Despite that fact, though, they just kind of brute force their way back out there, eventually figure out the positions from the Puggy Nerds by forcing them out with their own utility and gunplay. They're just barely able to take out that Cypher in time in order to give them the time they need to finish off that defuse in the last 5 seconds. Great work once again there from our defenders on Serenity Black side of things. Unfortunate for the Puggy Nerds, they will once again put them onto a lackluster round in terms of the buy, but they do have the knives on Snowy, so they're not out of the running. A seat push here as they move in, run over Neon. Adder's going to try to get in the way of this, and so will Nick, though, as they immediately put down the execute, and Nick continues to do so by dropping the spike, taking down Droppin himself, ironically enough.
You know what? Right out
enemy
here,
remaining.
Dubbin with the eventual frag. Able to take down the Trailblazer, but once again, Puggy Nerds running into way too many issues here. Serenity Black's defense has just been so well done thus far. Well, is Venom actually alive? That's the real question. I don't really know. Could have possibly have DC'd and is just standing here currently. I don't really know. We saw the all chat.
Battery's
for
got a
split
really
second.
crazy pre-fire lined up for us right here.
Yeah, through the wall that isn't allowing him to shoot through it just yet.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure he DC'd based on the information we have from the admins. So
Oh,
we'll,
Dubbin, it's fine, Lorena. There we go. All right.
wait, did he move at the last second? Here, hold
I
on.
think he actually did, which would be very unfortunate, but either way, it's a 1 versus 4.
Was he actually holding that? But yeah, we are, I believe, going to go into a tech pause here in just a second as we'll try to get Venom into the game and more importantly, make sure his connection is stable if there was any concern over that was the case. So we'll just, yeah, okay, there we go. I can see that now at our ping board. The dude spiked up to like 900 for a second. So we'll let him sort that out real quick. We'll come back to us where we can continue the discussion. And once again, like I said, it's the early rounds right now where the Puggy Nerds are unfortunately not able to find their footing. 3 rounds straight here where they're either getting shut down by the operator or traded out to such a degree where they cannot make the rest of their play happen.
Yeah, it's very difficult for them right now, and it really feels as though they're just kind of trying to throw things at the wall and hope that it sticks. They're not really getting anything to propel themselves forward here, especially in the pick department. They're trying to default out early and see if there's any mistakes made from Serenity Black, but they're not really giving them a lot of openings. So it's presenting quite a few issues for them as of right now. We'll roll some replays here for you guys. You can see what got us to this point thus far inside of this matchup. Puggy Nerds only able to procure 1 round thus far.
Eyes down.
Much more of an open and shut map when it comes to the layout of it as well. So not as many sneaky places for the members of the Puggy Nerds to get away with trickier positioning, more aggressive plays and whatnot. Yeah, we don't really have that in play here. So the more tense situations that we're
Spike
getting,
down,
specifically
C.
in those more difficult to play areas, such as like the B site and sometimes they're on C, it's just not really tricking any of the members on Serenity Black, and they're catching all of the more advanced plays that the members of the Puggy Nerds are trying to make here. So once again, leading to plenty of situations where Puggy Nerds will go into a site with this grand idea. The main proponent of that idea will fail, and then there usually isn't much of a backup plan. They just try to carry on forward with that and usually end up losing it out just on trades alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that they're going to have to try and figure out throughout the entirety of this round. So, it's going to be difficult for them trying to go forward here, but I definitely think that they'll be able to do it in a certain sense. They're just going to have to try and use this utility in a little bit of a different way. That's the biggest thing here. They're really not prodding around with Sova in any serious sense, especially with the sites that they're actually deciding on at the end of the day, mostly because they're losing Yunoya kind of early in some of these rounds, and it's just making it difficult for them actually getting onto site. They don't have the information necessary, and they're just walking into a lot of lineups that are already set up here, and they end up losing their life because of it. So something that we're definitely looking into.
Plenty of openings being presented to the Puggy Nerds' side, specifically over on the B side of the map. Unfortunately, that's not always the easiest site for this team to take. But we're not seeing outright aggression come from the majority of the defenders, except in those key areas such as down towards C long, where obviously you're going to have rifle strain on that one. And as we're seeing from Neon with the operator as well, the push out from A long, that he is constantly getting in the way of these Puggy Nerds players, with Puggy Nerds constantly trying to contest against that. And that's often how we actually see them lose that opening fight as well. They've, for the most part, I've noticed in the past couple of rounds, shifted away from trying to go that direction, other than leaving 1 or 2 people there to watch it more than anything. But in quite a few situations, we're still seeing the operator pick up kills from that department, whether the push is happening on short or long. So let's see. Slightly pause to consider what's been going on over the past few rounds. The Puggy Nerds can make a serious difference. They've also got some big guns to play with here, including the operator back in the fold once again.
Neon, once again, presented an opportunity. He works his way all the way up C long. No one trying to manage his space at all, and they'll lose another life because of it. And as we were talking about before, these early picks onto Yunoya are so limiting in what Puggy Nerds are able to do going forward, because they have to take all of these dry peaks. Dubbin actually steps out wide into the angle, and Snowy not able to make the adjustment in time. Puggy Nerds are going to lose yet another body here, as Wolfen will give the plant on A. But this site, out of all 3, likely the easiest to retake at the end of the day, especially with the positioning that Adder has. And, well, that's going to fall as well. It's all down to dropping inside of a 1 versus 5, but I highly doubt he's able to get out of this. He'll peek directly into the firing squad of the defense, and it's going to be a flawless for Serenity Black, although a spike did end up going down.
Another shutdown coming out from Serenity Black there as they take an easy retake on that A site, already having great control. And unfortunately, Puggy Nerds never really fully clearing things out for themselves, so it's a pretty straightforward process for the whole team to leap right back in. And while yes, the spike does go down, no one else on the defending side does not do any major economical losses as a result of allowing that to go through. In the form of players on the site have died out here. Big lead up on the board now for Serenity Black at 7-1. Things are looking a bit rough, specifically on this map for the Puggy Nerds. I will say, though, that their third map is a choice from them specifically. There might be hope for redemption yet if things continue to go downstream here. However, also still plenty of rounds left in this map where we could potentially see a rebound from the Puggy Nerds. Neon, though, has full confidence in his own aggression at this point. He'll pop his way down and take the control there. He knows that Puggy Nerds have mainly gone for Garage and subsequently are trying to get B control now. But once more, the initial fights all going the way of Serenity. Nick with 2, Adder and Dubbin with 1, and Aiko finishes things off as a second flawless in a row goes on the board for Serenity Black.
Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, no, you can. It's all good.
I mean, it's just a little rough right now for Puggy Nerds.
Yeah.
They simply cannot win these opening engagements, my friend. That's really it at the end of the day. You know, they have a couple of odds and ends buys there. They have, like, I believe we saw a Spectre and a couple other things come in there. But either way, Puggy Nerds simply cannot find these early picks that Serenity Black are obviously presenting, because that's Haven at the end of the day. You have to play spread on these sites. So Puggy Nerds simply needs to find their groove on this map. As of right now, they've been playing a lot of default. They're going to be doing it yet again, and well, they're going to meet very similar fates. I mean, Wolfen's going to spray down a panel, but what's on the other end of that panel is not exactly exciting or palatable for the offense. It's an Odin, and it does so much damage through those wooden doors with these high penetration rounds. Neon will be able to use the shorty here to actually end up getting rid of one of those cameras at the back of the actual window. He'll take down Neon as well as he updrafts to the mid of B.
Unfortunately, going to jump up too high there, going down, but at the end of the day, you see Venom line himself up for a potential swing into the B site. Puggy Nerds, like I said during the break, Puggy Nerds have found actually quite a bit of success at minimum with getting the plant down here. It's the post plants. And once again, things have started to look a little bit dire for them. This is probably the most promising round we've had in a while, though, for the Puggy Nerds. So hopes on that this goes off well and go too badly as they work their way into the site. Snowy gets the first execute. Nick does find a trade in the process, but Unoya now fends off the first player trying to wrap in from the side turn. He's leaving it into a 2v, now 1v3 with Snowy's most recent pickup. He's got the operator in hand now. He's going to be able to take down his third player in this round with it. Nick has been spotted out. They know he's going to be coming over here from the A-Link side. Try to find some way to validate himself back and throws off the fake Nebula to give him the smoke cover he needs. That works to draw Snowy out, but now he needs the other two, and time is starting to grow lower. He's also lost the last Nebula he has blocking off the B main access. Thinks it's coming from the window as well, which could be his own fatal mistake. Droppin gets the drop onto him to finish things off, and finally, after so many in a row, Puggy Nerds get a second round.
Finally, something able to give here for the Puggy Nerds, and they'll get away with that one, but still a long road ahead of them. They really want to try and pick up these next 2 rounds and at least get something going on this offensive side, because once Serenity Black switches sides, this is probably where a lot of the issues are going to start to present themselves. They've already had a lot of issues with trying to secure these opening picks. This last round a little bit different from the ones we'd been seeing prior, but still, it still remains the same. I mean, Serenity just has so much money, and yet another pick going to come here from Dubbin. And this is simply just dry firing through the door, John. There's no extra sauce to it at all. No recon bolt, no nothing. Simply spray the Odin through and try and get some kills. They're going to add on to it with the Hunter's Fury as well. And Dubbin's going to get 2. And let's just be honest, unless Droppin or obviously the Jet of Puggy Nerds can get something done here, I mean, there's really nothing that they can do at the end of the day. Serenity Black have so many bodies and still so much utility at their disposal. It's going to be difficult to even try and get this spike and get the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, once again, I know we've been hammering this point home to the death of it, but the initial fights just constantly going the way of Serenity Black, and more importantly, the important trades this time going their ways. Although they lose their Sky, that's of relatively little consequence to their overall situation right now. The only real downside of the current situation is that because it's been so long with just relative inaction from the Puggy Nerds, Serenity Black doesn't know exactly where the execute is going to come from, so they have had to split this up in a 2-1-1 setup. Their overall site play is going to be a
30
little bit
seconds
weaker.
left.
The fortunate part of this setup is that they're about to walk where they have the two-player setup going toward. Now, they could split this and go B here, but they are ultimately trapping themselves by going this direction here. Going to get a B play instead. The shock dart, I believe, sneaks damage off onto both of them right here. And now Nick's going to try to just defend this outright as he goes for the kills on the two of them, or at minimum
10
tries to
seconds
waste
left.
out the last 10.5 seconds
One
on the
enemy
clock there.
remaining.
Dropping, does get one to pick up, but now he's lost his teammate and he'll lose himself a moment later too. Nick, the only B player on site, manages both of them and secures a 9th round for
Last
Serenity
round
Black.
before the switch.
Not too worried about it for Serenity here, and that's going to be 9-2, as you said. Oh,
Spike
man.
down mid.
Beautifully done from Dubbin on that run with that Hunter's Fury. Big pickup there from him, but it's been Dubbin and Nick the entire time here, especially when it comes to these B-site plays. Nick has been able to shut this down time and time again, but we've seen a lot of his impact across the entirety of the board. Dubbin really starting to have a pretty high octane game here, especially in the opening moments of these rounds. These last two rounds especially, able to find the pick early through Garage here, but this is not looking like the same round, at least for this one. Adder will get read out early here from the recon bolt as it looks like a full-on assault here for A.
Watch it, find it.
See, they're trying to move in here, and of course, Adder committing fully to the spray, but actually not coming out with much from that. Venom and the rest of the team also looking for their own ways in, especially with the Cosmic Divide down, though. It's going to create just a three-way slice for these players to fight over. And at the moment, Serenity Black are winning it. Now they're going to try to get aggressive, and that'll be a mistake. Nick goes down to drop it as he moves into enemy territory. Dubin, Neon, and Ico, though, immediately answer back as the attackers try to cross the threshold once again and immediately learn their
Switching
lesson for doing so. 10-2 scoreline is what we get, very much so in the favor of Serenity Black.
Well, what a half there for Serenity Black. The defensive standpoint here. I mean, just not even a lot of death to really talk about across the board. Even the rounds that Puggy Nerds did get, they weren't exactly the most convincing. They weren't steamrolling Serenity Black in a way where it's like, okay, maybe they can fight back in a certain sense. This pistol is going to mean quite a bit for Puggy Nerds' future because we could see our third map very, very quick here.
And we'll see if the Puggy Nerds will have any hope of rebounding this at all. This is arguably the more difficult side of this map, but interestingly enough, we've seen so far teams win the kind of opposite of what we expected in that situation here. As we have Icebox, both of the defensive side have more rounds there, and so far the attacking side has more rounds on this one, but that's a little bit more in line, I suppose, here. It's a comment. Sorry, the defending side has more rounds.
Spike planted.
Either way, Neon's going to move in here, get himself the plant, and things are looking good for Serenity Black as they trade out the first loss they took of their Sova, taking down the Reyna for Puggy Nerds here right now. Robin, the rest of the Puggy Nerds trying to work their way back in for the quick retake. Finding some issues getting onto the spike, though, due to this cutoff from the Nebula here, and the bullets coming very close to it. Adder will be able to trade out the loss of Ico as the two of them push Snowy together. Take Snowy down. Wetly.
One enemy
Got Adder
remaining.
moving back in also to make sure that this gets locked down, and they'll ensure that. Nick gets the final kill here. 11 rounds already on the board for Serenity Black. Just 2 needed now to shut down the map. With the pistol advantage, those 2 additional rounds should not be too much of an extra task.
No, not at all. I mean, for Serenity Black, this is very straightforward. And for Puggy Nerds, this is going to be a buy round, whether they like it or not. So we'll see what they can possibly do on this makeshift thrifty here. As Serenity Black will have some extra odds and ends at their disposal, as well as some better shields. But outside of that, it's going to be down to the skill of these players to try and get themselves through this and keep Haven alive here at the end of the day.
Venom trying to go for some headshot pops, unfortunately has to give himself away in order to do that. Nike will take him down. Unoya, though, will be much better suited for the task, apparently, as he finds quick work against Neon. The Trailblazer, I believe, is going to connect onto Unoya and hold him back. We are going to see the pull come out from the Astra as well, but it's not going to have the plant. They'll just accept their fate on the pull and plant it in the middle of it. So we'll be in an exposed position. Too much of an issue for Serenity Black. They've got a great amount of site control, but they could potentially lose that here now, as they're going to see Ico get pressured. He had a shotgun in hand, too, so should have been able to win that fight, but the headshot in for Snowy, just that much better. Now jumping onto the diffuser, or at least tapping it to start with. They'll begin flooding out the utility here for Serenity Black as they are down a player and trying to maintain the same as the pistol round, though. They've got a lot to throw at the spike to make sure that it stays under their control, but dropping, still stuck onto it. There's the shock dart. They see the defuse attempt. A lot of kills rolling out here for Serenity Black, and ultimately it's left to Unoya, who trades out onto Adder, but can no longer maintain as he's alone, and Dubbin will finish things off, putting a 12th round on the board for Serenity Black.
Yeah, this is a huge difference between Haven and Icebox. Serenity Black well on their way to taking this. And obviously, Puggy Nerds, they are forced into a buy situation yet again here, folks. Just because they lost doesn't mean that they're going to stick to classics. They have to get some weapons on board, and hopefully they can try and take this round away from Serenity Black and keep their hopes alive. Just to push this to overtime, they need 10 rounds in a row, and that's a pretty tall task for them, especially given the weapons and the way that Haven usually ends up playing out. Lots of long engagements here they could possibly end up taking. And have the Jet here, Snowy, on the possible receiving end of the offense here as they're bullying their way down long very, very quickly. They've read him out as well, trying to move forward with the Judge. He's finally able to find some space, but oh no, the Judge not able to get it done in the way that they thought that it would. And now this Recon Bolt finding so many members on the back end of the site, but Serenity Black is actually worse for wear than Puggy Nerds is. They get two big pickups here, especially onto Neon. Great job from them. Venom can't land his shots onto Nick though, and this might be a free Phantom that's now dropped inside of grass.
Nick's going to be cautious about it. However, he knows there could still potentially be someone else trying to play in here and looking for that trade, so uses quite a bit of his utility to ensure that that does not go away, even bringing on a second star and then pulling it back with the fake Nebula there to make sure that he's going to be able to keep himself in good control of the situation. Unoya keeping his own accuracy in good shape here, shuts down the push from Nick through middle, leaves Aiko only with one other teammate to play for between him and the Sova. Going to be Dubbin helping out with that. They've lost the spike control now, though. That's the big issue, so they will be forced into going for a B play. Actually quite surprised the Cypher from Puggy Nerds is still on C, but that's starting to shift now. We'll move back over there, reassert that control. We'll get intel on the one side of this hold here. The shock dart to follow it up there. That'll take down Unoya. Leaves only Wolfen in this corner of the site to play it out. The rotate has arrived from the Cypher, but they know where the play is going to be. However, Droppin still manages it better. And more importantly, the Puggy Nerds hold on for at least one more round by clutching that one out.
Very well done from Droppin there. Takes down the opponent that's looking at him. Able to get that transfer as well. So staying alive inside of this one, but it's a long road ahead of them. So don't get your hopes up just yet. We need to see them continually crush Serenity Black, especially inside of their economy, to make this even palatable for them for the future. Puggy Nerds, though, they'll have some weapons going into this one, and also Snowy 1 point away from having their ult point, so having this soon enough, and more than likely a Blade Storm to ensue.
Neon already pushing himself forward a bit prematurely, actually, and that's going to allow for Wolfen to activate the pool and now get in the face of Neon and take him down. Once more, the Puggy Nerds finally reversing their fate, controlling a lot more of these early round situations, and just like Icebox, it's Serenity Black dealing with very, very same problems in the second half. Snowy just ripping him to shreds with the Blade Storm here. 2 kills coming out of nowhere, leaves only Nick alive, and Nick's got a player pushing him on his backside right now. Actually gives the call out, but it doesn't matter as he counters Snowy. Quickly goes down to drop it after that, though. And it's a fast round in favor. Nearly a flawless in the loss of the Jet.
All right, well, Puggy Nerds able to get one more on the board here, but not before Serenity Black are back onto their weapons here. And this is where things can be problematic for Puggy Nerds. Serenity Black able to equalize in that regard, but obviously can't do too much about it since they have saved the previous round. So now it's down to Puggy Nerds to try and win this trial by fire, because that's what it's going to be throughout the entirety of the rest of this map. They cannot drop a singular round. Any of these mistakes could mean the entire map. Snowy will end up getting marked out. Almost had the frag there on Neon, but now starting to get tagged up. Hunter's Fury out now, and Snowy trying to avoid it the best that he can, but now before Wolfen actually ends up getting taken down on the site. Snowy's going to get taken down. He got chased all the way back to Defender's spawn here, and this is starting to fall to pieces here for Puggy Nerds.
Seems to have taken him a few rounds to get the job done, but unless Droppin as a team can bring some heroics back into the fold here, this may be the bitter end, at least on this map for the Puggy Nerds. Adder with 2, Droppin trying to maintain, but it's too much against him far too quickly. So in massive contrast to what we saw on Icebox, Serenity Black will quickly trade out the maps at 13-4 being the final scoreline. That will also tie the series up now at 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, a heck of a game from them, but just a very poor performance from Puggy Nerds overall. Haven, definitely not their map choice, and you could definitely tell from that, but Serenity Black, in all means of the phrase, they were in control the entire time. I mean, there was nothing that they could really do to try and take it to them, especially in Nick's regard. I mean, he was just a catalyst for battle across the entirety of this map, time and time again, able to win out his engagements as well. So, I mean, beautifully done from Serenity Black. I really have no complaints about their Haven in the slightest. Just taking it to Puggy Nerds at the end of the day.
Just far too many rounds there where we see Serenity Black pretty much win the round right from the outset of it, with those first couple of duels going their way, never really leaving much room for the Puggy Nerds to really battle it back. And that extended to some extent into the second half as well, where we saw them take on the defensive mantle. Either way now, they're up against the wall here trying to save their tournament lives, at least as far as the upper bracket is concerned. And we'll see if they can do so right after this break. We got the third map of this series coming up and a winner soon to follow. Back again, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to hop into map number 3 here between Serenity Black as well as the Puggy Nerds. Puggy Nerds with some great results on map number 1 for Icebox, taking things 13-11, but faltering in a serious way here on Haven for their opponent's choice in map number 2 as they drop it 4-13. We're heading to our final map now, which is going to be the last pick coming out from the Puggy Nerds. We'll see if them having the choice will make a serious difference at all, as we'll be heading into our last map of Bind.
I mean, with Bind on the docket, does that also mean that we get a Yoru? Because that would make me so very happy. I mean, we've seen some abuse of the teleporters with him as of late, but, you know, nothing crazy that's been like meta setting or anything where we see him time and time again. We're ready for Bind, though, folks, as we'll be heading in between Serenity Black and Puggy Nerds. But obviously, we got to get through Agent Select first. So let's see what they want to bring to the table, as Serenity Black will be started off on defense and Puggy Nerds will be starting off on offense.
What do you think? I would think we would potentially catch that on a sorry, I lost my train of thought. As we move back into this matchup, though, I'll take a look at the agent lineups and see what exactly these two teams are going to be bringing to the table. Oh, sorry, we're talking about the Yoru. If anything, we would see that more likely probably on Serenity Black side, but I don't think we're going to get it because they seem pretty well convinced of the potential benefits of their duelist comp. However, I say that, but Neon's actually switched over, and he's going to bring just the Rays into the fold for this one. Snowy's going to keep the Jet. However, at the end of the day, Neon will be ditching it, feeling that the Rays is going to be better suited for the environments of Bind, which is an interesting choice at the end of the day.
Yeah, also seems as though we possibly had a switch up here on Puggy Nerds. Am I saying this correctly? Like player-wise? I think Vogue was definitely not here before. So
yeah.
Wolfen out, Vogue in, question mark?
Looks like it. I believe they are allowed to do that, so that is perfectly fine. And so I believe they made a substitute then, bringing Vogue into the fold. Vogue, I believe, still kind of just swapping out the role, though, as he'll be also on the smokes for this map, like a trolling role, similarly to Wolfen in the previous 2 maps. So nothing going to be changing up in that department for any of the other players on this map. And the same thing over on Serenity Black, everything's staying the same. They'll keep a single duelist composition. They will move away from the Jet to bring Neon into the fold, but everybody else will be still on their normal roles. Away from that, though, here we go, folks, into the map. Bind will be the decider for this series. We'll see if the swap out bringing Vogue in for Wolfen will make the serious difference and allow the Puggy Nerds to progress forward into the bracket for next weekend. Important to note, however, that in the event that they drop this, neither of our teams are going to be out of the running just as of yet. They will go down to the lower bracket where they will face off against N4D off stream, I do believe, to potentially still qualify as well.
All right, folks. Well, Bind starts now in between these two, and obviously Puggy Nerds starting things out on the offense. So we'll see if they can set pace going forward here, and if the swap out of Wolfen for Vogue on this map will be the big difference maker to finally get them past Serenity Black here.
Well, here we go into it fairly quickly, folks. We're going to be seeing the aggression from the Puggy Nerds probably boil out onto B fairly quickly, judging from the lineup that we do have for them. Serenity Black, in the meantime, is going to be stacking in that direction, too, with 3 players ready to fend off this B play. Let's see if it will be enough. But more importantly, if Serenity Black will get the early read on this intel, it seems like it's something that could boil out pretty quickly. Undisturbed. A bit of a boombot duel there in mid, but continue to move forward. However, we will see Hookah get blocked off by the ice wall here. So easy forward here. Paint Shell's going out as well, and Venom catches the hop up from Adder, so it's going to be the Puggy Nerds that get the early advantage here. Still seeing plenty of players try to get aggressive in the face of this executor. And at the moment, paying the price for it, but Neon starts to bring things back under their control. Quickly loses it, though, due to the quick thinking of Snowy getting up on the box and catching these players. Now we've got the air rotates coming in. They're coming in for an aggressive retake here before the plant even goes down. The spike will now rotate back over to A. The members of Serenity Black do realize as we have at least Nick rotating over. And in a moment, we'll see the Viper do the same.
I don't want to start getting this spike down for Puggy Nerds. And this has been the best round we've seen from them, especially the opener here throughout the entirety of this best of 3 thus far. So gotta be happy about that, as switch-ups already starting to seemingly work out. Great control here as well for this post plant. Gonna be making it difficult for Serenity Black to actually come back into this. What are they gonna prioritize, though? Seems like they want to double stack and go for U-Haul. That's more than likely the best play here, especially with the classics. Inside close range, but Venom smart. It's going to back it off. Nick will be able to eventually refrag, though. things much more difficult for himself inside of this one. Not ready for Unoya, more than likely behind him. He just needs to step out here, but it's actually going to be off of timer. And instead, it's going to be Snowy to get the frag. Instead, Unoya just not simply stepping up to the plate, wants to play out his life instead, which honestly, a good thing. No spike tap there, so didn't really have to overextend himself. And that's going to give Puggy Nerds the very first round.
So the Puggy Nerds will get themselves started on the right foot this time around, taking control of that initial pistol and giving them a huge advantage to play off of here going into the following couple of rounds. Not looking like we're going to see any type of aggressive response there from Serenity Black. Serenity trying their best in that pistol round to rotate around and more probably get in the face of the Puggy Nerds assault, but the problem is they do it almost too aggressively here as we see that first kill immediately go by the way of the Puggy Nerds trying to jump over their own ice wall, Serenity Black's ice wall. And obviously get in the way of them. That did not pan out. Puggy Nerds read into that and totally tear apart the B setup from there. That continues later on in the round, and apparently it's continuing into the second round here too. We see Dubbin trying to make a play outside from Garden there, and oh, that nice little flick around there as he finishes off Chewy. Great job from him, but look at how quickly it's getting re-cleaned up here by the Puggy Nerds as they find 3 kills in quick succession.
Remaining.
A fourth going to come out now from Vog, and the fifth not too far behind at that.
Very well done here from Puggy Nerds, cleaning up the mess, got the brooms out and sweeping that one under the rug. So 2 rounds for them, but as we all know, that third round is where everything truly starts to matter. This is where things start to weigh into whatever favor ended up losing those first 2 initial rounds. In this sense here, at least here for this bind, it's going to be Serenity Black on the defense. They'll get some weaponry up and onto the board, but as you can see across the field here, looking at Puggy Nerds, obviously not the same. Spectres across the board here. Heavy shields for 3 of them. We'll actually make it 4 for Unoya as well, but he's got a Phantom instead. We're going to have a light buy here for Snowy as well. Simply trying to see if we can get any more economy built up. He really wants to try and get an op past this, and honestly, if he gets any extra frags, this is definitely going to be a Blade Storm extremely soon.
Both Page Shells will roll out to try and keep Hookah at a neutral zone. It will work out to some extent. Neon's aggressive play, though, only leads to a 1-for-1. Unoya now looking for the opportunity to potentially trade this back. Hesitation, though, allows for a shock dart to go in, but I think it actually missed both players in that situation. So Dubin getting a little bit unlucky there with his shock dart placement as he's so close, but apparently so far from being able to successfully line those up. Nebula will go down, though, blocking off the Hookah access, so that will delay the play from the Puggy Nerds for now. And they will potentially even start to look at other options there. Astra, for instance, going into showers right now to see if an A hit is going to be in the cards in any sense.
All right, well, Dubbin, rest of Serenity Black finally firing back inside of this round, but to be expected here. Doesn't mean Puggy Nerds are out of it just yet. Spike starting to rotate towards the A site,
left.
but has to be aware of Aiko. Going to be right outside of U-Haul here. Vog's not going to check it, though, and more than likely is calling site clear, and this is where problems are going to ensue. It's a freebie for Aiko, as Vog, you got to check the entirety of the site. Unfortunately enough for him, he more than likely is going to lose his life as well, but he's prepared for it. Gets a dink off rip. That'll send Aiko's crosshairs sky high and make it extremely difficult for him to try and win that. Now Vog trying his best to win this out, and Adder with the amazing movement there, honestly. Able to get the jiggle as well as the classic pop of the noggin onto the Puggy Nerds, and Serenity Black with their very first round.
Yeah, unfortunately, there as we come down to those final couple seconds, even if that kill went off successfully, wouldn't have been enough time left for the Puggy Nerds to get the plant anyway. Already a lost round regardless. So there's the quick recovery coming in on the 2-1 scoreline as we hit that score yet again for Serenity Black. But just like I've asked it the previous 2 times, we now need to see just a passing fad, or is it a true rebound here now from our defenders, as they will be at an economical disadvantage with the reinvestment coming in full strength from the Puggy Nerds, and also a lot of aggression boiling out right towards B, as we've already seen on quite a few of these rounds.
Nerds trying to dedicate things towards the B site. Hookah, though, going to be difficult to try and crack right now, although Venom simply just tapping through the Nebula deals some serious damage to Neon, ended up taking him down, trying to transition out of Hookah. But now all of the utilities starting to come into play. Venom will pop off with the Hunter's Fury here, but not able to secure any frags, just taps a few people up. But even then, able to stave off quite a bit of this aggression. But now before Snowy finally dashes too, he'll be able to get one. Adder and Dubbin trying to fight back, but they're quickly eviscerated from the defense. It's all up to Aiko to try and win this out now, and Droppin has to know that he's close by. He's going to swing and the pre-fire as well. He'll remove the head of Aiko, and they'll be able to start stacking these rounds.
Huge plays from Snowy on the top box there in the mid site. Takes out pretty much all the key players that rotated in from Serenity Black that could have potentially caused a loss of that round. More importantly, deals with the player inside of the pipe that they had problems knocking out as well. That could have killed the front side setup that was going to go for the plan eventually there. So really great work to make sure that Snowy takes care of all the important kills in that situation, and the rest of the team pushing onto the site can focus on their business as usual, just fending off any aggressive swings from the elbow or hookah there, which were the areas they had to maintain. Serenity Black now on the back foot yet again, as they do unfortunately immediately drop that volley of rounds after they pick up just one for themselves. Puggy Nerds very much in control at the moment here, especially from an economical sense, but as you can see here, they're going to try to get in the faces of the Puggy Nerds to try and make up for that, and unfortunately they go the wrong way about it. The stacks have been over here towards Fountain instead of over in the market, so they'll sneak right by them out onto the B site and get a clean plant.
Spike planted.
Oh, beautiful shot here from Yunoya as well to box out the entirety of this defense. But they'll overwhelm Garden to simply try and get some upgraded weapons here, but it's not going to happen the way that they want it to. Instead, the Nerds immediately full stop this aggression up long here. Just make it very difficult for them going forward. Snowy, will be able to clean things up after getting out of that gravity well, but not before Neon can spring too and ends up getting a run of his own. Could possibly win this out if he does indeed have the time. It's going to go for the fake flash here, but more than likely not prepare for Yunoya on top of the box, and that's exactly how it's going to break down. Yunoya with a quick kill, and he'll get out, but doesn't really need to run away too quickly, as the spike will not be blowing up inside of this post time. Very well done from Puggy Nerds there, especially on their B execute, as they simply overwhelm Serenity Black, who did not have the weapons to play.
The Puggy Nerds will continue to maintain that advantage, but, however, we reach the pivotal point of the round where both teams finally have full investments on the table here now, so the first true gun round going to be coming out on round number 6 for Serenity Black and the Puggy Nerds. Let's see once more. That rebound buy from them allowed them to pick up their first round. However, that was when the Puggy Nerds had lackluster gun power, so a bit of a difference going to come into play there. On top of that, obviously the Puggy Nerds have a lot of tape here just from the previous 5 rounds about how Serenity Black tends to play this. So surprising out these opponents with an aggressive swing on the defense is not going to be such an easy job. A lot of good intel coming out from Dubbin, though, as he goes all the way to the bottom of Fountain. We'll see nothing, so more than likely a safe call going to be given out for the B site, at least in that direction. Adder will spot or hear a little bit of something on the other side of the Sage Wall, however. So still being cautious for potential play from there. Real action, of course, as we all know from the minimap, is happening over here in mid. Great Boombot sneaks out, actually gets a good amount of damage onto Snowy and forces him further into market. Where it actually looks like we're going to see a commitment of a rotate, at least in part towards B. Seems like it's going to be the full thing.
Oh, Adder in a lot of trouble at Recon Bolt. Always so much information here. Also doesn't have a wall either, so cannot get the heck out of dodge. We'll have to try and cross as this Cloudburst goes down, but the entirety of Puggy Nerds simply spam the smoke, waiting for him to make his move. What a shot there from Dubbin. I actually thought it was Neon there for a split second, but it's not. Neon will add on later instead with his showstopper and put a full stop to what is going on with this Puggy Nerds offense. Very well done from Serenity Black to get this rotation in early enough to slow up the Puggy Nerds. This is looking like they'll finally have a chance to come back.
A big pickup for them on the inside of that round. Great usage specifically of the Viper line to be able to block off the insight players and then allow for the showstopper to go off without interruption from the garden hold, as those 2 players are left on their lonesome with no viable response to the situation that's put before them there. Serenity Black, a good footing to try and come back once again at 2-4. And we'll start causing some issues over on the Puggy Nerds side of things here as well. We can see dropping him to go down to a Spectre. Snowy going to be sacrificing in a big way since he usually picks up or buys the Operator on a round-to-round basis. So that is going to have to go to a pistol as far as we're seeing right now. And it doesn't look like it got upgraded at any point as the knives are available. So that's going to be the primary weapon for Snowy on the outset of this round.
Well, easy going for Puggy Nerds early here. No proper aggression coming out just yet, but as soon as I say that, they're starting to deal with this hookah position that Adder has procured for himself. Ice wall up, and they'll be able to destroy Neon. Gonna go for a telly as well through the mid telly, finds 2 big kills, and now Nick with one of his own. Venom finally able to fire back for the offense, but it doesn't look like it's going to be all that much at the end of the day. He's off on an island in comparison to his teammate here, who's currently sitting out the other end of short on A. So as of right now, dead in the water is this offense. Serenity Black simply need to just play these crosses and see where these members want to try and work the map now. Don't want to try and get too far separated here. Venom kept his positioning yet again, although they did already know that he was on long, so well aware that he's in the area.
Venom will begin to loop back around over up to the site here while he waits for Killjoy to regroup with him. Making all the way up to
30
Guardian. I
seconds
believe
left.
fully out onto the site before he faces any resistance. The Killjoy not going to have so much freedom, though, and Dropping can hear that more than likely. The doors of the teleporter open and closing. Venom is going to need to come in here and assist. Adder, seemingly
Last
aware that
player
there could be a
standing.
flank out here and catches it. Venom goes down. Dropping going to be the only proponent left for our attacking side, and immediately is getting
10
blockaded as they
seconds
know
left.
what the plan is. They've read into it perfectly and are just going to completely swarm Dropping here to prevent him from being able to do anything. Still trades out one, but it is of minimal consequence to the overall scheme of things at the end of the day. Serenity Black still secures their third round and is well on the path towards a comeback.
Okay, well, Serenity Black finally getting some things on deck here. And as you said, well on their way to tying things up. And this round more than likely going to be the one to seal that deal. Sheriffs across the board for Puggy Nerds here, and a light buy when it comes to the shields as well. They'll be looking forward for their economy, although their ults are very well stacked. But you could say the same thing about Serenity Black. Looks like Puggy Nerds really wants to prioritize this hookah play yet again here. But this time around, Adder going to put the wall out and actually into sand instead of playing it inside of hookah. They'll have to pop that. That's going to give up quite a bit of intel earlier on as to what Puggy Nerds want to do immediately with the map. It's going to take quite a bit of damage from that sheriff shot from Venom as well through the wall, but at the end of the day, not going to mean all that much. Still in an entire utility onslaught coming towards the offense inside of hookah that'll end up losing a life for them.
Utility overload going into hookah there, as we were talking about as well, to completely fend off any attempt from the Puggy Nerds to get back into that position. Some success over here at A mid to allow the Puggy Nerds through here. Finally pushing Aiko back as he's far too low to continue fighting out in the open at 34 HP. Tries to take a headshot angle instead and at close enough range to do it with the Phantom. Venom, though, still keeping an eye on the options over here towards the B site. I've got a feeling the team's going to turn around, but maybe not. Adder hears all these footsteps. He knows what's coming, and even worse, Vogue and Unoya try to challenge it with the Ice Orb on the ground here. Adder's only got one challenger left. No orb to deal with this time, so Droppin's got better odds, but still doesn't go that way as Adder just cleans up shop here, gets the ace against Puggy Nerds.
Well, Serenity Black tying things up here with the ace, so very well done, and more than likely going to continue to be a positive boon for them going forward. Heads held high and ready to try and win out this last map. They've equalized as, well, now it's an equal playing field in between the two. Obviously, Venom and the rest of the boys losing their lives early on inside of that one made it very, very straightforward for them, but outside of that, it was just Adder doing what Adder does best. Now down to this round, though, where Puggy Nerds will finally have some weapons back at their disposal. Echo moves up to get some sort of insight as to what's going on, but it's just going to be the Viper's Pit down early, and he's actually not even going to play it. Abandons hope very early on here, so it's going to cause quite the decay to the offense currently, but going to go down soon. Neon simply tosses an 8 in. He'll be able to bag Snowy, who is trying to progress through, but as we were talking about before with that decay, all it does is deal quite a bit of damage to you over time. When you walk out, you get your HP back, but as long as you're in there, it'll knock you down to 1 HP, and anything can possibly get you that kill at the end of the day. Venom will be able to trade it out on the other side, though, so B might be more promising currently for this offense.
So obviously things such as the turrets going down into there as well. It's going to get peeled back. That doesn't work, obviously, as proficiently footing. Attackers in this specific area. Defenders doing a lot. Same. Defenders are actually going to bring their 5th player back. Unfortunately, they're going to lose him. Let's see. Venom, good adjustment. Just a little bit off the mark there. Dubbin making his own adjustments. So Serenity Black will be able to maintain their Sova pickup here after the resurrection goes off. It will ultimately be the Viper, or excuse me, not the Vipers, the Hunter's Fury coming out
30
from
seconds left.
the Sova over on the Puggy Nerds that ultimately gets wasted for the most part here, save for the one charge that does successfully connect on the Serenity Black Sova.
All right, well, Puggy Nerds losing that early, but now very minimal time for them to get anything done here. They'll shoot out. The Showstopper will trade
10
Noya
seconds
out
left.
for Adder. Vog will add on as well, but Vog might be running into some problems now. He's simply just not going to shoot
down
back,
B.
and Aiko will get the kill. That's a spike down and no real opportunity for the last offender to try and get anything done here. Droppin's been locked inside of the tube, and they don't even know where he is at the end of the day. A random shot's actually going to end up dinking him. Oh, Nick! He heard the dink. He 100% heard the dink inside of the actual tube and found him in there. That's so unfortunate for Puggy Nerds.
Puggy Nerds thought they were going to have something carried over into this round. At minimum, they do get the def bonus, but at the end of the day, still going to be a scrap by here where it could have been a Phantom. 4 Sheriffs, a single Spectre on Venom. Save for that, nothing being brought to the table here for the Puggy Nerds, and I would seriously doubt any major utility purchases are going to be there. Save for the more cheaper ones, you can see, such as Snowy on the Jet. Taking a look now, the defenders know this as well, so they're going to start to get aggressive. Neon has the lineup. He nearly gets recon there, which would change his play. Now he's going to get boosted up. Boost actually allowing him to take out the Aldrone. Yes, but moving his aim away from his teammates there. Has to leap back over to the other side as they severely underestimate the number of players that were coming this way. Thankfully, it's under control for the time being. The Ice Wall is still partially blocking the path. On top of as well as Boombot getting in the way now and is going to mess with their capability to try to push forward for at least a few seconds. What a response there from Droppin, though. Thought for sure Neon had the drop on him, but no, not the case. Droppin trades out, and more importantly, drops the operator, puts it into the hands of Dubbin instead here, and also evens us back out into a 4 versus 4.
Out of charges.
Well, as soon as this ice wall breaks, this is when things are going to get quite interesting. Minute remaining. Still have the opportunity to back out if they want to, but definitely not. It's up to Adder in the shooting gallery that he's been able to find for himself. Everyone trying to come out of guard, but pretty easy peasy for Adder at the end of the day. 1 magazine, 4 kills, and, well, 15 to his name now. Serenity Black go up by 2.
Serenity Black now convincingly in control of this situation here after struggling to get their footing on the ground, eventually coming back at a 2-4 scoreline, and Kenman Adder just tearing it up here as we've been seeing time and time again here. It's now 5 rounds in a row for Serenity Black, and it's yet to stop here, but the Puggy Nerds have a big buy coming up here. We're going to see if they can potentially make the difference up and try to keep this scoreline more palatable. We only have 2 rounds left in this half, 2 rounds left. Puggy Nerds to make their impact on this attacking side, and they start this by launching their 2 entries into the site here. Goes okay as they lose 1, but they also find a trade for it now as Venom takes down Adder. Has been a huge contribution to the squad. Nick, as well as Unoya, will trade out between each other. Leaving us with a 3v3. Neon puts the difference in favor and in big favor of the defenders here with 2 back-to-back up picks. Leaving only the Sova for the attackers alive here on the Puggy Nerds. Venom's going to fall back. Try to play this to a different position. Hope that someone continues to push out from showers and that can convert this down to a 1v2 before he goes back out through A mid, but it's not happening. It's too advanced of a read, so he is going to have to try and go back down the alleyway into the site, but ultimately just into the crosshairs of Neon's operator, who shuts this one out and secures a 7-4 scoreline as we get ready to head into the last round of the half.
Well, Serenity Black, it looked very bleak early on this half, but ever since then, Adder and Neon have stepped up to the plate, which is just kind of strange to say at the end of the day because we saw Aiko doing so much with Neon in our previous maps, but obviously a different position being played from him now is much more impactful in the utility department than the frag department here. 10 assists coming in for Aiko on the Viper as they look to seal out this last map or this last round here on this map. Neon gonna get boosted up, use that ice wall, not able to hit his shot, he chooses to back off instead. No one's gonna grab the ult point either, just doing their best to try and get that pick on long, just did not work out.
Neon ready for the next challenge here to potentially swing through the wall. Recon darts in. He's going to hope a teammate will manage that. The first wave of it will make its way out, but Adder, elsewhere on the map, still able to find impact here, specifically against Vogue. It's inside of Hookah, and he doesn't stop there. Down Snowy. That's going to be the spike going down in the Jet's hands as well. We'll also see the Viper rotate over as Aiko will assist with this here, adding himself to the mix on the other side. Full committing to the spray to allow for Adder and Dubbin to swing. It works out, and an 8th round goes on the board to end the half for Serenity Black.
Yeah, no, that was some serious team play. I love that you caught that as well. He just continues to spray pad, and he's like, hey, if I tag him and kill him, that's great. But my teammates also get to swing as well. So perfectly done from Serenity Black there inside of Sand. So going forward, though, going to be switching sides here. Serenity Black on offense, Puggy Nerds on defense, and we'll have to see what they're able to possibly muster. I mean, the biggest thing for me looking at the Puggy Nerds lineup is that we really didn't see anything on their offense that was convincing, especially inside of the ult department. We didn't see any great lockdowns. We didn't see any, divides coming up that were, very positive. There was just not too much happening in that way. So very unfortunate for them because especially both of those ults having such a large impact if implemented correctly.
Oh, here we go into the second half now. A very important round, needless to say, for the Puggy Nerds in a 4-round deficit here. Going to see some early success, specifically against the Rays, as she's brought down quite low, getting hit by the initial 8 shells charged. At the same time, though, they believe based on that it's going to be a B hit, and they are correct. There is a split working its way onto A through main mid there as well. So potentially see that play change up, and it looks like, in fact, it is, but the spike is going for a long rotate all the way through the normal avenue instead of hopping in the portal when it was next to Sova. So it's going to take a couple seconds to get near the site. Thankfully, it is only the pistol, so they don't have to worry too much about superior gun power floating over to them, but they might have to worry about that. Venom inside of his opponent's smoke, taking down Ico and eliminating the Viper. Nick nearly trading it, but the right click doesn't do the full damage necessary. Rest of the team has to come in here to flood Nick back out. Spot out. Nick there. Venom doing the damage position there. Neon going to be able to successfully take him down as 2 other players assist with that one. And overall, though, with the plant going down, Buggy Nerds now need to force their way back in here. They're all trying to fight it from lamps. It's an incredibly tense hold here from the attack, but it's working as Dubin still has the cutoff from out in mid. Just needs to delay in this 1v1 now or find the kill outright. It's Bog, the new stand-in, going for it, and he clutches it out here with his 3rd kill on the pistol. Buggy Nerds will sustain as they get their fifth at the start of the second half.
That's exactly what they needed, a positive thing going on early on in this defensive half to start them off. Definitely don't want to be starting off on the back foot, especially with how close Serenity Black is to already getting a handful of these rounds and being in striking distance of ending this best of 3 quite early here on this 3rd map, all things considered. But for Puggy Nerds, they'll be able to buy into this next round with some Spectres and some heavy shields. This one should be fairly straightforward, but we've seen crazier things in our time here, John, with Valorant. So still the possibility of things to go awry with this offense here from Serenity Black.
Let us find out if the Puggy Nerds will keep this run going. Second round shouldn't be too much of a task for them, as second round upsets have been pretty few and far between for the most part. But with that said, Serenity Black does have the slight investment coming in for their own regard here, so good chance as of yet. Venom wants to challenge the tower. Though down at 22 HP. Neon completes the run over, although taking quite a bit of damage from the follow-up there as the shock dart comes in from the grave. Snowy will be able to complete the trade. That will also fend off the second player deeper inside of Showers, despite the damage done to Snowy. A little bit too much pressure against them now. Second shock dart out. Dubbin knows that he committed to Showers with that, but Dubbin also realizes he'll still be at a disadvantage if he takes this gunfight. He'll make the smart choice, backs away as his teammates are now inside of Lamps, taking control of that for themselves and blocking off the sight line to the site here, the toxic line.
Things slowing down after Serenity Black has been able to take control of U-Haul, but they're going to lose Adder. He's an impactful player as of right now through the Viper lineup. Unfortunately enough for them, but Serenity Black still have this cove to work with here inside of U-Haul, and it doesn't seem like anyone wants to try and push this forward just yet. Still plenty of time to try and wait this out to see if anyone wants to try and do anything weird with their positioning currently. The Viper Wall is going to go back up for them as they start to try and find this plant, but you can see Inoya's positioning. He simply wants to try and spray through the wall. They're going to chase him down and actually be able to get both kills here, just not really respecting what the Classic can do inside of these close range engagements. That's going to be a spike for the offense as well, planted. So it's going to be some more money going into their back pocket at the end of the day, and the possibility to still win this round. Although Ico still with the Classic here. Nick will round off through Shower and come back through mid to be able to assist him on this pinch with that Spectre, and it's actually going to work out for them. This is completely unprecedented. Vog able to get one, and Nick with that Spectre that they were able to pick up, were able to change that out for a Phantom, and it's a thrifty for them. And it's exactly what I said before. Although the Classic isn't the greatest weapon in the game, it can still get the job done at the end of the day if something goes wrong enough for the defense.
The second round, traditionally always going to the winner of the first so far in our tournament here, finally converts the other direction. And it couldn't have been at a worse time. Serenity Black steals away the opening win that Puggy Nerds were trying to get for themselves and immediately puts them onto a full save going into the third round. We're going to see 2 shorty purchases by them since they're on defense. They can play to some cheeky angles here and try to get lucky with that, but other than that, won't be anything out here by our defenders to try to answer back to that previous round. In terms of aggression, we're not going to get anything from them either. So Serenity Black walks right in, gets that ultimate orb on the inside of Showers. This is not their intended destination looking at the minimap right now. They seem to be favoring B, but certainly are keeping the options open and the strat book open as well, as they try to wait out this first 15 seconds to see if the Puggy Nerds want to try and do anything.
Slow and steady for them currently. Spike is down inside of market, so still open to options as to where they want to go. I guess it really just depends on where this initial pick goes down. They haven't felt out too much here, although Adder very forward currently inside of Sand, and we've seen him in these positions before. Even with the Sage, it's more of a duelist playstyle for him as he's been so good at taking these gunfights. Oh no, the shorty ends up going wide. He shoots early. Venom's trying to get it off of the audio, but it's not going to work out for him, just simply put. Snowy now locked in, and he can't updraft either, so he's simply locked in this ice wall until it gives away. Nickel will be able to get the sell here, as well as the spike going down for the offense. Noah fires back, though. Aiko taking a lot of heat through that smoke, actually, from the Classic, but he'll finally be able to fire back. He knows where the Sinoia player is and able to take him down. Up to the last remaining soul here for Puggy Nerds on the defense. He's dropping inside of elbow, and Dubbin's found the solution to that one. The attackers go up by 5.
And once again, Serenity Black taking control there. It is important to know, obviously, full save from the Puggy Nerds, even classics across the board there. So that is being done to get them onto this spy much more directly instead of having to build it up over a period of 2 to 3 rounds. So we will see that philosophy being taken into this round truly, as they'll be able to even buy up into the operator, although it will be a glass cannon pickup from Snowy, so we'll be taking some risk along with that. Rest of the team will be fully armed to the teeth with everything they do need, though, and they need to stop this run from Serenity Black here and now. It's at 10-5. The deficit has not only been reignited, but it is now being opened up wider than it ever was before. It was a 4-round lead at halftime. Now it's 5. So time for trying to stop this is coming to an end, and for defeat soon approaching here. Puggy Nerds cannot get themselves together. Lots of ults being used as they work their way in here. This is Serenity Black we're talking about once again. Unoi will be the first to fall inside of the A side as it's deployed to there. Snowy also dead relatively quickly, and that's it. The site is lost. And while there will be some delay between now and the plant, regardless, that's a lot of control already in the hands of Serenity Black, and it's going to be a tough retake for the Puggy Nerds, although not impossible.
Welcome to my
Not impossible, you say, but I think they've added an extra layer here, John, that you weren't considering before.
Yeah.
The Viper's pit is going to go down, and also the ice wall will go up for U-Haul, so really limiting what the defense can do here. Also, Vog will end up losing well, I hate to break it to you, buddy. It's going to be a flawless for the attackers as they simply overwhelm through their utility game.
Once that Viper's pit come down, I almost went back and like, okay, now it's impossible. Like wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt at least. Yeah, and the ice wall blocking off showers too. Trying to give the benefit of the doubt, but just unfortunately a little bit too much building up against them. So they're in the cycle now. They're in the spin cycle, unfortunately, as they're going to be going down into another eco here, and then they'll buy right after that. But coming to the bitter end very soon of that cycle if they do not break it, as this next round, assuming it does not go their way on a thrifty, will be the 12th for Serenity Black, and that will set us up for map, and in this case, match point as well.
Well, whatever it was, I'm just going to put this out there. I don't, if Wolfen was changed out because of problems that were happening with the squad, I honestly don't think that he was the problem. I think that, you know, Serenity Black has just been so forward with their aggression, and Puggy Nerds really don't know what to do about it. It's going to happen yet again inside of this round. Inoue can't hit his shots. Dubbin's going to kill him with a shock dart. Inoue eventually gets one onto Aiko, but does it really matter at the end of the day, folks? I think not. The attackers will take this round, as this has been the fastest offensive side you and I have seen throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, Serenity Black on that anti-eco there, just literally waltzing their way onto A, taking it for free. So the Puggy Nerds seem to be falling apart at the seams. They've got one last round to lose, and they are going to pull everything they have into it. Even with that, though, there'll be some sacrifices made, most notably Venom going down over towards a Guardian purchase here, but that's not going to be the make or break thing that causes them to lose this game. It is your current attitude about the way things are being handled in the middle of these rounds here. They need to run 7 straight at this point to be able to pick up the victory, or at least trigger overtime, a minimum here. See if that'll be done, as I don't believe they pulled off that fate. Just that series of events, rather, so far on the inside of this game. Showstopper goes out. It's a blind one, but it still works for Unoya. Trades come in from Aiko, but not enough to make up the difference, as Vog also holds things off from the inside of Lamps due to the Cosmic Divide. Plant will go down as a result of that divide, however, so still going to be trouble with the defense as they'll come back in with a 1-player advantage.
Okay, so Puggy Nerds now having to push into Serenity Black here. The Shoes on the other foot. Serenity Black gets to play defense inside of this post plant. Nice mark onto the Sova and also the Showstopper to hold them back even longer. Neon's just going to let this roll out. Vog, if he peeks here, more than likely going to lose his life. A nice kill from him. And a swing here. This is looking like the end for Puggy Nerds. They can't find anything to do with these players. They haven't even looked towards Shower yet. Dropping will at least be able to get that one, but the paint shell out. He'll have to move forward right into Dubbin's crosshairs. And it's going to be pretty straightforward from that moment. Serenity Black 13-5 here on our last map as they take the series 2-1.
So it was those two later maps that Puggy Nerds truly did have to fear Icebox, certainly yielding them some good results as they take it all the way to the bitter end of regulation and win things out there, but they are unable to get their feet even on the ground in these second two maps, getting 4 and 5 rounds respectively on those two. I'll have those scores up on the screen in just a second to showcase that for you guys. But yeah, just a rough time here for the Puggy Nerds after they got off map number 1 and never really able to truly rebound like we saw them do on Icebox.
Well, you know, honestly, coming into this matchup, I think both you and I thought Serenity Black were going to take this, but you know, at least we got a pretty interesting Icebox at the end of the day. We saw some positive stuff on Haven and Bind, but you know, it's really nothing to call home about for the Puggy Nerds. It was more the Serenity Black camp just simply stomping them into the ground, all things considered, and you know, that's honestly might be a positive thing for Puggy Nerds going forward. You know, owls are lessons at the end of the day, and when you're going up against a team like Serenity Black that uses their aggression in such convincing fashion, it's definitely going to make things difficult for you. Here's our bracket, folks, and how everything ended up breaking down and how Serenity Black ended up taking out the Puggy Nerds here in our winners finals. Although Puggy Nerds not out of it yet, they're going to be knocked down into the losers bracket after N4D took down Goons, and they will play later on.
And there is some good news there as well for the Puggy Nerds, considering they already took out N4D earlier in this tournament in 2-0 fashion, so they'll be having a pretty good chance to move forward, but their opponents, also having learned quite a bit, will possibly have a chance for revenge themselves. That match will be played off stream, as we'll be moving over to Group D next and focusing on that, as we'll have our upcoming matchup be between Spectrum Swing and Caloretta, and in the meantime, following that, we will also have the loser of our second match face off against the winner between Organic Gamers and UH Esports to give us our final matchup of the day in Group D, and as well our final match we're going to be having on stream to qualify a team through into next weekend.
Yeah, it should be a pretty interesting 2 series that we still have for the rest of the day. And since we do have 2 series, folks, we're just going to cut it right here. Send you guys to a break so we can get back into the Valorant action here at MSI Invitational. We'll see you here just in a little bit.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI Valorant Invitational. Just closed out our first best of 3 of the day, and the action that we're following in Group C. Now we're moving over towards our second group that we're going to be covering, which will be here on the inside of Group D. Let's take a look at the bracket for this group and see how these two teams, for the matchup we're going to be covering, managed to get here. Caloretta took a 2-0 victory over Organic Gamer. Spectrum Swing also took a 2-0 over UH Esports. Once again, those two teams are not yet eliminated as we run in the GSL group format. They're now in the losers bracket. The winner between those two losing teams will get a rematch versus whoever ends up losing this game in front of us now between Caloretta and Spectrum Swing.
Yes, they will. Chances all around. More opportunity for these teams to try and make it through Group D, and it should be pretty interesting. But obviously, the first matchup that we will be covering will be Caloretta versus Spectrum Swing, and then we'll be covering the losers bracket later on today.
So for Caloretta versus Spectrum Swing, let's start talking about that. And while we're at it, let's bring the rosters up in front of us as well. These two teams are no strangers to the Valorant comp scene. In fact, they played each other pretty recently. I believe with possibly some different players, maybe one or two changing up. But during the last chance qualifier for the Nerd Street Gamers, Summer Championship last chance qualifiers, these two met. Caloretta won it 2-0 in their favor on both Split and Icebox. Quite a bit of history here. Even aside from that, though, these two teams have had pretty respectable results among teams in their relative tier at the North American sector. So should lead us into a pretty good best of 3, all things considered at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these guys are going to be decently close, although the ratings are just a little bit different, at least for their VLR ratings.
Yeah.
Caloretta are currently sitting at 40th in NA, as well as Spectrum sitting at 67th. So quite a bit of a difference there in between these two. But obviously, they still have to play the game out, and that's what matters most. As you said previously, though, a little bit of a favoritism towards one squad.
Yeah, Caloretta there probably going to end up being the team with a bit of an advantage going into this matchup as a result of that. Just considering the fact we've seen them make it forward. We've seen them have that little bit of an extra push forward on their own experience side of things, making it, in fact, to that Nerd Street Gamer Summer Championships, where unfortunately they didn't make it to the end of their group, but did make it a little bit further into that tournament and further into that group stage. Still, though, they're here today. They're here looking to qualify, and they've got quite the opponent in their way in Spectrum Swing between Yellowfish, Distorted, Sanity, Couché, and Neprix. We can move over, I believe, to the map vetoes now and see where these two teams are going to be taking a look at, or where these two teams are going to be fighting at, more importantly. And no surprise, we're starting out with Icebox. So once again, we've kept Haven in the pool also, as it'll be the second time today we play onto that map.
Yes, indeed. And Icebox, definitely a favorite for Caloretta here up against Spectrum. A 53% win rate in comparison to a 38% win rate for Spectrum Swing. So definitely favored in Caloretta's, court overall. But adding Haven and Ascent to this, we haven't had Ascent just yet today. So will definitely be interesting to see how this one breaks down. But Haven once again here for the mid map inside of this best of 3.
Yeah, Haven going to be fun to see play off. Icebox always an interesting one, though, simply because we've seen a lot of upsets, even outside of this tournament, just in general on Valorant. Icebox tends to be kind of a fun map for that, where I've noticed quite a few teams that would normally expect to be dominant on it tend to slip up from time to time and allow their opponents to sneak through a victory. We even saw that just now in our first best of 3 with Serenity Black. They're having a pretty respectable record on about 44%, but unable to pull through the victory as they lose those last couple pivotal rounds, end up dropping it 13-11 to the Puggy Nerds. But as we saw, quickly rebounding and taking control in the later maps. I think these two teams are much closer when it comes to their overall skill orientation, though. So I would expect each of these 3 maps to go pretty close to the full distance here, given the scoreline when these two teams last met. I believe it was 13-9 and 13-7 on the 2 maps ended up playing out. So while yes, it did go favorably for Caloretta, it still was relatively close inside of those individual maps at the end of the day, which I think leaves a lot of room here for potential revenge to come in now in this series versus Spectrum Swing, especially considering the stakes for this specific tournament and this specific match are going to be a little bit lower as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's actually a really positive thing to bring up, John. The fact of the matter is, in between these two with a scoreline like that, right, is that it's simply sometimes that your plays don't simply work out. And that can definitely be the case inside of these 2 maps that we were just talking about when it's close like that. So could be interesting to see, what Spectrum can do this time around now that they've actually played through a best of 3 before up against Caloretta.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start this match, but I believe we are still waiting on 1 or 2 of the players to get themselves ready to start this off. So we're going to take a very short break. And when we do come back, we'll have the start of the match between these 2 very close teams. We'll see who comes out on top to qualify first from this group here today. Bringing it back to you guys once again. We're going to bring the rosters up on screen one more time, as I believe we've had some clarity on the rosters themselves here. There we go. That looks a lot more like the Colorado I was looking at on VLR. As I said, we had a couple players thought they get changed up, but not so much now that we get this roster in front of us. It's Envy's Mar, Yoshi, Sacred, and Chance that will be playing for Colorado here today.
Yes, indeed. And to be expected, honestly, Valorant's a pretty fast-moving esport. People don't tend to stay on the same teams. They want to try and find something that works. So Colorado now going to be going with this lineup to see if it will work up against a team that they've defeated before. So honestly, going to be a big thing here, obviously. And the thing for Spectrum going into this as well is that they're not going to be able to really use what they had before up against Colorado, because the playstyle could be a bit different with the amount of changes that have been made to this roster.
Pretty sure for the most part, agent picks are going to end up being relatively similar to what we had on the last play from this team. So expect Yoshi to be taking the jet or primary duelist role. Sacred will be following that up as secondary duelist when needed, and Flash support as his other primary role. It looks like we've got bit of a split on who's doing the controller role between Mar as well as Chance. And then obviously we did see Fongy playing for them the last time this team played, but it looks like they've swapped that out for another player as well. So that's going to be Envy's jumping in instead. And I believe he's just going to be kind of flex support here if he's going to be filling in the same role as Fongy. But as you mentioned, there's a possibility is that last match we had for these guys on VLR was about a month ago, so we could have seen just a little bit of a change up to regards to the roles, being able to bring that new player Envy's into the fold.
And beside this game, folks, remember that also next weekend we got a lot of action still to be had at the MSI Valorant Invitational. It's the grand finals weekend, folks, and Blue and I will be taking you through it. It's September 18th and 19th at 4 p.m. EDT. Make sure you guys tune in on youtube.com/Battlefy.
So sure to tune in then. Same place. We're live for you now, folks, and it'll be live at the same time just next weekend as well. We'll be closing things out, giving out that lion's share of the prize pool to our winner. We've got $10,000 in prizing, I believe, up for grabs in that grand final. So be sure to tune in and join us for the action next weekend. We are, once again, just waiting on one or two players again. I believe we just got them in, so we should be good to start this match, get ourselves into the agent select, and see what exactly these roles are going to look like. We didn't get to take too close of a look at Spectrum Swings. We're getting a quick preview of that for the first time here now and see what they will be bringing into Icebox. And already an interesting pick specifically for Distorted there at the top left, as he's going to be going for the Breach.
They tend to favor Breach a lot, actually. They use him on Icebox, and they also use him on Split. You and I talked about Split yesterday with the way that Breach's kit works. It's basically just full-on synergy for him. It's very close quarters. His kit overall can just be highly abused in that map. But Icebox could be more of the same. You were talking about earlier why Icebox is kind of an anomaly inside of the map pool. And honestly, at least in my opinion, it's because of the multi-tiered way that the map is built overall. There's so much verticality in this map in comparison to the rest of the pool, and it makes it to where you have a lot of options every single time as to how you want to do something. You might still be going for an A hit, but it could be done in a completely different fashion in the way that you stack your squad and the way that you take these swings. Whereas with other maps, it's going to be a little bit more straightforward. Think of a Haven with like C-Long, for instance. There isn't really anything that you're going to do there that's going to be insanely revolutionary to something that you had done earlier in the game. But besides that, folks, we're on Icebox, and it's going to be a pretty interesting one as we're jumping right into it.
All right, let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be heading into the pistol round in about 30 seconds here. It is going to be Colorado on the attack to start off this map. Spectrum Swing will be on the defense. Colorado, no problem starting out on the attack here, as this is a map, as Stokes was just mentioning, presents so many different options, specifically to the attackers about how they want to approach things on a round-to-round basis. So that tends to be, from time to time, the preferred choice of start. We'll see Colorado take that here today. Are going to be split up at the beginning of this round, though, so don't expect any decided push towards either of the sides just yet. It'll be a bit of a slow roll here as they try to figure out what exactly Spectrum Swing setup looks like for them.
I don't think Spectrum will be swinging too much, although Yellowfish will at least slide towards 410, as you were saying. He's going to get a camera out there as well, John, so just trying to get some insight early as to what's going on here for A. Again, we'll get some information on Yoshi and Sacred are going hunting currently at the bottom of their own respective tube. Still have a player at the top of the other one in WASD. He's going to hit the shot right off rip. Sacred getting taken out by the initial bullet here, but that doesn't mean that Yoshi has to slow down either.
Waz with a great opening shot here. Yoshi trying to mask the drop noise, I believe, there with that one shot that goes out. That or just accidentally clicked it. Either way,
It
he'll still
happens.
maintain a position close to the site. Yeah, everybody fat fingers every once in a while. We're going to see Yoshi try to move his way forward. Over towards the 90 angle up on site. He's going to run right into Waz headshot angle once more, though. Unable to land said shot. In the meanwhile, we still have Envy's lurking on B, all on his lonesome here. Calaretta bringing such a slow amount of play to the table here, but all for naught so far. Neprix fends off Envy's. He's unable to connect onto any of those shots. Yellowfish with some great work on the cyber cage traps Yoshi into it as well. Mar will get the first pickup for the attackers, but it is quickly exchanged, and Chansey left alone, and now Recon out. They know he's stuck over here at the old Sorb, and fortunately for him, on the path, quickly getting overwhelmed over the next few seconds. Maybe Spectrum swing. Pick up a solid defense on this opening pistol.
Yeah, solid indeed. I mean, the biggest thing here for Calaretta is they just simply give away so many ones. Almost every one of those engagements being a one-on-one with them up against Spectrum Swing, and they just won out most of them. That was the biggest thing there. You know, not too much utility really coming into play on that round for either respective side. So for Calaretta, probably going to be pretty sad about that opener there, but they'll be able to try and fix that. More than likely not inside of this round, more than likely going into the next, but still, opportunities, still plenty for them going forward. Mar, speaking of opportunities, we pushed forward into mid quite early on here with the Sheriff.
No initial damage going out on either side. Those once again both take a passive approach. That's until they meet in mid, where Yellowfish will win out another 1v1 for himself. That takes Mar out of the fray here for Calaretta. Envy still trying to sneak his way forward and has gotten a dangerous amount of control for free. He's not alone in it either. I believe the Reyna grouping up with him as they move in it. No, the Viper, excuse me, played by Chansey there. Waz still on point, though, with this Ghost. Quickly trades out onto Envy's here. Nearly swipes onto the Viper, I think, there as well, but misses it by just a split-second opportunity. And now Yoshi instead is going to swing around and try to take out Waz, but it can't be done. Waz seems unstoppable right now with this pistol in hand. Him as well as Cachet continuing to maintain control over screens and upper rafters and getting ready to move back in for this retake now as soon as the other two teammates group up with them.
Yeah, it really seems as though Waz has put time in with that Ghost, continually hitting those headshots and dealing some serious damage to this offense. Now he's going to go hunting as well. Tries to get it done with the Spectrum, but he's going to tag them up. And he's going to make it easy going forward, but it doesn't even matter. He creates such a distraction. The defense get the spike defused with two Calaretta members still alive. They're not even cognizant of what's going on.
So, another one picked up by Spectrum Swing. A good start on the board for them here at 2-0.
Oh,
now we go.
Waz got a third round op. Third
Oh,
round
wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I just noticed that as well. So that's going to be a big investment for him. That even changes around some of the purchases we're seeing on the other players here. Yeah, the money was there for Waz to pick that back up. So we'll see. It's not going to be really a bonus round anymore as a result of that. Waz will misalign himself with the rest of his teammates economically. But if it pays off in this round and they shut it down, that won't even matter as they'll very quickly have too much money to matter about that misalignment here. Yoshi and the rest of Calaretta all stacked for a B main push, and they're going to go for it. Distorted sits at the other end, as does Neprix hiding in the cubby here. Neprix will lose the screen in a moment. There's an opportunity to frag out. Only can go 1 for 1, and Distorted fails to pick one up at all. So the team will be allowed out onto the site, and with the smoke screen down yet again, the plat shouldn't be too far away.
Hold this off as long as they possibly can. It'll be Cushay with the initial frag here, take the back end of the site, able to slow things up and make it where the spike can't go down just yet. And that's why Coretta actually went with the nuclear option here. They're starting to rotate out, and I don't know exactly if Spectrum Swing's jet heard it. Did WASD hear what's going on over here towards mid? It's not what we talked about earlier, and he's going to make it matter most now. Swings through the smoke, able to find the lone target. Obviously the spike down now, and actually Calaretta not even going to pick it up. The Viper leaves it and moves back towards B.
30 seconds left.
These Jet Operas continuing to find so much presence on the inside of these rounds. The moment was keeping Spectrum Swing in this with the presence of that operator, but it's such a dodgy strat now, considering how close this round has become. And keep in mind, this was supposed to be just a bonus for Spectrum Swing. They're looking to fully reinvest in the next round. Everybody except for Waz,
10
obviously.
seconds left.
10 seconds left. We need to see a commitment made here now, and it's going to come in back onto the B side as they finally try to go for a plant. The interruption coming out from the operator is not going to be seen as he does not have an angle onto it. Chansey and the rest of Calretta push even further into the site now to reaffirm their positions and try to force Spectrum Swing out before they have a chance to move in. The problem is going to be Waz inserting himself on the backside, and now Yellowfish catching Sacred as well when he tries to move out for the flank against them from their own spawn. Chansey needs to clutch this all on his lonesome now and hope the aggressive setup. Great lineup as well here. Gets a perfect shot on the Waz to take him down. And now it's a 1v1 where he can just play this out on time more than anything. Chansey trying to run it down, and the great pre-fire run out to take Yellowfish out and clutch the round for Calretta.
Very well done from the Viper. Plays out the timer as well. And Spectrum Swing just not seemingly aware of Chansey's positioning initially until the call out goes out. It is indeed in the bottom of the tunnel there. So able to take them out either way and get that op back into the hands of Yoshi as well. So hopefully Yoshi will be as effective as Waz was with that. And you got to feel bad for Spectrum Swing going full in on that second round buy, as they'll be losing quite a bit of money in that regard and giving up all of that capital to Calretta.
Yellowfish moving his way forward, wants to start things out well for his team again, but Yoshi's got an operator to play with this time as well. He'll take some heat still from the fight, bringing him down to 50 HP, and Waz sniping of his own in the meanwhile. Might not have the operator anymore, but he does have the knives, and it's a quick single tap onto a member of Calretta sitting at the back of a Heaven. Take him down, and for Spectrum Swing to once again get the opening advantage.
Well, Calretta simply defaulting out right now, but obviously that pick onto A is going to start pulling them towards that area. Mar catching a hold of 410 right now as well. Has the opportunity here to actually have a large impact on this round. If he can possibly make this move for TV. He sees Cushay around the corner, but that'll give up his location currently. Able to use the ice wall to lock things up for the backside of the A site, but they'll still have to worry about the Raptors position here. Obviously, though, Waz still has that Blade Storm lurking currently inside of Hell, and that could come into play on a moment's notice, too. Cloudburst out to handle the recon guard as Waz will pressure himself forward. Yoshi follows it up. Chansey with a beautiful flank. No one paying attention either. Finally, Netrix will turn around. Bar caught off guard as well as a quick dash across the entire field. Waz will get one with his classic. Netrix with one as well. And all of a sudden, Envies and the rest of Calretta hoping that he can possibly win this out. His shots go wide. Envies, you've got to hit those, my man. Waz gets away with the bag after Calretta simply can't land shots inside of the clutch.
It is messy right now here for Calretta as they seem to have all the control they would have needed to get that round in their pocket, including this great flank from Chansey, but it's countered out by Neprix. All these other players that try to get aggressive, such as Mar, are looking for that top tower position there, all countered out as well, so they lose the control they so desperately needed, and Spectrum Swing trade out the round, pick up their third, retake ultimate control over the lead inside of this map here. Calretta's economy is going to be down in the dumps as a result of that too. You can already see their investment just going to be on Sheriffs and a single Spectre here. Spectrum Swing will be set up once again, at least economically, to continue to win more rounds here as a result of this save. And immediately we'll see the evidence of that. Waz now rearmed with an operator, taking down Yoshi relatively quickly. Envies, though, catches an aggressive Distorted moving out through pipes in mid. But there are other members of Spectrum Swing ready to make sure they don't get pushed too heavily in that avenue.
Calretta, obviously, not on the greatest buy as of right now, but truthfully, no utility going out to assist them in the way that they were trying to handle the map initially. No recon darts, no nothing. They're going to end up losing a body because of that. They'll be able to eventually bide for the breach of Spectrum Swing, but obviously with Waz still alive, there's quite a few issues that present themselves, and they're mostly named Waz. Mostly because he has been such an issue for Calretta throughout all of this so far. Time and time again with the thorn in their side inside of these 4 initial rounds. And we'll see if he's able to do it once again. Although Calretta still stuck inside of spawn, it seems as though they'll finally make their decision as it's all coming down to A.
30 seconds left.
Standing ahead.
Envy's with the Recon Dart working its way out onto the site here, trying to see if anyone will be immediately apparent. We've got the Hunter's Fury cutting things off over by TV as well. They'll cut off onto the Heaven positions, however, the Rafters positions rather, so that is not going to be restricted. WASD will still have a very easy path to get back in. Even better here for the Spectrum swing side of things. Netflix finds a quick pick against the Execute as they try to push forward range control. Yellowfish going for the lower Rafters control as well. I can't even get the words out of my mouth here because the kills are happening so quickly. Couché and the rest of the team cleans up the hold from Caloretta. What little of a hold there was, just like that, the defuse is already done. 4-1 is now the scoreline with Spectrum Swing well in control of the A site in that free take.
Yeah, they're running away with this thing right now. And once again, I want to call back to what we were talking about in the pregame. You know, Icebox isn't Spectrum Swing's best map by far. In fact, it's their third worst map. Split and Breeze are taking the cake for those two. But outside of that, it's definitely not a map that they enjoy playing, to say the least. It is indeed their most played map, but still, with a win rate of 38% in comparison to a handful of their other maps, we'd expect them to do just a touch better. But it seems like all of that practice might have paid off now, and that win rate could be going up quite soon. Now, Caloretta with some firearms of their own. They're going to try and take it to Spectrum Swing on this defense. Spectrum Swing steps up inside of B long, loses so many lives. Now Yellowfish has to get a lot done here, and he's not ready for Chansey to be on top of the tube. And unfortunately enough for them, they will give things up on B long. It's the Viper's Pit down now, as well as a wall up. So Mara will take 0 damage from those shock darts, even though Couché did his best to try and get them close to any of these Caloretta members.
Couché continuing to fall back here, does not want to lose his own position, and more importantly, does not want to lose the gun power they've upgraded towards. A save won't be completely out of the cards here either. Wazd set up on the back for exits now more than anything, with the operator presence being here. Couché's rotated back over towards Kitchen, where he will likely look for the same thing. Not going to be an attempt made for the retake. The Viper's Pit makes it just too much work at this point more than anything, and on top of that, that's not even talking about the 2v4 that the situation started out with. No way. Okay. Absolutely not. There's absolutely no chance. Okay, someone stayed behind, so they are going to realize that this ninja attempt is happening. Couché struggling to figure out where these players are as well. Will get himself traded, but you got to respect the you got to respect the cojones to go for something like that there on Spectrum Swing. At least makes an attempt at it. Nearly gets away with it, but Caloretta are smart, and they do keep Overwatch on that.
Yeah, they were just barely leaving the area there, so very lucky for them. And Spectrum Swing ended up dropping their second round of this map. But the good news is for them, for their fans at home, is that Wazd has been able to keep the operator. And that's very, very scary for Caloretta's regard, because every single time that they have tried to peek this man, he's been able to find some very impactful picks that have made Caloretta's life very difficult on a round-to-round basis. Have not been able to fight out of it, you know, in very convincing fashion. So we'll see if they're able to do so this time around. And once again, it seems like they'll be able to cut them off at the pass. Wazd, he does it yet again. Yoshi down. Spike obviously sitting outside of B long, so they don't have to dedicate here just yet, but they're still trying to poke and prod forward, possibly start backing things off as well. But you can see from the Spectrum Swing side, they're still very well aware of the situation currently inside of this round, and they're simply not going to give things up. Wazd has repositioned himself inside of Snowman, so he'll be able to hold that very long angles, and if Envy steps up, he'll more than likely lose his life.
Not only is it Wazd holding this angle, you've got the Viper in a similar position too, ready to fend this off should they try to swing around here. So Caloretta will need some type of utility to get past this here. Where is it going to be is the question. You'd hope from the Reyna we get a Lear. The good news is this is not going to be that. It is going to be the smoke line instead to allow them forward and more quickly block the vision of the operator in the back of the site here. Distorted has arrived. He's going to try to spam in to get in the way of the plan itself, but instead it's Couché taking out the Hunter's Fury here that gets the job done much more proficiently, even tagging out one of the members of this attack. Left. That's going away though now, and Mara has his capability to plant reigniting. He's got to run away very quickly though, as Breach is going to throw out some of his own utility to nearly take down the planter. Caloretta with the plant, the time now starting to tick in their favor. Is the positioning strong enough for them to hold back the retake from Spectrum Swing? I would say so far in this play. Let's wait and see now. Mar finds the first pickup. Envies will follow it up with a second. Distorted will trade as he closes one to this fight. And Couché walking right up behind one of these players. But Mar, too consistent it seems. He finds a triple on the round. More importantly, a third round overall for Caloretta.
Yeah, Mara, makeshift sentry there right at the let out of B long, able to take down all of those Spectrum Swing members and keep that post plant alive. Very well done, as well as a crushing blow to the economy of Spectrum Swing going into the next round. So, gonna make things a little bit more difficult, but apparently Couchet's feeling confident about this. It's a light shield AK by inside of this one, so we'll see what he's able to do with his Vandal.
Vandal's certainly going to be a big change up for Couchet in the Valorant here. Otherwise, rather Spectrum Swing with an otherwise limited arsenal. Really need something extra to bring to the table, and that Vandal might be just what they need. The problem is they need to escape with it first, as you can see some of them getting chased away back into the corner of the B site. Colorado once again executing out onto this site. Now they find it as an option for them to use. We'll back away from it, though. They've obviously been revealed. Not only that, but the spike's still sitting on the ground outside of B main, so someone's going to have to go get that. Yoshi is investigating a potential option for Cal ready to make a play onto the A site, but I think it's truly just that investigation more than anything. Oh, never mind, actually. It seems like most of the team's going to bite on this. Jet not really finding much on the inside of the site to play for here towards A, so Yoshi will make the call that this is an okay push. They might get to go for this. Obviously, we got recon darts coming out that will give away a little bit of intel. The waves go out, but the smoke blocking it means no real info. Successfully retrieved here. Wall as well coming out from the attackers. Actually messes up the plant position slightly, but not much of an issue to recorrect that. And now Neprix gets the first kill of the round against one of the attacking members of Cal Reda, but does not stop their execute. Still goes off without a hitch on the plant, and they can now fall back into their post plants.
Well, for Cal Reda, to get into the post plant, they will indeed have to negotiate away one of their own in order to do so. Now, though, Oz will spring too. Take down Mar. Yoshi trades it out. Envy with a shock dart kill to prevent this plant from actually being stopped. The spike continues to tick away. Distorted now. Lone member for Spectrum Swing. He can't land the shots, and the shock dart might get it done, but not before Chansey can strike first. And that's going to be Cal Reda tying things up against Spectrum Swing. They show no quarter to any of these members, and Waz not allowed to do what he did best in the previous rounds.
So 4-4 scoreline now comes up here. It's been 3 in a row from Cal Reda, finally changing things up and getting some success going on to the A site execute as well. That leads into much better round count overall for them. More importantly, starting to do some serious damage to the defenders as well. This is going to be the last run of their money here. You can see everybody buying out to sub 1,000 credits, and a Bulldog even coming out for one of those players here. Yoshi, gonna move back in there, take some shots against the defending run set up over here at the edge of the long, but not going to be able to do much in terms of actual damage. Neprix sees just how much utility is being committed to this, though, and decides that probably not going to be a good idea with 3 or more players swinging him at a moment's notice. So he will fall away from this, choose to play into the site. We'll also see the recon dart get snuck in from the Sova closer towards spawn there, trying to really confirm that there is no one else here for the defense on Long Avenue. Away from that, though, we did have Chansey sitting out watching for A flanks, but it was truly mid flanks he needed to be more aware of. Distorted walks right up, takes him down. We're going to see the rest of the play come out over here on the B site now as a result of that. And Neprix off to try and fend off what he can while hoping to keep himself alive. Instead, it's Distorted doing most of that work right now. Neprix will add himself in for a second. The res will come off onto Yoshi, adding another player to the count here for Cal Reda, and at minimum, evening it back up, but only for a second as Yellowfish quickly trades back out onto Mar. I'm getting low here for the defense, though, and they could run out of it as they try to get back on. But the theft now going to come out, give Waz all the info he needs to make this flag play, or maybe not. Envy's counters, and now as he strikes just a tad too soon, they're starting to tap onto the diffuser, but Yoshi's making up the difference. He takes down Yellowfish, brings us into a 1v1. Couchet doesn't expect the swing from Long Yellow, and as a result of that, he gets a triple, and the attackers get a 5th round and the lead on the board.
Incredible stuff there from Cal Reda. It comes down to the wire, but they're able to secure it either way. Spike onto B, and immediately after that, everyone just starts pouring in the immediate area. Nice flank attempt there from Waz, and that could have been the saving grace for Spectrum Swing, but clearly not. Just obvious. You know the saddest part about that is, honestly, he gets the info for it. But outside of that, he just makes the play a little bit too fast and ends up getting caught off guard simply because of the angle being better for the Colorado member at the top of the container. So unfortunate enough for him. Oh, Neprix! There's no way that that's how that breaks down. Distorted also gets one of his own. He shoots Yoshi through a wall, and Colorado, their fate's already been decided in the first 5 seconds.
Waz with one, Waz with two.
Oh my
Make it
goodness.
easy for him, man. Defenders won. That was a 10-second speed run of round 10.
And it was, for the most part, an eco, too. Look at these guns right here. That should have been a thrifty by my standards, but the game disagrees as we see the Marshall and Sheriff round completely outwit the full buy. Just these full confidence pushes coming in there from Spectrum Swing, and they line up perfectly with the movement from Caloretta to give them the double pick on the Marshall and the triple pick with the Sheriff push down there at B main. Beautiful stuff from them. Immediately get Spectrum Swing back into this game as well as Caloretta now facing those very same economical issues that were coming up against Spectrum Swing 2 rounds back. And hey, the round count is tied again as well, so they're not even that far, they're not even in that much of a deficit anymore.
No, absolutely not. This is clearly the way that Spectrum Swing wants to try and make this break down. Start pressuring Caloretta and force them to question what Spectrum Swing's next move is going to be. Neprix with some pretty solid position. Don't know exactly how he got up there that quickly, especially with Viper's kit, but somebody more than likely just letting him by and getting up on top of the actual containers and be long. As for Waz and the rest of the boys, Waz is going to lose his head quickly. Yoshi's going to dash forward, getting at the third one, goes for the right click, but it's going to be at Distorted's feet instead. He'll be able to hold things down there, flashes out, not able to choose his gunfight though, and now Mar gets two of his own. And well, for Spectrum Swing, that's more than likely all of he wrote. It's a 1 versus 4 now, with Neprix starting things off here at the end of B Long.
Neprix going to try to run back here. And again, more than anything, this one's going to post up for Exodus, but Chansey reads into that. That's a pretty predictable position as well. So pre-fires onto it, takes him down. And the 6th correction round comes in from Caloretta after they very quickly take back that control that they had lost a few moments ago. So will they be able to maintain a lead now, or Spectrum Swing will have something else to offer us to potentially give us a dead heat tie at halftime of 6-6.
One enemy remaining.
Right now to see if that is going to be the case.
That's so unfortunate for Distorted. He definitely could have been a big, difference maker inside of that round if he just pressured his own flash, but instead chooses to play on the close side, 4-10 for himself, and try and play safe, but ill-advised in that scenario. That's the issue. Don't exactly know what's going to happen going forward. That stage could have backed off as well. You never really know what the opponent's decision is going to be. Lost once again here with some long-range weaponry. This time around, though, it won't be an operator or a marshal. It'll be a guardian, a weapon that we don't get to see all too often, but still potent all the same. And makeshift DMR here inside of Valorant that has quite the impact if you can tag somebody up, as well as those high-impact rounds as well. Won't have too much impact inside of this round, though, as Waz will go down. An ult out here from Distorted, though, to make mincemeat of this offensive squad. He'll take down Yoshi, but the Ice Wall will keep Mar alive for just a little while longer. We still have access to the spike here as well, and plenty of time to escape, but the issue is now is that Intel starting to pour in for the defense. It's making their life pretty problematic.
Deshay now positioned over here, watching out for that usual rotate that teams will sometimes go for to add a player up here, get that better overwatch over the site. This case would potentially lead to the death of that player if they went for it. Mar still trying to hold, making sure no one tries to push around the generator towards him as well.
Left.
We'll continue to use that. You can see the wall beginning to fade away. This is what they were waiting for. Didn't want to give it out themselves, but now Drone's also going to swing forward at the exact same time. Reaffirm. Sova's still here for Envies, but Mar gonna find some success as he takes out Cachet. Falls to Distorted, however. Now Flash is coming in there to try and hold Envies back. So far doing the job pretty well. The Recon Dart is going to give him some infill, but not on the correct player. Neprix comes in, shuts it down. Instead, it will just throw off a celebratory Vipers. But we're at the end of the half after all, ladies and gentlemen, so it's not going to carry over. It will be that 6-6 tie at halftime.
Indeed, and honestly, I don't think this is a scoreline that we exactly expected, even given the scorelines that were that happened before with both of these squads. Colorado obviously the favorite coming into this one, but Spectrum Swing no slouch. We'll see if the switch up on the sides will tell us a different story with Spectrum now being on the offense.
Spectrum taking over an aspect of the game. We'll see if things will potentially allow for Caloretta to get some more solid footing on the table from this defensive side. Took them a while to really reignite themselves. You see, they're only winning out the large majority of their rounds in the later part of that first half. Is that truly them again finding footing? Or Spectrum Swing out to play here once more as well, armed with the new confidence that could come from this attacking side. They'll very quickly move into position over here at the choke point. on A, ready to push forward past that. Really, Mar hiding himself behind the ice wall that's left out here, sneaks out for a first pick. Yoshi will get one as well. Mar can't get more than that, though, as Yoshi confirms more from up on the site. Neprix trying to be the difference maker at the moment for Spectrum Swing, but it's not enough, as Yoshi's triple kill has far outwitted it. Neprix now trying to hide behind the very same ice wall that Mar was using moments ago. Don't think it's going to work, though. Calreda not giving him the duel he needs, or any of the fights that he would potentially need to try and close this one out. Just ultimately waiting his opponents are as well. Sees the foot of one of them. Trying to find the headshot angle against Envies. Won't be giving it, though. And now being pushed out slowly but surely from the plant position. There's the first lineup, though, against Yoshi. At the end of the day, just yet, misses the flick a little bit, and that throws his aim off far enough to where Envies gets the chance he needs to get the headshot against him and set up a 7th round for Caloretta as they will finally take the lead.
Well, it's been hard fought for Caloretta thus far throughout this map, and not going to be a big difference inside of that, and even inside of the 1 versus 3. A little bit of sweat on the brow, but still able to get it done, even though they do lose an extra member. This round will be fairly straightforward going into this for them, though. I'll have to see what Spectrum Swing can get done going further, but at least instead of this one, we'll have one interesting buy coming into the offense. John, it's going to be Shorty for the Cypher.
Shorty showing up there. Try and sneak in some kills if opportunity will present itself, but for the most part here, Spectrum Swing fighting from the back foot, and it's going to be a pretty far back foot in this situation, given the issues that come with attacking on this map, as well as what the defenders will have as a general advantage. Mar, we can already see the shotgun working well for him here as the judge rolls out, already knocks down Waz, gets some good damage on a Distorted, which will be finished off by Yoshi here. He gets a second one on top of that as well. While Neprix has a slight lurk into the tunnels here, it's not going to be caught initially by Envies. However, he's keeping good overwatch for both. Once again, has the gun advantage here with the Ares in play. We'll take out Neprix as a result of winning that duel, and it leaves Yellowfish alone here at middle. He reconned out as well, so Sacred takes him down, and it's a flawless second-round follow-up from Caloretta to affirm their lead at 8-6 here before we finally see some guns come into play for the attack.
Well, that's almost exactly what you would expect out of an initial eco round there. So Spectrum Swing finally able to play the video game once again here, folks, or at least take some fights that could be acceptable for them and get them an actual true man advantage here. So round could be a big difference maker. Last time around, obviously, Spectrum Swing has been able to procure quite a few of their earlier frags, especially with WASD and what he's been able to muster. And this could be no difference here inside of B Long. The only issue is that they're going to have to deal with Yoshi in a pretty strong position. And this judge could need a lot, but it's actually Mar who gets most of it done. Some damage done with the judge is going to end up tagging some people up, and Mar's going to switch out. Has some time to be able to reload, but doesn't need to do that. Instead, it's going to be a Leer out. Kushe will try and get rid of it, but now 1 HP here for Neprix. That doesn't mean that he can't find some frags, though. A multitude of headshots pouring into the kill feed from him, and now down into the 1 versus 2 on such low HP.
Neprix cool under the pressure, it seems, as he's down to 1 HP, as you already said, but still gets 2 tabs, dodges the L drone. They might think he fell back, but Envy's at 1 HP, finally comes back to haunt Neprix a little bit, as he is taken down outright with a good headshot there for Caloretta to control things here at 9-6. The gun round falters. The bonus round succeeds for the defenders, and unfortunately, it's going to continue now as Spectrum Swing need to go for another eco into Sheriffs, and those bonus guns that Caloretta are keeping rocking here. We're going to keep on going, specifically for Chansey there, as he's got the Spectrum.
Yeah, just continue to build up this purse here and see if they can keep that war chest alive throughout the rest of this. As for Spectrum Swing, what you were talking about, they're going to be locked into these shield buys as well as some pistols, but that doesn't mean they can't have an impact here. We've seen quite a few Sheriff frags come through already inside of this tournament, so don't expect this to be any different. Yoshi, though, with a pretty powerful position, went out the initial one with the Blade Storm, actually stay at full HP throughout the entirety of that engagement. Yellowfish is not able to land the shots like he wanted to, and now Yoshi able to play the entire back end of the map. Although once this Blade Storm runs out, I don't know if Yoshi has the weaponry to actually play this position. This could be very risky depending on how these next engagements go.
Envy's with a big pickup there. We can see Kushe trying to fend off the aggression coming back out here. The knives actually should be favorable for this position specifically. Waz instead going to find a frag here. Using out the Sheriff. Kushe will do the same thing against Yoshi here. Actually, Caloretta really needs to cool off the aggression. The Spectrum Swinger just sitting here waiting for it. They are going to punish it if it continues to roll against them here. They won't execute, I think, until they're forced to in this situation, as they're playing it back incredibly passively. That's played out pretty well for them so far here, as Spectrum Swing is really abusing that aggression, specifically over here towards Spawn. Chances brought down low because of that, but now we finally start to see the members of Spectrum Swing move themselves out onto the site. Or finds immediate impact as a result of that. The final two players are attempting to rotate, but finally a distraction in mid is enough for Chansey to hop out and get aggressive once again. He closes out on those last 2 kills, and Cowretta now in double-digit territory.
Well, very well done there from Cowretta. Spectrum Swing simply extend themselves a little too far, and they lose the spike inside of Spawn. So once Yoshi gains all of that control, they're able to back it up and lock down that spike, forcing Spectrum Swing into a pseudo retake situation, and it simply just does not work out for them. Chansey with a pivotal position there, especially to take down those last 2 members. But finally, we have guns back on the board for the offense, so we'll see if Spectrum get something done here. It's going to be an early recon bolt, but just for the close angles here. Not going to cover too much of the site, especially where Yoshi's currently positioned. As with the ice wall as well, we could have Mar possibly go for this refrag, but not going to be the case currently. They can see that ice wall through and know that more than likely somebody's going to be on the opposite end, and they would be right in assuming so.
Oh, Waz patiently waiting for
Right there.
action to come out from the rest of Cowrettas. Once again, they're trying to see if they can abuse this confidence that's been brimming for the defense. He's getting a lot of challenges his direction, and he's only ready for one of them. Yellowfish gets the trade after Cachet goes down, with no intel brimming out from that mid-hold anymore. Spectrum Swing will be okay to transition past it. But the obvious call will be made for Cowretta. Chansey is here, ready to fend this off and blocking it off, but Spectrum Swing will have zero respect for that. They'll go right past it, out onto the site here, and quickly, further than that, even into the depths of it, making a plan. Chansey's going to be here. You can see Chansey spamming in. He actually gets Netflix, which means the Viper's pit is gone. Even if Chansey goes down at this point, he's opened up a window for his team to get back in, but they need to act on it very, very quickly while they're not set up in post-plant positioning, and that's going to be it right there. Sacred looking for the closeout. He figures out where the last player is at by using the 2 death orbs to dismiss twice and causing a massive bait in the process. Mar closes it down instead, and we're going to go 11-6 in the favor of Cowretta.
Just rub salt in the wound on that one. Is that allowed? I think that's a little bit too mean. I don't really know, but that was some incredible stuff either way. I mean, just look at this. Sacred with a nice TK, and then as John said, he uses this to get info, but he knows that Destroyer's going to chase him, so he just backs it off and lets Mar handle it instead. Obviously, just trying to keep himself alive in that situation. But I mean, Mar just in the pivotal position there to take down Distorted, who had no idea of his current positioning.
So let's see here. Cowretta seems to be truly in control of the situation, even when Spectrum Swing has the right read on it here. One player from Cowretta is able to make up the difference, as we see from the Viper in sight, getting that nice spray against the attacking team's Viper to take out their nest. Waz moving forward, though, is angry about the result of the last round. He's going to bring out the knives, but can only get one pickup with it. For Neprix is able to take out more here. Neprix, though, seems to be cleaning up shop on his own regard. Cowretta down to only one here after Yellowfish gets one of the final kills. It leaves Chansey as the last player alive here, with no easy path to get back out onto the A site. Would have to take a risk to do so. Got the recon dart onto him now. He tries to bait it a little bit, but won't be too successful in that. Spectrum Swinger also playing things carefully now, as we'd already seen from the previous rounds. Chansey doesn't even have great intel at this point. He's cautious about someone potentially being at lower rafters. Off trying to move past the stun is going to end up connecting onto him here and waste even more time. There's one player, the info that he needs to figure out where to play from given out, but it's not nearly enough. Yellowfish shuts it down with no problem, and a 7th round is finally found for Spectrum Swing.
Yeah, they can take a well-deserved breather for a split second here, but not as long as 20 seconds. That's the thing. We have to jump right back into the fray up against Cowretta, but at least they're starting to get rounds on the board again. Neprix has looked so solid throughout all of this. Waz starting to slow down, though, and that's the biggest thing. Nobody else really picking up the pace where he is left off, and that's a big problem in comparison to both of these leaderboards right now. Cachet and Distorted, obviously lacking a certain department, but that doesn't mean that they haven't been able to find other impacts. This has been Cowretta that's mostly stayed all on the same page. Serious impact across the board. The A site now being taken over from the breach ult. Pause playing immediately to the back end, but nobody home. Cowretta seemingly aware of what was about to go on.
Yeah, Spectrum Swing walking right on there just through the pure amount of players they bring to the table. We are going to see the Reyna Empress be available for this potential retake. Chansey and Envy's hiding in plain sight there as the distraction work together to fend off the aggressive push out from top Raptors. That gives the control back to them. Screen's also retaken from Caloretta. Here they come. Yoshi with a shotgun of all things here, making it work for that first kill. But Netbricks again, seeming to be the clutch player here for Spectrum Swing. Nearly gets it done. Now it needs to come from Cachet. He's got the Hunter's Fury. He's coming out a little early. We'll see if both the shots aren't able to be enough for him here. He's got one more as well, but now this last player alive needs to go back. The recon dart to give the info. It won't work out, and the problem is Sacred has not committed himself to this plant long enough. Beautifully played by Cachet, as well as the Viper for this squad, as Spectrum holds on once again.
That's what we needed out of Cachet. We haven't seen him be able to really bring something to the board yet for this team outside of his utility use, and really a couple of the frags he's been able to secure. But either way, finally getting on the board here inside of the clutch, and this one meaning quite a bit to the team overall. Back-to-back kills, or back-to-back rounds here rather, and honestly this is going to be a big change up for the pacing of Caloretta throughout the entirety of the rest of this game, especially this round right here. This is going to be a full investment for them, and if this goes wrong, they're going to be onto the eco to try and right these wrongs. Yoshi with a big pickup here, but now they know his positioning. Wash is going to fly across, but now Yoshi, oh no, presenting so many issues to this team here. Netbricks, though, will be able to find the frag. He knew what the next move was going to be and just pre-fires the angle in order to take him down. Caloretta now worse for wear, and Spectrum Swing able to push forward and on B.
Caloretta committing nearly too hard to the play over at B main there. That's the second time in a row now we have seen a Viper's pick come out and ultimately act as a negative to the team that brings it in there. Both of the shock darts coming out as well, trying to combine against the planter to get an instant frag. And while the placement of those darts was spot on, props to him for that, unfortunately the timing was a little bit off, so no success there for Envy's. He'll try to wrap himself out and just take these fights normally, as he has not really much utility left save for his recon dart. He already knows all three of them playing with B main. No need to stand on ceremony and reconfirm that. Makes the play, but to no surprise here, Netbricks continues to be the clutch-making difference on Spectrum Swing as he finds a 3K yet again on the inside of that round and is currently leading at 27 and 14, almost 10 kills over the next highest player in the lobby, even on the other team.
Yes, indeed. Netbricks really pulling his weight inside of this one, as it's now 9-11. Spectrum Swing down 2 rounds, and really need this team to come into play. But the good news is that they have over the last 3 rounds here. Netbricks obviously leading the charge, but finally getting some more play out of these other members. Very similar play to what we saw the last time. Same clear here for them. Wasdel rotate across the top of the boxes in a straight relation with the recon bolt, able here to find some sort of information. But now Chansey's bringing 2 from inside of his own smoke. He'll find 2. He's eventually traded out here from Yellowfish, but this is going to be a huge boon for the defense, as Yoshi will be able to tag on as well with a kill on the Cushy.
Situation now for Spectrum Swing. They need to keep this comeback running, but it can't be done with the knives getting in their way. Yoshi shutting out Yellowfish, lost as well, darted to hell and back. Yoshi won't have too much of an issue getting a 3rd kill as a result of that. And finally, the map point now set up for Caloretta here. Just one more needed for them to close out, but at the same time, momentum coming in here from Spectrum Swing is still very much in their favor. If they can find 3 more rounds, which they just pulled off that very same feat, and they can still take this to overtime and try to steal this map.
And could have a 30 bomb here from Netbricks as well if this game goes on any longer, and that would be truly insane, especially coming from the Viper position of all things. But the same could be said about Chansey as well, at least in the kill department. He has had such a good game so far, 21 frags to his name, so definitely no slouch in that regard. Waz, though, will slouch Yoshi. Is he going to be the opening blood here for Caloretta? And this could honestly present some problems going forward. Spectrum Swing with an opportunity here to continue playing this icebox out.
So, for Spectrum Swing, once again, finding the early advantage by being able to knock out the Jet from Caloretta, catching, more importantly, capitalizing upon Caloretta's haphazardness to try and gain these early round advantages. Now all they need to do is leverage it onto the site. Go for himself by taking up the ice wall. Will only be distorted shooting it though, so as not to reveal the amount of pressure coming in for the team. Okay, though, let's allow Mar to move forward. Exchange. Empress comes out from Sacred, and now they'll be more than ready to take all these challenges, working its way around into the site now. Between him and Envies, it's all getting shut down, and Mar will get the final kill. 13-9 is going to be the final score. It's a close map, but Coward ultimately maintain the lead up to the bitter end as they take the first map here and take the lead in the series 1-0 as a result of that.
Well, it was on a teeter-totter there for just a split second. Could have went any way, but finally, it's thrown back in the way of Kawarada. Although Spectrum Swing making such a valiant effort to try and win out on that map. 27-16, and I believe 6 there. So truly incredible stuff coming from him.
You got a very top-heavy fragger, though, and unfortunately the scale tipped as we got into those final rounds, with Neprix being relied upon so much to pick up kill after kill after kill for this team. When he fell, you had to ask yourself the question of what exactly was left on the rest of that team with regards to their capability to get out on the site. And that's coming from your controller as well. So lots of potential issues that are going to surface from that if they don't change up the rules going into the second map. But we'll talk about that and a whole lot more after this break, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with us, and map number 2 of this series is coming up right after this. Back at you with more action here from the MSI Valorant Invitational, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready to move into our second map now between Spectrum Swing and Cowretta. Spectrum Swing looking great at the beginning of that first map on Icebox, but unfortunately faltering in the later portion of the second half, unable to get so many rounds in a row there due to the seeming dominance coming out from Cowretta on their second half side as well. Quite a few individual players dropping off for the opponent's side over there as well. Isn't that right, Stokes?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot of issues coming to the surface, and we saw Chansey have an amazing map there on Icebox, but all for naught at the end of the day. A 9-13 scoreline for them, but Haven on the docket now, so hopefully Chansey can produce more of what we had just seen before. Also an amazing game from Waz on the Jet, and that's where we're going to have it locked back in for Spectrum Swing. As for Cowretta, though, what do they have going on?
Yeah, Waz unfortunately falling off a little bit. It was one of those players that we were talking about inside of the second half that wasn't able to perform as well. That's where Neprix really took things over. And as a result of that, Neprix trying to carry pretty much the entire team's weight did not pan out. Whenever we saw him going down, we saw pretty quick victories coming in from Cowretta just a few moments later. We're going into the map now, though, and this is the opportunity to rebound for Spectrum Swing. Even though it is their opponent's map pick, lots of opportunities to be presented to these two teams here on Haven, and we'll see if Spectrum Swing can capitalize upon that at all, especially on their attacking side, or if the opponents here are going to dominate and take a 2-0 victory. Let's see if Cowretta can get it done here on Haven.
And just to let you folks know, Haven is indeed Cowretta's map pick, so this is going to be slightly favored to them early. Obviously, everything starts at 0-0, so anything could happen. But Spectrum Swing losing out on their map choice in Icebox, and sad to see, honestly, especially from what we had seen once again, you know, from these players. But either way, though, Cowretta now out and ready to get down to the nitty-gritty here. Only 5 seconds remain until we get into this. Everyone's set up across the board, and honestly, in the exact fashion that you would assume. We're going to have Cam set up here for C to make Fish's life a little bit easier, but he's going to end up getting tagged through the box and dies immediately from that. Actually, unfortunately, enough for the defense. Not starting off too well for them as Cowretta is simply bullying their way onto C.
Sacred with the first pick here for Cowretta as their second pick. Excuse me, continue to whittle down the numbers here for Spectrum Swing. Gonna go down. Here's those 3 defenders with Garage as well as Garage window control. That's not going to lead into a very worried retake here. So it's going to get ran out pretty quickly by Cowretta. Despite that, though, Neprix continuing to find impact as he goes on to a slightly more aggressive role this time, bringing the Omen into the fold. It's Distorted doing a lot of the work inside here, though. Enemies and Yoshi looking to clean it back up, but it'll all be left to Cachet. Stuck to the rock and hard place at the end of the day there. Yoshi literally jumping on a Goomba stomp him out of the round there. And the attackers will pick that one up there, so Cowretta takes the 1-0 lead.
Oh, man. He jumped off of logs and literally floated onto the guy's head. That's just so unfortunate. Insult to injury in that round, and Cowretta gonna jump ahead off rip here, just like we saw in the last map here against Spectrum Swing. Either way, though, Spectrum Swing gonna be stuck to this very unfortunate buy for the second round, like we would assume, but they will at least buy some shorties here to play some close angles, so they can possibly get some guns inside of the second round and just create a muckery of what Cowretta want to try and do with this space once again. We're gonna have 3 people swinging seed long, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily going into this just yet. Actually have the spike all the way back in spawn still, and that's why they'll send the Astra to go and procure that. Looks like they want to start swinging things back now, though. They've set up a handful of their agents around the left-hand side of the map here, but still haven't tried to push themselves forward just yet. A lot of these angles being played very close by the defenders as well, given the shotguns.
Envy's not going to be noticed. More importantly, Yellowfish, I think, rather Yellowfish getting away with his position there, sitting in the corner as the Cypher.
Standing ahead.
So might potentially be able to get away with at least 1 pick. Here he gets it, but it's so unfortunate that he loses the opportunity to pick up the Vandal. Yoshi sneaking up here for Cowretta, though, does make up most of the difference as they clear out the threat that would have come from the inside of Garage, leaving only 3 players standing here for Spectrum Swing. Yoshi actually getting himself pinched here. That's going to give, thankfully, just a judge over to the defense, but it also, more importantly, evens out the player count. It's certainly possible for Spectrum Swing to get themselves back in. More cover to go down over here to block off off the access from long. It's not an immediate concern as long as the site players stay alive, but they are going down slowly but surely. Chansey, though, able to hold for 2, and we'll see Distorted pick up the trade on that one. But the good news is Envy's has the long-range advantage here. The recon dart will go out. The smoke will fade away. Now it's not too much of an issue. He does have to watch out and make sure he doesn't get himself headshot out. Thankfully, won't worry about that any longer. Time is gone. Distorted sees a Vandal. He's just going to escape with his life and with the gun. Caloretta will go up 2-0.
Honestly, such a smart play from him there to just grab that and move along, because the rest of Spectrum is going to have rifles here, so he's keeping a bit of his money as well, although the death bonus not going to be a part of that, so not going to get too much at the end of the day. Chansey definitely the big player here once again, as we'd expect from Caloretta. Had an amazing game there on Icebox and able to produce more of the same here, at least inside of that last round. But now for Caloretta, they're going to be on the receiving end inside of this round. This one is going to be a touch more difficult as Spectrum Swing can manage these angles a heck of a lot easier, especially towards C-Long.
Caloretta moving himself down the line here up onto the site
your
with a
trail.
con bolt go off onto the Owl drone here for all the good that will do. And we see Seekers come in as well to figure out where the on-site players are. Yellowfish flashing and hit by his will be blinded out now. An opening opportunity for Mar to move forward here. Brings out the Shorty to try and get a close battle against someone over on the defender steps as well, but will not be able to get that battle. The good news is the defenders won't either, as they're so forced back out of the site, completely distorted, and the rest of the team is ready to move back in, but they need the confidence to do so. And their player down, Distorted. Nicely done, tapping his way to a frag against Sacred there, evens it back out once again, and that should reignite the retake potential for Spectrum Swing.
Oh, absolutely. Spectrum Swing still being boxed out of the actual side of Cloudburst now. That's going to create so much confusion. That's why Jet's kick can be so potent inside of these scenarios. Creates so much space here. Now Nectar doing more of what we saw from the last game, but Waz actually taken down. Cushay also sticking it, and he's going to get away with it. The defenders win the retake. Chansey simply can't land the shots and doesn't know if Cushay's still on the spike. Unfortunately enough for him, he is. And that's going to be the spike diffused. Well done there from Spectrum Swing on the retake. And it's exactly what you said, John. Reignited after that frag comes through, and they're able to create some space with Wazd on the re-entry.
So Caloretta going to drop their first round here on the first big investment from Spectrum Swing there. Nearly went the other way as well. Unfortunately, a misplay from Chansey costs Caloretta the round there as he's unable to discern the position of the diffuser going into those final few seconds, and is taken down, of course, by his teammate. Other than that, still going to be the end of the day here now for Caloretta, as they'll be investing into it heavily regardless, and it may actually end up being a good thing in the long run for Caloretta that the round went the way it did. You can see here now they're going to pretty much immediately go down onto an eco, actually, as a result of that for quite a few of their players, and more than likely, I mean, they're taking their time back. Someone buying just a little bit too heavily. Thought they would have had the money to immediately go for the reinvestment, and that Spectrum Swing would have been in a difficult spot because they also survived the round with just 1 or 2 players alive, but turns out not to be the case. Caloretta buys down far too far, and they take this one as a full eco, taking nice and slowly, creeping their way up towards A. Seekers are going to come out, though. Give them some good intel here, as they will hear all of those Seekers getting shot out towards the connector and be dealt with over the next few moments. Distorted, they're the ones to take those out and continue to push the pressure forward here for Spectrum Swing.
Well, 40 seconds remain now for Caloretta to get something done here. No true progress made thus far, just simply baiting out an ult, if you can even call it that, from Sky. It was more of her own decision to use that anyways, and that didn't even really tell them the full story as to where this offense was going, but it's definitely been read through now. A taking over, they just need to get this spike down, and they do it in a timely fashion, as well as the defense already starting to work its way towards the site, and as well, Wazd has been oversighted. Currently inside the field with the judge. Now I'm going to check the corner, and Yoshio actually able to pick that up. A beautiful crash. No one's actually going to do it now before Mar with a quad. What a clean shot onto Netflix as well. Just world starred this man inside of Spawn. Unfortunate for Spectrum Swing, but oh my, Mar.
It's going to be a thrifty pickup there for Caloretta as the result of the success coming from that round. And now, of course, they have all the money in the world to build things up going into round number 5 here. For Spectrum Swing, it's pretty much the direct opposite. You can see they are bottom of the barrel buying this time around behind what little shield purchases they can actually make. It's once again going to be Sheriffs. We got Tiny little SMG purchase from one of these players as well. We'll see if it'll lead to anything. Stinger into the fold. Juan's getting aggressive, however, for Spectrum Swing here. Gets the first kill against Chansey. Yoshi trades it with Distorted here to support also. It continues to volley back and forth, though, with Mar getting one more. And ultimately, we are locked into a 3v3. However, the important note, Calretta has site control. They get a very deep plant due to how early they got it, and now have a good amount of time to set things up before we'll potentially see a retake from Spectrum Swing. And also important to note here, look at the utility. There's pretty much none of it for Spectrum Swing to try and work their way back into the round with here. They have no gun power either, so this is going to be a very, very tough task to even get out onto the site, let alone win this 3v3. We get the bait for Netflix there. Yellowfish works out. We're brought down to a 1v1, though, as Cushay holds his own. Doesn't get an upgraded gun to play with. He knows where Envy's is, though, but Envy's has the far better gun for this situation. Takes out that 1v1 pretty easily, and we'll close out on the round for Calretta, but it ended up being much closer than I think either of us, at least, expected.
Absolutely. You know, when you try and challenge short from all the way in spawn, or at least the door to spawn, with a shorty, it's probably not going to work out, John. I'm just gonna put that one out there. I don't think that the pellets are going to hit how you want them to, but obviously an effort still had to be put forth from Spectrum Swing. They can't just simply sit on their hands and wait this out. So they'll have to hit the site, and honestly, the deaths are going to give them more money at the end of the day. And really, the initial thing that happened there for the A site, you really can't be mad about if you are Spectrum Swing. If anything, that was some very solid trading in a time where they didn't have the weaponry really to try and combat Calretta. So they did it in very convincing fashion with some early use there from Waz, and just backed up from Distortion with that Sheriff, but obviously still around nevertheless for Calretta. Now on into round 6 here amongst these two, and plenty of ults being used back and forth. The Sears for the offense will clear out the B site, but nothing really coming onto the Omen, and truthfully the C site actually with what matters for this offensive squad. Yoshi making minutes of Yellowfish with the right click, but the other right click going to go wide. Also, Envy's will end up taking down Yoshi with that shock dart, but not before they take out yet another Spectrum Swing member. It's supposed to put 4 members up from Calretta, as well as a Cosmic Divide going down for the offense.
This Cosmic Divide actually helps out Waz to a pretty big degree here too, because Envy's now is going to get a glaring warning when he tries to push. Oh, actually, no, never mind. Waz gets the warning. Envy's was hoping he could get the quick headshot off, but Waz crosses the threshold of the Divide too quickly. And remember, the Divide blocks bullets. It's not going to let the shots ring true. It actually gives more intel over the retake in that situation here. Mar ready for the barrier to fade away, but it seems the defenders were more ready here. Sacred holding on to the site, though, puts down Distorted and brings us into a 1v1. Limited time left. The Killjoy just going to go right for it. Here's Waz, tries to get the clutch out, is going to be able to get onto the spike, but it's going to be so close. Let's see if enough time was left, and I don't think it was. No! Short by 1 second on the defuse there. Waz nearly gets it, but is not going to be able to make it happen. Calretta squeaks by with their 5th. Oh my goodness, I'm not even gonna try it. A great effort put in there from Waz. Trying to take one out of your book there, but my mouth is just simply not working today. So either way though, you know, a valiant effort put in from Waz, but it's just not gonna mean much either way. Calretta able to get away with it in Sacred, playing that situation out to a T. You do not need to swing there, just simply sit in behind Plat and wait things out. Waz has to try and push forward because of the time, and even if he does get the kill, he's limited it enough before he cannot win out the round. Now jumping forward, well, the defense going to be worse for wear now inside of this round. They've got Sheriffs now, and have to try and win out these engagements. Yoshi going to have the shotgun out, but Cushay, even with the low HP, doesn't seem to matter. Envy's will finally be able to reconcile with that, using the Odin and those high piercing rounds yet again, be able to at least find that frag. But they're starting to prod things out on A. They have the spike over in this area, but they still have 2 to worry about in this space as well. Waz continuing to sit inside of the cubby, waiting for a chance to frag F here against the push. Oh, and he's going to find it. Not just him either. Neprix will also find success out inside of B mid. Sacred going to try to change up the team's fate, and he certainly does so with 2 frags going his way. Now the team needs to hold on once again in a 2v2, though, as Spectrum Swing is not letting Calretta get away with anything inside of these rounds, despite the advantage they may or may not have at the beginning of it. Yellowfish actually catches Sacred on his way back to hell. Envy's going to try to shift. He does have the LMG for this, but no, Neprix wins it out again instead, and that's finally going to be a 2nd round on the board for Spectrum Swing, as Neprix gets that trade with just a sliver of HP remaining.
Unfortunate for Kawareta, but finally something swings back into Spectrum's favor. And it's going to be a big deal, honestly, at the end of the day. This is something that was almost a necessity for them, and they're finally able to get away with something here and start dealing some damage to Kawareta. And you can see with the amount of rounds where Kawareta's been knocked down to the wire and the rebuys that they've had to commit to, their wallets also aren't stacked in a convincing way. So they're going to be pretty low on money going into this round, but the same can be said for quite a few Spectrum members as well. Distorted down to $0 currently as he's bought in full, utility and all. They're going to spring to inside of A and see if they can find yet another round on this site.
Nowhere to run!
Waz, quick dash to get himself out of the hot spot there. Will it work is the question. Distorted still has picked things up for Spectrum Swing as he finds the first kill. Waz ready for the challenge. It's short, but he will be traded up by Mar. The rest of Kawareta moving in, and the blinds are great here for Mar to get himself his own second. Neprix saves the day again here in the inner sight fight for Spectrum Swing as he shuts down the rest of the push and sends the other two Kawareta players swinging in the other direction towards a C hit.
Well, Chansey created plenty of space here, as well as his Sova in tow. They'll start looking towards B here, but as soon as the spike gets started, Spectrum Swing will begin working their way towards them. Is this going to be the back A hit, though? Are they going to go and try and find these kills? It's looking like it, but Kushe with a positive read, but oh no, he swings in between. Only sees one, the recon bolt out, and he's not able to get away in time. NBs will be able to flood him, and he'll work back towards B. And this actually swung things for Spectrum towards the defensive spawn as well.
30 seconds
instead of working the outside towards C Link. This is going to allow the spike to go down in time, and actually the defense will split themselves up, but apparently it's a positive thing this time around, as NBs cannot simply win the one. Chansey will step up to the plate. He'll win and step up now once again. Needs to knock this one out of the park, though. Can he get it done? Neprix oversight onto what Neprix, or what Chansey rather's next move was going to be, and it's going to be a clutch for him, for Kawareta to get back onto the board, and Spectrum Swing will be committed to the rebuy once again.
Said against Neprix as well, easily the most impactful player for the enemy squad in the previous map on Icebox there, but Chansey does him one better anyway, shutting it down here on the Astra duel and making sure he comes out on top with a win there. Moving into the next round, we'll see if Kawareta can continue to maintain their advantage here, already resetting the defensive economy again, and as you can see, they're going to be on scrap lines as a result of that. Pistols for the A-site players. I am unsure about what the rest of the team has. Mar nearly had himself a lineup here to spray through. Not going to be the case. It does look like the rest of Spectrum Swing is on a full eco here as well, now that we can see the rest of these silhouettes here. Knives are out of what it was. It's not going to work. Just serves as a bait to allow Distorted to swing and get the trade instead. Yellowfish getting another one. What's up with these ecos, man? They're constantly coming at near bitter end circumstances and 1vx's almost for the team with the guns. But Kawareta seems to be getting back some control over the situation here. Chansey will go for a backside plant, and Kawareta's even going to press further than that into the garage exit to be able to take down Neprix and bring this down to only Distorted. But the Sheriff's continuing to ring true. Nearly opens up a clutch potential once more, but Mar will stop it and put a 7th round on the board for Kawareta.
You know, the Deagle's a pretty good gun, and I think that it has a lot of use inside of CS, inside of situations like that. But I'm almost inclined to say that the Sheriff has such a large impact in these eco rounds for Valorant. Like, that one's pretty obvious, but like, you can fight back almost every single time, like you're saying, especially if the respect isn't there from the other side. So, you know, pretty interesting how we've seen these rounds go thus far, especially in between these two when it comes to those eco rounds. They're really able to make it seem like a full buy round in certain senses and bring it to the opposing squad. But either way, Kawareta has made this look so very easy thus far, and they're going to continue that. It's going to be a guiding wall down on B, but it's actually a fake, if you guys saw that. We're going to start moving back. He's been stunned. Mar will be able to pick up that kill, but the spike now moving towards C instead of its original target.
Neural Theft going to come out here, gives the info on Yellowfish and quite a few others. Yellowfish will be immediately flashed as a result of that. Now brings the numbers down even further here for Spectrum Swing. Just the two players rotating over from C and B now, but they don't have much of a chance in this fight. So it looks like they've already called for the save. Neprix in this engagement, along with the Jet as well. These are two of the biggest fraggers for the team, but they have no intel about what the post-plant setup is going to look like after they've been aggressed upon in the previous C take as well. They're not going to feel too much confidence to even start drifting back in that direction. So we'll call this one as a safe save. It'll be 8-2 going up on the board for Caloretta, and Spectrum Swing is going to try to save some guns for the final 2 rounds.
So the good news for Spectrum Swing is that they'll be able to save some guns and honestly start moving towards their offensive side soon enough, which is a great thing on Haven as well, given the way that the map plays usually. But besides that, there's really not much else to say. I mean, there's a big chance that Caloretta can end up getting their 10th round on this half, and if they do, I mean, I don't really know what to say for Spectrum Swing's future. They're not going to be able to go with a full buy here for the entirety of their squad, but they're going to have to buy something because this is the 11th hour, essentially speaking. They need to get something on the board here, and if there's anything they can do to Caloretta in the dying moments of these halves, then, well, it needs to happen now.
All right, so here comes the execute here for Caloretta. The players moving quickly down through C long, over and out into the site. Distorted would have been waiting for them on the site. However, he quickly realizes that, yeah, this ain't going to work out if I stick around here. So falls back, groups up with the team outside of Garage. They'll play for the post-plant retake in a 5v5 situation. Right? Get their own life away, but oh no, that's going to happen anyway. Yoshi walks right up and knocks him down. There's going to be Waz, along with the other players starting to rotate forward. Sacred doesn't even realize where he's at, apparently, as he goes down. Envies and Yoshi will quickly trade that back out. We have a bit of an awkward fight there outside the mid-double doors. Yellowfish finds a hole in the smoke, though, uses it to get a kill on Mar before Chansey trades him out. Cachet, the last hope in this half. Unfortunately, he's going to run out there, get himself taken down by Chansey. 9-2 is the scoreline as we head into that final round before these teams switch sides.
Yeah, but you might as well call it at this point. I mean, the big thing here is that Spectrum Swing has honestly almost looked better inside of their big eco buys rather than their split buys. And it's just kind of weird when you honestly think about it. Caloretta, once again, able to overpower Spectrum Swing on the C site. See what they want to go with once again here. They've been able to continue to keep the defense guessing. There truthfully hasn't been a lot of stacks going either way. This time around, those Spectrum Swing are going to be completely ignoring B. And, well, John, they're going to get a site for free.
Let's see.
No more secrets.
Try to fend some of this off for Spectrum Swing. Yes, successfully maintains garage control, but what else beyond that are you going to fight for here now that Caloretta is taking full B for themselves? Mar, the only one playing, I believe, on site for the squad right now. Nope, never mind. We do have a Yoshi committed as well. But the positions of these players don't seem to be mattering too much as they are wiping the floor with Spectrum Swing at the moment here. Waz against Yoshi out of position, takes him a moment to get the spray onto him. That's the site retake, and dark cover can go over top of the plant here now as well. Ping's gonna come on top of that. We've got 4 to get them off of it for the first time, and that works out. Chansey successfully sneaking back in from garage as well. As soon gonna be a flank against Waz. He realizes it. He has to find the timing to play around a bit. Slam's gonna come in, and Chansey will commit the push, shutting down Waz, putting pivotal 10th round on the board for Caloretta. They are 3 away from the 2-0 closeout.
Well, Caloretta is playing 0 games here at all. Mar especially, 19-9-5. We saw it from quite a few of these roster members inside of the last map, but obviously Chansey having a crazy impact inside of that one, as well as Netbricks for his respective team, rather. But for Caloretta right now, this is simply their game to lose. They've already done what they needed to do on their offensive side, and now it should be fairly straightforward on this defense, but truthfully, they want this pistol, and they want to end it in a 13-2 fashion.
Caloretta looking for the quick closeout, and the pistol would be the very easy way to get them towards that here now. Unfortunately, they're on the defense, so they don't get to dictate the state of play, at least not that much in the pistol. They are going to hear the guiding light go off over towards A connector and very quickly fall back upon that. Look at this play from Sacred, though. Gets a 2-for-1, traps the opponents for a few minutes, and buys pivotal time for rotates at the same time. Waz, though, making a push forward, but Envy still trading things out, and even better, Astra, while in the process of rotating to this site, is actively contributing with the utility. Hold on, though. Yellowfish, 2 headshots from the Ghost, 1 more, and he's got it! 2 more, why not? Yellowfish with the huge 1v3 clutch. That's going to save Spectrum Swing's life.
Oh man, that's Waz. Listen, you can't be doing this 360 updraft, whatever, and then throw the round. It's not how it works. Oh, he's gonna want that one back. That's just very unfortunate. It's kind of just tossed there on the A site, but I mean, hey, they have a lot of room to be able to make errors, so it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. But the thing right now is that they've gave Spectrum Swing some area to work with, some room to breathe, and that's not something you exactly want to give your opponent. Yoshi's going to try and just spring himself forward into his own smoke. It seems to be the call for the entirety of the defense to try and flood this out. They'll be able to get some presence inside of window, and that's also going to get them a Spectre. Sacred will be able to tag onto this, and no one truthfully having a weapon to be able to actually shoot through that wall and kill him. So they're going to continue to try and push through the site, and push through they will. Kushe, the one with the spike currently, he's going to go all the way to the back end of C, and the defender spawn, but not before he goes back to get this spike down. It's going to be the post plant now for Spectrum Swing, and possibly Sacred with another kill, but Kushe just that much better. Mar, the only remaining member, he'll be able to get 1 kill at a minimum. It still has a long road ahead of him. He's done out here. He'll be able to flash both, and can he get it? Oh, he absolutely can. Another flash out as well, but he re-peeks, assuming that the blind is going to be close enough, but clearly not. Netflix able to push the corner and take down the last member here, Calretta.
Full blind challenge at the very end there. Both players getting flashed out, but the Omen reigns supreme. Netflix continues to save the team in multiple moments here, although as prevalent as he was in the previous map, just as of yet, that honor still goes to Waz, but it's a full team effort at the moment from Spectrum Swing to get them back into the game here, even on the pistol. Yellowfish being the main contributor there, as these guys are fighting their hearts out to stay in the upper bracket. Important to note, of course, if they drop this map, they are not out of the running. In fact, we'll be seeing them play directly afterwards in another best of 3 versus the winner from the lower bracket initial matchup out of this group B here on the side. Our second team that's going forward for this group into next weekend. The first one will be the winner of this match. Members of Spectrum Swing, rather, going to move in here. Calretta doing a good job of fending it off initially. Sacred. Not work out too well. Distorted. Sacred again here. A third kill for him. Still not going down. That is, of course, until Distorted gets a handle on him. Takes him out. Puts us into a 2 versus 1. One that Calretta, I'm sure, are going to play very, very carefully, considering what's already happened just a few rounds back.
Oh, some solid shots. It's going to at least tag up Distorted here. Plenty of weapons around Distorted, but chooses to stick with the SMG for a touch more mobility inside of these gunfights, but it's not going to matter. Chansey actually using the secondary instead to clean that up. It's a right burst right into the top of the dome for Mar, or rather, Distorted. He'll lose to his life. The offense not able to come together on this one in any convincing way. Is Sacred really being the saving grace for this defense? What a defensive standpoint made on A, with all of that utility, playing around that cyber cage especially well.
11-4 now. Calretta just a couple rounds away from being able to close this down. Spectrum Swing also immediately ecoed the lineup here. Any real damage? No more than that. A kill outright onto Yellowfish. Happy with his success. He will not continue to spray into it, as it'll only open up opportunities for a trade. He goes out with the Owl Drone instead, gets even more intel. Tries to see if he can use the dart to potentially line up a kill, but it's not even against the darted player. Distorted, in the meanwhile, fends off the A push and completely deletes all of the progress made by the garage hold. Now they suddenly have to rotate quickly onto A. This is going to be heard, though, as we can see Waz get in the face of Yoshi, preventing the rotate. They're still going to commit to A here, but now Calretta has to second-guess their own rotate, as well as deal with the wedge that's been driven between them because of the position in B.
This is going to be so difficult for them going forward as they've been hampered on this A link, and they really need to try and get this Jet out of position. But you can see Waz is no slouch here. The game sense perfect. Simply playing this close. This Judge at any moment in time can be the difference maker inside of this round. Slowly creeping up behind them, but they have to stay mobile here. They know the Owl drone's out, and they have to know that the Jet's in behind. They need to pressure something as they've got two destroyed 1v1. But they completely forgot that this man exists. Waz simply walks in behind, takes down Chansey, and yet again we have the same scenario, John. Kushe will go down to the Odin, and now Envy have to do something immediately, otherwise this fight is most definitely going to go off. Waz allowed to continue moving while pumping those rounds of the Judge at his opponent, but he can't get away from the Spike's explosion either. Everyone dies, but it's still around for the offense.
So a rebound once again from Spectrum Swing here. Caloretta is going to be facing quite a few consequences as a result of that. Remember, it's still a solid lead for them at 6 rounds, and ultimately, if they can just trade their way up to 13, they'll be perfectly happy to do so. In doing so, they are going to invest at least partially into this round. Yoshi will full buy, bringing the Judge back into the fold one more time here, hoping that that will work out. It'll be a glass cannon purchase to bring it to the table, but it does work for the team. The rest of them, buys you see there, are not going to bring their totals below a point where they can't buy in the next round, so it's still an eco that works out for these guys.
Yes, indeed, my friends. And, well, Spectrum Swing, hopefully they have some luck on their side inside of this round. It'll start off strong for them. They'll take down Mara, who's looking for the aggressive swing with this shorty. Obviously, pistols and a big save coming in for Caloretta here, so not too much to really pull at there for Caloretta when it comes to analytical stuff. They just kind of got to go for what they can and see if they can deal some damage to Spectrum Swing, possibly get a gun and try and steal this round away from them. Spectrum Swing, though, they're taking their time, even with that pick coming through. They do not want to overstep, as they know just how chaotic things can get up against this Caloretta squad.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Spectrum Swing ready at the gates of A to move themselves in, and here comes the commitment now. Envy's the first line of defense with Marshall actually helping them up on top. Great swing here from Wazo. Make sure that this does not go off successfully. Some chip damage coming out from Chansey here on multiple members of the team, but it's really Sacred who goes by as the one that's unnoticed in the corner. Has a gun to play with, thinking he can be sneaking against players that try to push him, but Neprix is one step ahead, lurking in from the complete other direction, leaving Yoshi alone. Yoshi was the player that invested into the shotgun and also fully bought out here, so it's somewhat of a good thing that he's ultimately going to be able to die at the end of the day. Not much of an upgrade going into Waz's hands there, but still going to take it.
Okay, so Spectrum Swing getting another round on the board here, but now running into some problems of their own. They're not going to be able to go for the full buy here, and this is where Caloretta has the possibility to strike back. Yoshi's going to have to go for a smaller buy, but still, with Jet's kit, this is still going to be something that is completely usable. The Judge, especially with Yoshi's closing ability with that tailwind, can definitely get quite a bit done if the situation presents itself. So we'll see how this ends up breaking down. Yoshi will be inside of Garage, and pretty aggressive play out early, a dark cover in as well as a guiding light just for good measure. The offense now has Garage control as this C execute is already going on.
They'll move themselves forward. Yoshi in position to try and fend off a Garage play, but that's not where he's going to get approached from. It's Yellowfish moving in the cyber cages from the defense themselves here, actually messing them up a bit as they can't support their front side player. Distorted and Yellowfish starting to clean things up. Envy's trying to do something once again with this Odin, but just not going to be able to be himself in a good position to do so that easily. He'll lurk back over to the inside of Garage. He's going to be the problem. The dog's going to walk right up, does spot him out. Envy's will go for a cross to try to approach this from a different direction in case someone is going to take an aggressive position to watch him coming down here. That will not be the case, though.
One enemy
His way
remaining.
forward. There's a lineup on Distorted. However, he's allowed Waz to escape way down to the edge of C long here. He's going to realize that in a second when the scan goes down. Envy has no way to know that for sure, though. He could still possibly see what Waz is going to be. Oh, no! I was about to say he could think he's maybe in Garage, but no, Waz is just going to sit there, take the challenge at long range, thinking that the headshot will pan out here since he has a Vandal in hand. But no, it's not the case. Envy's clutches it out instead with the direct confrontation from the get-go of that push.
Match point.
And that will be Caloretta's 12th round.
That's just so very unfortunate for Waz there because he ended up getting dinked by Envies. And when you get dinked in this game, it sends your crosshair up. So you're going to miss your shots. And that's exactly what happens there. Waz just simply tries to go for the challenge and ill-advised up against Caloretta. And that's going to be, once again, a round that they wish they had back. This is those decisions that end up losing you these games that, could have been brought back eventually. But the thing is right now is that Spectrum Swing, especially on this map alone, like, that's kind of a hard call. Either way, the comeback for them right now, even before, would have been extremely difficult. Right now, damn near impossible. But it doesn't mean that they can't get it done. We've seen impossible things before. It's gonna be a recon out, but no, the trap wire gonna catch Waz off guard, and he's stuck inside. Yoshi gonna pop the road of his own, and oh man, distorted, just got absolutely put on ice.
I know
Netflix
exactly
will be able to
where
take down Envies though, and they'll be able to shore this up. It's a 3 versus 3 in between these two.
Netflix trying to save the day once again here, nearly getting it done as well. But the creep is coming up against him at the same time. Sacred and Mar jump out. Netflix, one of the few left standing there at the end, but is not going to be able to make up the difference as Fish goes down instead. Caloretta secure it 2-0 as they take Haven 13-6. We'll get one final look at the scoreboard here as well. See who exactly topped things out for both sides. I think we've already got a pretty good idea. Yeah, it's Mar who went absolutely off in this game. At 23-15 with Sacred helping out there at 18-16 right behind.
Yeah, the Sky having the same amount of first bloods as the Jet on the same team. And that's exactly what you want out of your players when somebody's popping off like that. Just continually backing things up and really making things matter most with his utility. Incredible stuff. But here's how that ended up breaking down, folks. Icebox and Haven both going into the favor of Caloretta.
Once again, Icebox being the relatively close match between these two, but ultimately KOW getting the control they need. They're the same for Haven here as they battle it pretty similarly to the scorelines that these last two teams had the last time they faced off about a month ago as well. So unfortunate there. You don't see a whole lot of improvement in the scorelines, but still happy days for our winning team as they will move forward into next weekend. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where exactly these teams stand now as we still have one more match coming up today. Spectrum Swing, yes, does lose the upper bracket match versus Caloretta, but they have another chance to qualify down in the losers bracket final. They'll be facing off against either Organic Gamers or UH Esports. We do not have a result from that matchup just yet, however, so we're going to be waiting for that, and once we have it, we'll let you guys know who their opponent is going to be.
Yeah, it should be a pretty interesting one, but obviously Spectrum Swing going to be chomping at the bit to try and get through this loser bracket final. But that's going to be right around the corner, folks. They've probably got a little bit to think about, though, when it comes to that Caloretta game and how that ended up going down. Because honestly, it was not the greatest showing, especially in some of those clutch moments for them, and a couple of decisions going awry. But either way, that is indeed how the cookie crumbles. That's going to do it for us on this matchup, though, folks. We will see you here in just a little bit for our losers bracket final.
welcome back once more, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to jump into our third and final matchup of the day. Our last qualifying matchup to get a team into next weekend as well. We saw that matchup from Group C actually get played out. Unfortunately, did not go the way of the team that we were featuring on stream, as their opponent, N4D, was able to take them down in 2-0 fashion. So N4D will be joining us next weekend instead. However, for this group, we still have one more game to determine a winner. Let's go ahead and get the bracket up on screen and see who those teams are one more time. It's come down to this: UH Esports taking a apparently very lengthy 2-0 victory versus Organic Gamers. I heard that there was an incredibly long overtime in the second map, and that's why it took so long compared to our game. But regardless, they've made it through and now have to take on Spectrum Swing to try to qualify.
Yeah, and this is from an earlier matchup that we saw inside of the bracket as well. As you can see in our lower quarters there, Spectrum ended up going against UH Esports, and 2-0 then sent them to the lower bracket. And UH, just as John had said, beat out Organic Gamers 2-0. And that leads us to right now, which is the lower bracket finals. So here are the loser bracket finals, rather, in between Spectrum Swing and UH Esports.
Let's go ahead and check out the rosters once we have them available as well. And just in case anybody is curious, UH is University of Hawaii. So that's where I'm assuming they are going to be playing from. I'm curious of the pings, if that's going to be the case, if they're physically there, but we'll investigate that as we get further into this. For Spectrum Swing, though, you guys should know the lineup there. Yellowfish, Distorted, Cachet, Neprix, and Waz, with those two bottom players being the highlights. Both Neprix and Waz giving us a great performance over the course of that last series, and Yellowfish being quite clutch inside of these situations as well.
Yeah, whereas for the University of Hawaii, on the other end, not too much to actually read up on them, John. We got some stats for them, but really only one map overall. Actually, two, rather, but one play on each respective one. Ascent and Icebox, and both of those they ended up losing. We do obviously have the comps for that, but that's really about it. So kind of a big question mark as to what we're going to be getting from these folks.
A little bit of a different roster in that previous matchup as well. I believe that was only 2 players from that roster have made it into this one for today, so it's going to be a pretty different look from UH. Let's go ahead and get the map picks up on screen. And again, to clarify, these are map picks, not map bans. We did a coin toss. The winner could choose between 2 map picks or 2 side picks. And it looks like we've got our 3 maps set for us now. Haven, again, split. And finally going to get ourselves a Breeze to round out this series as well, should we go to the third and final map. But we need to get there first. Haven is going to be the initial battleground. Let's take a look at the agent select and see if we're going to have anything interesting here.
Okay, well, for UH Esports, we're starting things off with a handful of lock-ins. We'll have the Sky come in here for Comey. As for
Distorted.
What?
Look at Distorted.
Oh, he's not going to lock it in, man. I'm not even. I'm not getting baited.
He's not, but do it anyway.
Oh, Distorted. He's got the KO. I almost said KO. That
doesn't even match like his role either. So.
No.
Oh, he did it!
He did it! Even our producer's wondering why that happened, folks. No one knows how this Yoru got here, but it's here and it's on Haven. So, I mean, do they want to repick? No?
No?
Okay.
It's not allowed. Not allowed. I'm vetoing it.
I guess we're sending it. We're going to get a Yoru today, so I really hope you studied up on those names and those abilities, John, because otherwise, might be running into some issues. Gate crashers and everything else, my friend.
All right, I'm more worried about that for Breeze more than anything. We'll worry about that when we get to the third map. If we get to a third map, of course. We've had a couple of 2-0s today. We'll see if Spectrum Swing can give us another one, or if maybe UH, the University of Hawaii, will give us a bit more of a fight as well. We're going into it, though. Distorted's going to be on the defense first with this Yoru, working with Waz probably quite heavily here. That will create a potential issue just with regards to, actually, I'm looking at it now, and they do have pretty much everything they need, so this should work out pretty well. It's just a little bit aggressive with the Yoru pick coming in there, and we could see some potential issues, more of intel gathering more than anything coming out from that compared to say, having like a Sky or something else that the members of UH Esports have. UH, in the meanwhile, running a much more traditional composition, just single duelist coming out for them here today. Plenty of support and using Cold QT on the Omen for the smokes instead of the Astra. Let's see how this will all play out as they've got their first attack coming up right now.
Standing ahead of the boards, right down inside of spawn, as they'll be defaulting things early here to see what the defense exactly wants to do. Wild will push forward into A just to deal with the lobby players here, but there's already a Nebula down, so Michael simply play around this and hold on to his life. Doesn't want to extend too far and actually take that duel, and you can't exactly blame him. He's certainly here for just flank watch, and the rest of his team starts to propel themselves forward through mid as well as garage. Omen in, but actually it's going to be Cold Cutie to get the frag. I thought we'd see the quick slide up here from Yellowfish, but he'll finally get something done. Ends up getting the refrag here onto Cold Cutie at the bottom of mid, and now UH trying to reconcile with this, starting to head towards A.
Stopping around in the process, though, so this will more than likely be heard as they approach short. They'll start to rotate themselves. The Yoru specifically catching at the gate crash, allowing him to port over here with relative ease as well. Waz tries to take the initial fight, but is forced out, so UH will get themselves in and get their plant settled as well. But Spectrum Swing are here, ready to quickly retake it. Let's see if they have the capability to do so, as the University of Hawaii has a lot of control over the site right now. Yellowfish specifically trying to see if anything's going to be present. He does find one player, but he can't get the angle. We do have Tessid giving him some pressure from the back line. Kobe and 3FX continuing to hold things here. Yellowfish leaping in, and Netflix getting one pick up, but it's all going to fall to Yellowfish ultimately, and he cannot maintain. Tessid actually gets the knife kill against him there to finish things off, so a cheeky way to get things going, but still, that's going to lead into a 1-0 lead now for UH.
And honestly, I mean, if you want to argue it with the money as well, some extra money for Tessid as well with that knife kill. So a good start here for the offense up against Spectrum Swing. They make a nice jaunt over towards A, but UH just too powerful inside of that round. Really can't get too much done. And now UH with the lead. They're going to be able to more than likely get this second round as well, as it'll probably come down to that third round where Spectrum Swing will finally be able to fight back. Let's see how they want to try and play this out on their defense as well. It's looking quite forward, especially for Netbrix, but he's going to lose his head early on inside of mid. He's going to leave B wide open, but you can see across the board, Spectrum Swing, it's not slowing down in any regard, especially for their jet player. Waz moved up so far right now, trying to get a flank off with that alarm bot will finally show up his location. He'll dash out and be able to at least create some space, but it looks like the entirety of the team is coming over here, and Waz more than likely soon to die. He's only got 3 bullets, a stun, and Tessid will actually get it with a shot dart.
UH doing a great job of keeping this combined power and throwing it at the Spectrum Swing, as we saw in the last series, often able to make these sneaky plays. Have not been able to do that in any extent for these first 2 rounds here, because University of Hawaii is keeping themselves as one conjoined unit. And any type of aggressive swing that the Spectrum Swing try to go for is leading into just a massive stack of this attacking lineup here. So we'll see with better gun power if that will once again yield better results and hopefully re-enable some of that aggressive capability, as now they'll no longer be fighting with a massive firepower deficit.
Yeah, and that's a big deal when it comes down to it, especially on a map like Haven. There's a lot of long angles that you want to be able to abuse, especially on the defensive side, trying to keep UH out of your home. And as of right now, that has been almost impossible to do. Obviously, a big change of coming inside of this round, just like Blue was talking about. So we'll see if UH can possibly get slowed up here by Spectrum. Gonna be a stack towards the C side as of right now, and a very aggressive front being showed towards A lobby. They'll be able to get at least some control here in the likes of Waz in behind the box, but at any moment in time, this could be a big issue. Prefix just constantly spamming the smoke with that Marshall hipfire, not able to get too much done, but now starting to get to see some of this Yoru play. It's gonna be the gate crash to get him back into spawn, as he'll try and stay forward as long as possible. Forward, they have to give it up to the offense.
Using that as a big escape and rotate mechanism more than anything right now, instead of trying to aggressively insert himself into any of these fights. Obviously, the opponents can spot out that orb, so for easy time to counter him once you know where it locks itself in positionally. For UH, once again, a little bit of hesitance from them as they try to analyze the entire map and find the best spot to push forward. There is going to be a defender Astrostar going onto the ground here. It needs to come out more quickly than that, though. Netflix, once again, not fully aware of just how much presence was coming out onto the site. Distorted will catch Comey as they try to wrap him further in this position here. Waz as well will pick up another trade against pre-effects. In much more palatable terms. Unfortunately for Jet here now, Waz, he's going to be 1 HP, I'm pretty sure. Incredibly low, trying to fight out the rest of this round. Distorted, going to bank his flash to the inside. See, he's ready and primed to go for it here. Although he does have a nanoswarm on the ground as well. Soon he's trying to go in, and there we go. Waz tries to trade it up with a low HP. It's too much for him to deal with here. A third round now goes on the board for University of Hawaii.
Hawaii making a great entry onto the C site, and really no one having a chance to try and fight back, especially against Cold Cutie, who ends up just taking down everyone with the Bulldog. A weapon that we've gotten to see a lot more often as of late. It's one of those eco buys that comes in and can definitely have a helping hand inside of those longer range engagements, especially on rounds like that when you're going into that third round and really are looking for something in a pinch. It can be that weapon of choice because of that ADS, where you're able to get those triple bursts and possibly get some really big picks onto your opponent. That's what we see happen inside of this last one, but the shoe's on the other foot this time around for round 4 as Waz will pick up Cold.
Cold Cutie working his way forward here now, quickly getting that site control the team needs to force out the rest of the defensive pressure here. Spectrum Swing won't even attempt to contest it. They'll go right back through the Swan Tunnel and work their way up into heaven. You can see Waz trying to spam down through it. Connecting some damage on one of the members of UH, but apparently not. Let's see. Runs out of ammo there and has to fall back relatively. FreeFX just has this lineup in the event we do see a recon dart come back in. They can take it out pretty much immediately to prevent the intel feed from going back out. Gate crash to move its way forward. Well, opponents from UH just tearing it up. Never even gets to use that gate crash as he goes down before he even gets the chance. 4-0 lead now for the University of Hawaii as they are tearing Spectrum Swing apart right now.
Yeah, honestly, it looks as though UH is going to be giving Spectrum Swing a lot of problems when it comes to these post plants, even on the A site, which is arguably easier to retake than the others across the board. B also being that, but C definitely not in comparison to its brothers across the entirety of Haven. So even in those situations, it's still very easy for them. Obviously, that last round going to be a big difference inside of firearms, but still, their positioning overall tells a story. So to be looking, into the future as to what they can do inside of these post-plant positions. Comey with a beautiful shot to start us off on to Distorted, so he'll be sitting on the bench for the rest of this one.
Spectrum Swing on the back foot yet again at the beginning of this round. Yellowfish is going to look to change that up from the inside of Garage, but Double Dark Cover is going to make sure that he does not get to see anything whatsoever. Can still maintain the Garage position in the event that University of Hawaii get a little bit overzealous, try to hop up to kill him. And we might actually see that. The Omen just taking a corner position there. We'll see if he actually decides to challenge it in a moment. But I think we're watching for the aggression from Yellowfish now that that dark cover is fading away. So Cutie looking to see if there will maybe be an opportunity for him to get a view of Yellowfish. But as we see, they don't suspect him to be there after so long of a period of time with silence. The gun's going to block his way as Tessid comes in for the trade. FreeFX also taking out Cachet, and that leaves just the Jet alive. Waz needing to bring out a massive clutch here. Does have the Vandals, so it's somewhat palatable. Knives available too, but more than likely not going to be able to get even close to this site with the amount of control that Hawaii now has.
Waz, take a Herculean effort here for him to make this one happen, be able to get rid of the turret and at least one member of Hawaii, but Waz now a lot of trouble. Time is going to continue to dwindle. Comey will be able to get a triple kill on this round. That's going to be all she wrote for the defense here of Spectrum Swing, and it looks like more of the same from their previous series, John. They're just not able to get things on the board in a very convincing way.
So 5-0 here. Been at least 2 big investments now for Spectrum Swing, and they've all been for naught here. So you can't put this up to an economical woe anymore. This is a serious amount of misplay coming out here from Spectrum Swing that is costing them so far nearly the first half of the opening half itself. Let's see, or first quarter, I guess that would technically be. But we will see here now if they can potentially change their fate once again. It is going to be on an equal round, so they don't have the greatest of expectations, especially considering we still got a pretty split up setup for these guys. FreeFX even going super aggressive here with the jump up from the spawn tree over towards the window in B, trying to see if he can spot out any early pushes, but will not get vision of that. So Neprix will be allowed out here. Waz also still has the Blade Storm available for play. We'll try to use that from the inside of B for the looks of things. Actually, never mind. It's a push into a short. Yellowfish gonna get caught here. Waz having success with his short position, though. Gets a trade onto Mikey. Oh, Cutie. Looking to maybe port forward, but not doing so just as of yet. The team actually calling an audible from the look of it, and they're going to try to dive onto the A site instead against Waz and the rest of this setup. Zeeker's going to move in. That will isolate out. It's also going to find Neprix, too, as he runs directly into one of those. So it should be an early warning to UH. They already have flank to deal with. Now, Waz trying to fend this off. 4 knives gone. Can he get the last one? No, it's damage, but not enough. Neprix and Cachet, though, still pick up some big kills, but Comey is making up for all of it. 3 from him so far in this round. Cold Cutie throwing out the paranoia, trying to find out. these
enemy
players is
remaining.
playing from. Distorted, though, on
30
the Yoru
seconds
here,
left.
getting the better of Comey finally. That sight control gone. Cole Cuny, the only one left. He still needs to retrieve the spike as well while playing against all this utility from the Astra. The Nebula fades away, finally has the opportunity he needs, and a great flick to adjust after miscalling where Netflix would have been in that play, but still Distorted there for a very quick exchange. And finally, on an eco, Spectrum swing will pick up a round.
Well, they're able to get it done, and this is actually exactly what we've seen from them prior as well. I don't know what it is about these ecos for Spectrum Swing, but they seemingly always have a chance. And then we want to do it once again. They're on the board here, and they'll actually have weapons going into this next one. But just look at the purse that has been built up by Hawaii, John. They have stacked this money to the ceiling right now. It's going to be pretty problematic for Spectrum to try and work through all of this cash, especially depending on how this next round goes, as it doesn't look like Hawaii wants to slow down in the
here's
slightest.
We're going to see Yoro running all the way to the back of spawn. Don't believe he ran by anyone in the process here, so pops out. They're still going to hear him, though, when he rips that rift back open. And unfortunately, after he does not find any execute capability, still has the gate crash available closer to his team's part of the map in short here, and takes that ticket right back to the site. Knows really only the fact that UH have moved in here and are just kind of sitting in mid. Not really going to get any useful info aside from that, though.
Yeah, looks like that was more of a delay tactic than anything. He just wanted to get back there and see if he could possibly run amok of what the game plan was for Hawaii, but obviously didn't present too many issues for them. It's a simple owl drone out and a move forward towards B. Back Netflix off as he's been read out from the recon drone, make it twice into that middle as well. That's going to make for a beautiful clip here for Prefect. He'll take down two, but Yellowfish has a clip of his own, making a triple for him as he's flicking around everywhere. Cushay will come in for the assist, if you can even call it that, as he finds a 2K of his own, just dunks the alley-hoop home from the triple kill.
Yellow just barnstorming his way back into the site. We'll get that on replay, I believe, one more time. We'll get a quick preview of that. But yeah, Yellowfish barnstorming his way back into the site there without a care in the world, picking up 3 kills right after each other. The University of Hawaii just stunted by what transpired there. And here we see it one more time for you folks at home. Yellow with 1, no support sitting on the planter there. And that's when Destin tries to lurk back in and jump into that fight. But it's just 1 more kill on the counter, apparently, for Yellow. So big comeback potentially for Spectrum Swing. It's 2 rounds in a row from them now. Distorted also getting aggressive here and nearly spammed out by the position over at the A connector, where both players survive.
Nowhere to run!
A little bit worse for Wareham. We're also going to see the Hunter's Fury come out from Tested after apparently they get some intel on the players deeper in the site. Does find 1 connection onto Yellowfish, but doesn't get the second for the full kill.
Lost very forward on A long right now, but he's been in this position so often. Not exactly this boost, just around this area, and they're still not going to check these corners. No guiding light out initially, no nothing, and that's going to give Waj the kill and the ability to back all of the way off. This is a huge pickup here for Spectrum. It's going to start looking like they can actually start linking these rounds together. It's back-to-back right now, but this 3rd round could be huge for them against Hawaii's current bye. As for Hawaii, though, been able to reposition Cold. He's all the way in defender spawn right now, and he's been able to take down Yellowfish as well. This is going to make things very, very big for Spectrum, as they don't really have a direct solution to this. Everyone currently pouring in behind. There's nothing to worry about this flank. Cushay, though, he's found a solution, and it's simply remove Cold's head. Prefix, though, will push forward to be able to take down Netflix. It's all up to Cushay, the rest of the squad, to try and prevent this plant, which they will try their damnedest. It's going to be the Hunter's Fury out to try and guarantee this round, as plenty of damage is going to go off on all of these members. Tested only having 30 HP right now. 10 seconds remain. The blind side will come out. Tested tries to go for the long angle. He'll be able to find it, but it's going to be a fake, or is this going to be a plant? He's actually going to stick it and extend time here. And I also believe that Distorted's actually went to another part of the map, and he has indeed. And no, his shots go wide. He crouches, and Tested able to land enough of the body shots in order to take him down. Actually, with only 4 HP remaining. So a singular bullet, the difference maker there for Distorted in winning that or losing that. So very well done from Tested.
So the streak will end there as Tested clutches things out here. Tested overall dominating so far inside of this matchup at 10-3 of an overall scoreline, only dying on the lost rounds and 1 other besides that. as he continues to rip his way through the Spectrum Swing lineup. As far as they're concerned, though, 2 rounds picked up and now 1 drop. They're looking to get back on track nice and quick, and Yellowfish has the potential to start that off with his own swing. And there we go. A pickup against Prefix. He'll quickly fall back deeper into the site, makes the call. Yep, they're coming, guys. We got a big stack broiling down C-Long right now. And hopefully, members of Spectrum Swing will now be able to get the players in position quickly enough. But Comey finding the next pickup and more the trade against Yellowfish. Cold Cutie saves Comey's life as well here with the next frag, being able to stop the barrage from Couché. Distorted gate crashes back out here, just dodging the Seeker that was coming in more than anything. Netflix has been found out on the flank, trying to come in from C-Long, so that's dead for the most part, although he's going to try to make the play. The pool comes in. He'll be hit by the dog as a result of that, but the pool, that's the good news, keeping these players held back temporarily. Temporarily truly is the only thing.
Last player standing.
And now Mikey is going to be picking up the next kills. Cold Cutie getting the last one there, and UH once again coming out on top with another CXQ.
Yeah, and honestly, it's starting to look like UH might be laughing straight to the bank with this one, because they are just running it up on Spectrum Swing. Once again, really not having an opportunity to do too much on their defensive side here for Haven, and, well, it looks like the trial of the Yoru is not exactly working out for Distorted either. Currently 4-8-1. We've seen some sort of impact from Distorted, but even the round where he still committed his ult, into the attacker spawn, rather, there wasn't much that came from that either. I mean, it really didn't slow down UH at all. It was just kind of a party trick at the end of the day. But either way, though, doesn't mean that they can't find more traction out of him going forward. It all starts off now, but once again, UH pulling ahead of the block.
Mikey getting the next 2 big pickups here. Killjoy ultimate going to work its way out onto the site as well. Netflix with a pull. He's going to try to line it up, and he does. Prefix goes down, but Cold Cutie has a lineup of his own to trade out onto Netflix. 3v2 now. Advantage to the attackers as they work their way in. Yellowfish is going to get a Nano Swarm down on the ground. He doesn't shoot it yet, though, as it would only give away the fact that he's holding this heaven position. Potentially very quickly flick it out here when he is revealed. Trying to see if anyone from UH will give anything away, but no, it's him that's given away. Instead, Yellowfish now needs to fall back to the defender route into the sites. Yellow's going to make the first
One enemy remaining.
Power but it's going to be making much of a difference having that advantage. Taken out by the Nano Swarm here at the end, but instead it's going to be Mikey making the push himself to get it done. Another successful round for the University of Hawaii as they take an 8-2 lead over Spectrum Swing now.
And unluckily enough for Spectrum Swing, this is going to be yet another round where they are not allowed to buy. They're only going to be able to try and do something, well, pretty small here at the end of the day. Not really a split buy. They're going to be able to at least get their heavy shields, but outside of that, it's a couple of sheriffs, a shorty, as well as a judge to try and hold down these sites. So probably a very forward front taken out by this defense. And we're going to have Distorted with this ult yet again here. The stun's going out, trying to get in behind them, but he's more than likely just going to pull away from this. And yeah, exactly that. He's going to jump up and down in front of Comey and then teleport back with his gate crash. So really not too much happening there.
Yeah, so not really much playmaking. It's really going to come out from the C-Long push just because of the fact that, unfortunately, he's going to get spotted way too easily there. No real cover for him to pop back out from behind. He'd get immediately headshot if he even tried to make that play. So smart move to fall back, gets the intel, knows they're going to be lurking near garage. And slow reaction from Yellowfish, though. Mikey walks right in. Shane's going to throw the shock dart in. He nearly loses his life as a result of taking that angle. The shock dart once again trying to at least pepper some of the members of UH as they're working their way into the site, maybe making it easier for the retake squad. But no, the only real significant bits of damage are going to be healed up instantly by the Sky. And once again, Spectrum Swing will be dealing with a 2v4 retake.
We're on board with Neprix here, right outside of Garage in a duel with Tessit. Sheriff, do assistance in a little bit of a regard, and Waz will at least get the reset here. The possibility of getting a hold of a gun, but that's immediately going to go away as the rest of UH are quick to the trigger and quick to the bow for Tessit's case. He'll take down the last member here with the shock dart.
So 9-2, a massive lead, already pretty much guaranteed for the University of Hawaii, regardless of the outcome of this last round. Probably gonna want to avoid the 9-3 curse a little bit here, but for Spectrum Swing, still an opportunity presented to them here, able to pick up one more round, and it is going to be with a fully bought arsenal as well. And you need to see anyone step up to the plate here, though, as at the moment the University of Hawaii across the board of their roster is absolutely thrashing what Spectrum Swing are bringing to the table. Just on an individual fight versus fight basis. And there's a great example of it right there. Was no movement penalty, and the knives cannot win the fight versus Spectrum. The op wins it out this time. That continues into the site as Cold Cutie gets one of his own. We are going to see Nebula continue to be in the way, but no, apparently it's not. It's just another vessel that Prefix uses here to be able to get an additional operator pickup. 4v2 again, and Comey's walking right onto the A site for free.
Time to hunt.
Well, we all know what that means. More than likely a spike going down on A, but not if Distorted has something to say about it in a very strong position here. And this first swing means a lot, and he'll be able to get
Spike
2
down
for it,
A.
making it a 2 versus 2. Distorted now, looking for some assistance from his teammate Yellowfish, who's been recently blinded from that guiding light of Comey. Well, now stuck down low.
Enemy
Can he get this a
remaining.
bit essential win here? He will indeed. Knows that the other one's more than likely going to be
Killing over
pressuring
here.
soon enough. And this little jump check there as well, just to know that Yellow is still trying to push in down low here.
One enemy
Swing out
remaining.
onto Chris. He'll be able to find it. Also creating some distance with this smoke, but now both of them
HP.
on very low HP. A singular bullet here for Yellow will end things, but can he get the 2 onto pre-effects? That will be desperately needed. Nope, not exactly the case. Triple kill for Prefix
Switching sides.
inside of that one, and it's going to be 10-2 on the side split here.
Prefix doing some good work for himself there, outwitting Yellow, arguably the most impactful player so far in this match from Spectrum Swing, and making sure that things continue to be as strong for UH's esports hold on this first map. 10-2. Very dire situation for Spectrum Swing. If the pistol ends up going the University of Hawaii's way, we are pretty much done and dusted for the most part on the inside of this map. With Spectrum Swing winning it, we've got a chance. I won't overstate it. Simply just a chance to get themselves back into this matchup now. We'll have to see if they can properly utilize it and bring things all the way back from an 8-round deficit. Here comes UH's esports first defensive round, though, and the potential for them to really try and lock in this map. There's going to be quite a bit of aggression from them out in the middle here. Unsure if it's actually an attempt to pinch early on or just to set up utility, mainly utility setup, but they are going to move the jet coming back. No one is watching that right now. University of Hawaii moves full steam onto the A site. Might be seemingly ready for the challenge, but always able to go 1-for-1. Cold Cutie trying to make up the difference, but he too will falter, putting us into a 3v2 post play.
Planted the spike.
Spectrum able to get some things on deck here. As you said, a 3 versus 2 here for Spectrum. Big favors on the way,
Player
but
standing.
contested. Get any of these big pickups? No, he can't. Now it's down to Prefix to try and get this done. Low HP on all of these players right now, and he's going to end up getting read out from the trap wire, looking high for the camera instead of what was down below at his legs. And that's going to be the first round going to Spectrum Swing as they start the comeback.
Smart play there in the 3v2 from Spectrum Swing, even with a low HP on some of their players. They get the call, the trap wire on their flank gets destroyed, so they know the remaining 2 players on the University of Hawaii are going to be split 1-1 at that point. All they have to do is get hyper-aggressive on the one that's hiding outside of CT, and thankfully they're hiding literally right outside of that door, and then it's a very easy task of overwhelming the final player when they complete their lurk in from long over towards the A site. That's a chance now, like I said, for Spectrum Swing to get themselves back into it. Let's see if they'll take it, as the University of Hawaii is not going to take this lying down either. Prefix going to be bringing in the Marshal once again. Let's see if he can find anything with it. Probably not too much here at the first couple seconds, as he is going to get himself out with a recon dart and sent broiling back. Yeah, he makes the decision to stick on the site after everything is said and done, but quickly dashes away when the pressure finally broils through out to see.
Spike planted.
Yes, indeed, my friend. That's going to guarantee a spike plant as well. And you can see Cold Cutie also investing inside of a Marshal of his own. They're going to trade things out here. He's actually just going to give up the pistol. That way there is a better firearm on the KJ, so they can try and get some of those low-range engagements. Although it's not going to help out Mikey all that much. They're going to take down Yellowfish and apply some pressure into the defensive spawn. And that's going to be all she wrote for that round. Very quick round there for Spectrum as they simply walk onto C, plant the spike, and deal with all of the UH members trying to come in from garage as well as spawn.
Just a quick follow-up here from Spectrum Swing to be able to negate themselves their second round inside of this half. For the University of Hawaii, though, their first real investment coming up right here. Everybody except for Cold Cutie, who does have to sacrifice a little bit because of purchases that were made back on the second round. That's the unfortunate negative effect of buying those 2 Marshals in, is now those 2 players are going to have to eco by a little bit. For one of them, it will just be a downgrade to Light Shield. For the other, it'll be a downgrade to a Guardian. We saw that there in the final moments, but see if they will still have enough to fend off The attacks from Spectrum Swing is obviously they're working with all the bonus guns they carried in from round number 2. So they're going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage in that regard here. Slow plays to begin with, as they do want to try and catch any of the more aggressive moves that the University of Hawaii will try to make. Ultimately, though, it seems like they're pretty confident to walk their way up, and it would certainly be right to do so. Yellowfish making quick work of Cold Cutie when he tries to keep for intel. Tested here. Be bold at a minimum to try and play for himself right here, though, while he still has garage control, so we will continue to maintain that. Wait for the rotates to arrive, which they're here now. The problem is, a lot of pressure going to shift itself over to garage. It's not going to be as straightforward of a retake as UH wants for themselves. Distorted also gate crashing back into the corner outside of Long, so for the most part, Spectrum Swing going to have everything covered here.
Oh, Spectrum Swing. So many avenues here locked up, especially inside the garage area. Helmet with a big 2-piece, though. Would be partnered up with Prefix here. End up winning them the round. A nice shot from him. Homie will stick it, but oh wow, it just pressures him with the I almost called it the Odin there for just a second, but the Judge, rather. Shotgun coming into play there, and he's going to be able to get a weapon upgrade off of that as well. But either way, Spectrum Swing starting to get the ball rolling on their offense, and something that they desperately needed going into this half. They're going to crush the economy of Hawaii once again here, so they won't be able to buy rifles inside of this round. Instead, it'll be a full eco, all except for those 2 marshals coming in yet again.
Taking a quick peek here at how this marshal impact will potentially allow UH to get back into it here. Tough to see. Tested trying to make his own aggressive swing outside of garage, but fails to capitalize on any mispositioning going on there from Spectrum Swing. What little that there was. UH Esports will instead lose the large majority of the health out of that exchange. Spectrum Swing looking for a quick follow-up as well to get themselves up onto B. Get a plant behind that. Able to do so, no issue. Just need to kind of get some control over the situation. It's a bit tense right now with Comey, as well as the C-Link rotators causing so much noise and so much ruckus here, but seems like they're starting to get things back under their own control now. Yellowfish with another pickup. They still want to be cautious about this, though. There's quite a few players from UH that could sneak up against them, specifically Cold Cutie inside a garage here. More than likely, we're going to see pressure come out from Spectrum Swing sooner rather than later, but they need to reposition themselves before they're going to be confident enough to do that, and that's going to happen over towards C long. Yellowfish still looking at the options on B, though. In fact, gets a second pick. This would be the prime opportunity for them to go for the plant. Great usage of the trap wire as well. Catches the flank, working his way out from A. Yellowfish trying to pre-fire, but no, Comey gets the better of it. Flashes out Netflix as well, so nearly taking him down. Cold Cutie will do the job. Instead, tries to get a near drop shot for what little of those actually kind of existed, Valorant. Attempt there against Cachet, but Cachet will win that out instead, leaving only Comey in the 1 versus 3 here.
Well, Comey not necessarily wanting to take the gun here, but he's going to lose his head. Although the save, more than likely, probably the better option there, but not going to matter at the end of the day. Still have some ults for UH to try and use going forward here, most notably Comey's ult with the Seekers, so we'll see if they can possibly use that going forward to have an effect over Spectrum in the coming rounds. But this is also going to be a buy round for them, and they're going for a pretty hefty investment here, especially for Prefix's situation. He's going to be picking up the operator here. He's going to be playing on C long, not a singular soul for Spectrum playing around B in the slightest, and well, or excuse me, for a UH playing around that area in the slightest. But as for Spectrum, they're not even going to be looking towards B in the first place. Instead, they're looking towards A as of right now.
Yellowfish holding himself back. We're going to have to overplay this once again because of the pressure we're seeing from UH. Netflix, in the meanwhile, it's full steam ahead for him and a complete opposite philosophy. Netflix knows he's got pre-effects dead to rights. Just didn't want to give himself away. He's trying to see if there was any other play potential to come out as a result of that pick, but not going to find it. The problem for Netflix now is he's going to be kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. He's got the C rotators slowly pinching in against him. Separate these two fights. Loses 1 versus Tessid, though. Not the threat gone. Mikey with another pickup against the A fallback as he goes into short, catches Waz. The rest of the team thinking about going back towards A here because Seekers are going to find out that they continue to hold mid positioning, but no decision made for Spectrum Swing just as of yet here. Finally going to resolve themselves over towards an A take after all this utility fades away.
30 seconds
so
left.
Pressuring long now is Spectrum Swing inside of the 3 versus 4. have some utility to be able to
I
at
have
least
the
get
spike.
themselves inside. The Gatecrasher should be of some assistance, as well as this recon dart finding some info down low. But Mikey's going to be able to get a kill of his own on the distorted. Ricochet will be able to fire back, though, luckily enough. And Cold
10
Cutie
seconds left.
falters as well. Looks like we'll be able to equalize here going into the 2 versus 2.
One
But
enemy
Comey
remaining.
will have to be very aware of what could
Spike
possibly
down
happen
A.
going forward. But they'll be able to stunt it before it even
One enemy
starts. The
remaining.
spike will go down. Yellowfish can't win the round. He'll get both of the kills, though, but that's really not going to matter to UH Esports. It's another one on the board out of the 3 rounds that they needed to start.
It won't matter in the sense of the economy, because despite being the winners of that round, they're going to be the losers with regards to the money amount they'll have going into this next one here. And you can see that already as they try to figure out what exactly and how exactly to spread this money around here, leading so far to only 1 Phantom and scrap guns. Aside from that, things looking a lot more consistent over on the side of Spectrum Swing, as they even get an operator here for Neprix. Let's see now, with Spectrum Swing spawning out, it's going to be enough of a difference as UH inches that 1 round closer, that 1/3 they need in this half, over towards ending the game in their favor.
Well, patience here from the op user Neprix, holding things down currently inside of A lobby. No true dedication here from Spectrum Swing just yet, just occupying a long space and seeing if they can possibly get UH to swing out. It's going to be a guiding light out here. They'll get some information, but you can see that UH are very aware that Spectrum can leave at any moment in time. So they're going to continue to let Sky be the sole player on the actual site here, whereas KJ has pushed up inside of Sewer, playing a closer engagement here. And they're going to be able to at least get rid of this hour zone. Neprix be able to get the kill here, but are they ready for the swing from the lower end? It's the Judge out, and oh, Mikey can't choose a target. He assumes the Judge will be able to take down both of them in one shot, but obviously not the case. Some serious damage done to Neprix, but not enough at the end of the day. It's going to be Spectrum Swing going into the post plant here in a 5 versus 3 situation.
UH Esports, unfortunately, with no real positioning to fight this out, no flanks to negotiate. They do have some abilities left, and 3FX is going to be able to use that to fend off some of this aggression here. That Cold Cutie, what is happening? They're running it over, and in a 3v5 fashion, Tessid, Cold Cutie, and the rest of Spectrum Swing, or rather UH Esports, will somehow close out on that round, getting a 12th one up on the board. 12-6 is now the scoreline. Spectrum Swing had every advantage they could ask for. Apparently, Neural Theft giving the members of UH all the info they needed to clutch that out.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds now here for UH, and the possibility to close out Haven early on here and not give Spectrum a chance to try and fight back in the way that they wanted to. Very well done from them, and as you said, the Neural Theft, a big playmaker there inside of that round. And the other thing is that UH still has plenty of ults at their disposal, but looking at Spectrum, I mean, they've got some of their own. Truthfully, only Yellow, the one without one currently.
Nowhere to run!
Waiting for the come in. The Drift is going to reveal his position. Cachet going to be bringing out the Hunter's Fury as well, but it's Prefect who's able to get himself the first pickup here. And overall, UH dominating the trades for the most part. Cachet trading it back, though, with his own double. That's going to give Spectrum Swing the site control they need from a plant top of the Cosmic Divide, holding back the 2 remaining UH members who are still stuck over by Garage. The Outdrone going to try and figure out where those 2 are positioned. Double Shock Dart going onto the plant position, though I think only 1 this time. Only manages to hit him down to about half HP. Mikey, in the meanwhile, flirting with his capability to get himself in the open. The gate crash going to be perfect here. To pretty much allow him to go right back in as soon as this Killjoy expires. SN moving itself forward. Should be able to hear the gate crash moving in, but properly react to it now as attack doesn't going for that. There we go. There's the push towards him. Mikey knew what was happening. Cachet gets the trade, and here comes the Hunter's Fury brought out here. No push committed to it just as of yet. Trying to force him to waste the time on it here. There's the commitment on the defusal. He's going to get himself to the halfway point. Cachet just trying to wait it out, though, and he does perfectly to do so. Let's get to the halfway point, but shuts down Tested a second later for his 4th kill on the round, and a saving round for Spectrum Swing as they stay in it. 5 rounds needed now to get them back to OT.
Well, for UH, that's kind of a very poor series of events there for them at the ending of that round. It looked doable as Cachet ends up just jumping out of Covey, but Tessid simply did not have his Ares up and ready for the gunfight, and instead Spectrum able to make it through off the back of playing off of the spike timer there. Either way, though,
still have a long road ahead of them, but they've already started that off pretty well going into the next round. Yellowfish as well as Distorted, both with very big pickups, but just remember, this is a small buy here for UH. They're trying to run into some economy.
Yellowfish working around potentially for an upcoming duel versus Comey. Already a great start to the round for Spectrum Swing, though, as UH kind of resigning on this one to just going towards an eco and play it to the best of their own capability. Spectrum Swing, though, still being cautious, still respecting the positions that have been more aggressively held by the UH members. The real challenge in a second here is he actually successfully double taps the planter. Body shot from there. But ultimately for naught, as you can see, a quick shutdown for the rest of Spectrum Swing to take out the remaining UH Esports members and put an 8th round on the board.
Okay, so Spectrum Swing slowly bringing this back almost to the round count that UH was at the half. Currently sitting at 8, gonna need 2 rounds in order to do that, and 4 to push us to overtime. But just looking across the scoreboard right now for both of these teams, it is neck and neck. But I mean, the big standout for me out of all of these guys right now is honestly got to be Cold Cutie. So much impact in the rounds where Cold steps up to the plate and just delivers for this team, and you can definitely see why he can play so aggressively sometimes with this Omen and really make it work. As for Spectrum, I think Fish has really done quite a lot for the team here inside of this Haven, where you know, Fish had been doing things before, but not in such convincing fashion.
Not in such a dominating way either. He was in control so many rounds. It seems to be the saving grace for Spectrum Swing here. Someone is able to step up from time to time here to give them a heroic performance to push them over the edge, as we've seen for multiple members of this roster in the previous matchup that we got out of them also. And it's very possible we could even see other players step up a little bit more as we move further into the map pool. Keep in mind, this is only map 1 of the series. It's best of 3. These teams will need 2 to move forward into next weekend. This is also the last chance, I believe, for both of these teams to make it into next weekend, as they'll be eliminated following a loss here. And unfortunately, no qualifiers left. We got the main event coming up just a couple days here now. So these teams will need to try their hardest to win out this one. Distorted, certainly trying his own to get in with the entry, but Yellow also assisting in that regard. Comey can only trade for 1 pickup on the defense here. So once more, Spectrum Swing will get a clean plant for themselves. Even better, Neprix is off site, putting a wedge between himself and the rest of the rotate over towards A, meaning that Mikey and their other player, Waz, are not going to have any type of secure positioning. Mikey will be forced in with the Nebula. Got a little panic, thinking it might have been something a bit more aggressive, and that Prefix does play with it, but it doesn't matter. A 9th round now for Spectrum Swing as they sit only 3 rounds away from overtime.
And once again, UH at this terrible point. This is what we were talking about with Spectrum earlier in their economy. UH feeling the exact same heat now, as they will not be able to buy anything that's worthwhile inside of this round. It's all going to be scraps here as they try to put something together to hold back the onslaught of Spectrum Swing that has ensued thus far on their offensive side. And to be honest, again, you know, the Yoru hasn't been having the most impact, but the team play overall has been truly impressive, even partnered with this dimensional drift. They've been able to find so much info on site as to what's going on, and it looks like they're going to do more of the same. Distorted going to get to the back of the site, but they know he's here. Is he going to end up dying? No, very low HP, but does get the spike down.
So sneaks in a plant this time around here. Cold Cutie will begin to lurk himself out towards middle. There are players waiting, though, by the big doors here in middle. None have actually spotted him just as of yet. Neprix, though, is going to walk up behind him, and that's going to be even more dangerous because he didn't check that. They think this is all clear. This is all safe for the holding. That's not the case. Tessa with a shot against Distorted. From earlier. But all of the Astra Stars popping off in the meanwhile on the plant itself. And now Waz and Gachet continue to spam in there. Waz with 3 pickups and a nice cleanup overall from Spectrum Swing. The retake from UH falls to pieces. And now this massive lead they had at the beginning of the half, a 10-round lead in UH's favor, falls to only 2.
Tough times ahead for UH here, but they have to keep their head in it. This round right here means the most. Otherwise, we are more than likely going to overtime. We've seen some crazy stuff today, though, on eco buys, but this round is going to be where they want to close it out. No matter the amount of money that Spectrum has built up at this point, it all comes down to this. Can UH get the lead off pick? That shot so very close to a Spectrum Swing member, as their Cypher will always be able to get away for the time being. Still trying to figure out exactly where the home for the spike is, possibly. Don't want to dedicate the owl drone just yet, seemingly, but going forward, have to try and find some space to work with.
Epics and the rest of Spectrum swing here, waiting for their opportunity to move forward. They're likely going to find it on the B site. After stars going down now to allow them to execute, and also the intel on the only on-site player, Mikey, forced out. That is the plant opportunity that members of Spectrum Swing need for themselves. They're even going to support it here with the Cloud Burst just in case someone did not get shacked or a position was left unfiltered. Neprix, good timing here, catches Mikey pretty much dead to right. He can do nothing to stop that frag from happening. Comey getting one on their own regards as the members of UH try their hardest to battle back in and retake this. But once again, even with the site back under their control, they need a lot more than that to get this plant down on the ground. Cachet and Neprix with the two big pickups here brings it all down to Prefects. By far the most impactful member of UH, but still, in this situation, he needs to be the aggressor. He needs to be the one to take the right foot forward, and unfortunately, that will still lead him into a lost battle. Cachet finishes things off, and we go within 1 round's grasp of overtime. But keep in mind, all of this comeback from Spectrum Swing could still be for naught if UH takes this next round.
Honestly, if UH puts all of our emotions through that, I don't necessarily know what to say. But, you know, it's still an opportunity for them to do that. And yes, absolutely, they have to do something here. They're going to go with a light shield onto Tested. He'll end up picking up a Phantom, but everybody else will have Spectre and heavy shields for the rest of this
Prefects!
round. Prefects is going to go wide with his Blade Storm as well, as he's going to end up getting stunned. And it seemed as though Spectrum Swing member actually ended up jumping over most of those. So either way, it's going to be the ult down and off of the board as UH is now trying to find their own aggression. Where was this previously? That's my question. And now they're ready for it. Waz is simply managing the mid window right now with a judge. That's a freebie for him. But UH really hasn't had this same, you know, front as they've had inside of this round, inside of previous ones. And finally, on low guns, they're going to try for an aggressive show. I don't really see how this is going to work out for them.
Aggressive positioning potentially on the C-hold as well here. We can see Prefects going forward to take that, but Dimensional Drift also coming out now from Spectrum Swing here, and Distort getting all the intel on the site that he needs. Finds out front side is perfectly clear for the taking, so he's not even going to port back with the gate crash, just takes the portal back to
Spike
the real
planted.
dimension and puts himself back into the fight right there. Secure plant on the ground for Spectrum Swing, and they're continuing to mop up the player count as well. It's looking like overtime is certainly in the cards, and it is not looking favorable in any way here for UH as we drift closer towards it. The Jet's all that's left. Prefects once again faced with a near impossible collection of 1v5, and it will truly be impossible. Yellowfish gets another quad for himself as Spectrum Swing get it done. They come back from a 2-10 deficit and trigger overtime.
Well, if you're Hawaii, you have probably got your head in your hands right now, because that is one that should have never have ended up going down that way. It just seems as though they made the last-ditch effort at, you know, the last possible moment that they actually had available to them. Very unfortunate for them, but now into overtime, and this is where things get interesting. Everybody has $5,000 to play with. If you want an operator, you're not going to be able to get shields. You might be able to get light shields, but honestly, not even that if you're someone like Netbricks who needs all of that utility as well on Astra. So it's going to be the op and full-on utility for Netbricks, but no shield to try and save him.
Yellowfish and one other member here from the Spectrum Swing side, if things going to try to push themselves down through C long and take this aggressive control for themselves, they will actually be able to get it. UH taking an incredibly slow roll on this one. It could pan out, but no, Yellowfish wins the fight. No chance for a trade to come back in. It is looking like UH might try to go for garage control to subvert that, but no, even that gets pulled away here. Comey instead finds an open B site. Going to check it out with the Trailblazer here, see if they can maybe get it for themselves. There won't be anything following the Trailblazer, so Distorted's position is not going to be revealed. Old Cutie, though, still going to put pressure on him from the A-Link side of B here as he moves in. Distorted, very much ready for the challenge. The flash out to affect anyone else that might have tried to push their way in, but they're jumbling to back up now. They don't really have the full confidence in this play anymore, but they're going to go for it regardless as UH swings in.
3
It's a
versus
subversion
5 now, and actually they found space, John. They're going to take this thing to A as the Jet of Waz just pushed all the way up into A lobby. The entirety of Spectrum currently over on the C side of the map. So this is going to be a very long rotation for them all the way back across. And what this will present
though.
here is the possibility for this spike to be won on time, but they have no idea that Waz is even here. He's going to take his time as well. Can he find through the readjustment? There's absolutely no way he gets away with this. Test it. He'll finally be able to shut it down, but Yellowfish seemingly in behind them as well. 30 HP, but he's got a solid mark as to where both of them are, and that's going to be a nice pickup for them. Prefix more than likely to falter soon as he's going to run out of bullets in his gun, although that last bullet put to good use, taking down Fish. That's going to be the first round of OT going to Spectrum Swing, as they're not letting UH get away with this.
We defend this
Prefix there
reality.
certainly putting up a good fight at the end, but just far too little control for UH at the end of the day,
Switching
despite
sides.
the nice audible call
Match
to move
point.
themselves over onto the A side and have a very clean plan. And more than enough time to
Player
set a
standing.
post plan. 3v5 disadvantage is far too much. One already having the advanced position on long itself. Even though he only goes 1 for 1, that's enough of a trade along with the info on the 2 additional players that he gets for the rest of the team to manage the situation quite easily. So Spectrum Swing, one more attacking round is all they will need to be able to get themselves control over this map.
Well, back onto offense where we saw them get away with so much on this side. Extremely successful at taking it to UH, so we'll see if they're able to do it once again. It's going to be a C-long and garage split with the Cypher sticking around the lobby area. He'll be able to take down Cold Cutie, who tries to push up Sewer. Yet another kill coming Spectrum's way, and that's more than likely going to be all she wrote, folks. I'll be honest with you, so much map control in the way of
Spike
Spectrum
planted.
Swing. UH more than likely not going to have a chance to try and fight back, but it's all off of what he can do here. Tesla will be able to trade it out. Prefix will be able to actually fully seal the deal on that situation, but Waz's superior
Attackers
positioning
win.
on the boost box will seal it overall. It's a defeat screen, but only for one squad, and that's going to be for Hawaii after they give away the bag here on Haven.
A crazy comeback for Spectrum Swing at the end of the day, however, as they, like I said again, go down 2-10, end up bringing it back 14-12 with a massive run, only letting UH pick up 2 rounds in the process of that entire comeback. So really great stuff for Spectrum Swing. That unfortunately is not going to leave UH looking too favorably, though, as we start to talk about the later maps in the series that are coming up soon.
No, not at all. And honestly, I mean, Yellowfish, a heck of a showing there. I don't know if you guys saw it, but actually ended up with the most first bloods inside of that game, as well as Cypher. That's not something you see every day. So very well done from him. But yeah, a heck of an overtime effort there put in from Swing.
We've got more action coming up soon, folks. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the second map between these two teams to see who will potentially be moving forward to next weekend. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI Valorant Invitational. Our closed qualifiers continue to battle on. We are in our last matchup here for the weekend, as we're very close to solidifying some of the 8 teams that we will have playing in next weekend's grand finale, where we'll be having $10,000 of prizing up for grabs. An interesting first map as well between these two teams. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the next two are going to be, as well as a reminder of the score from the first map there on Haven. 12-14, and that would normally be a pretty straightforward affair, but it's important to say once again, that was after there was a 10-2 lead for the ultimately losing team in that matchup, University of Hawaii.
Yeah, Hawaii giving away everything there on the second half, and then Spectrum able to swing it in convincing fashion all the way to OT and taking both rounds there as well. So now we go into split, John, and if this thing is going to be built up as any kind of a story, I guess this is the story of what can UH possibly do after having such a detrimental map?
Well, the first thing they could do is probably improve some things on their defensive side. That's the first and obvious thing there, because they had a great attacking side, lots of utility to be able to utilize, and properly getting themselves onto the site from time and time again, not overplaying their situations either, never over-aggressing it, just on the defense. Everything seemingly was a miss. I'm going to hope the fact that we're going to split and going to a more traditional 2-site map will hopefully make things a bit more manageable for them, but they're starting on the defense as well, so that makes me very, very nervous to what we could see happen just within these first 12 rounds.
Well, maybe it's just a map dependent thing. We don't really know, as the tape on UH isn't exactly bountiful. So we'll see exactly what they can get done here from this defensive end, but they haven't locked in a single one of their agents just yet. So we're waiting for this picture to be painted just a little bit more. Mikey will lock into KJ once again. He was pretty strong on that agent pick the last time around, but this time Prefix will be switching things up as well. It's actually going to be the Jet for Comey, as well as Cold Cutie off of the Omen. That's going to go to Tessa. The entirety of Hawaii just shifting their roles across the entirety of their roster for split.
That might come off as a bit of a desperate move, but it actually makes sense for the most part. Those players were relatively close to each other in frag capability, just looking at the stats from the last map. Prefix did lead the way, but if he's going to be the most comfortable Sage going on to this map, that's perfectly fine. Because Cold Cutie and Comey, who have now taken on the duelist roles here based on the lock-ins, were right behind him at 20 and 18 kills, respectively. Even when we take a look at things like average combat score, there wasn't that much of a difference. Prefix had 234, Cold Cutie had 217, Comey had 204. So this is a fairly minor shift when you look at the overall contribution in the last game, and assuming the teams are comfortable with these roles, which I would assume they are since they're pulling it off in a professional match, it shouldn't be too much of an issue to change things up here.
Yeah, more than likely not. We'll see how it goes, though. That's the reason we're here, folks, to tell you guys exactly what happens inside of these games as we're jumping into split now between these two. Let's jump right into it now, folks. Tessit, the University of Hawaii Esports, will start things out on the defensive side. A Spectrum swing will start us on the offense.
So, a chance now for the University of Hawaii to quickly make up for that very lackluster defensive half back on Haven and map number 1. Let's see if they can get things started off on the right foot. Right from the get-go here, they're going to be on defense for our second map. Meanwhile, for Spectrum swing, they're going to keep the options open. There will be some heavy pressure towards mid to lead off on the pistol, but also with 1 or 2 players keeping eyes on the garage and a main pushers as well. So no true decision and no straightforward play to be made by Spectrum. I think they're going to play this a bit more trickier. As soon as we see one of the stars coming out into middle there, or rather the dark cover coming out into middle, we're immediately going to have the Sage Wall go down to block off access. Comey also trying to block access for Waz right now, but the Rays now, a little bit more utility this time to just try and distract Comey. Ultimately, though, both will end up walking away from each other as we go back to the mid push.
Absolutely, and speaking of the mid push, it's been basically stunted at this point. A Nebula is going to go down. The ice wall's still here, but obviously a massive hole in it for the time being. I'll start to translate through this. Does Cold Cutie step up outside of the shrouded cover? Instead, moves back inside of Mail. Plays this safe, is waiting to see. Up. area. Neprex will try and move up, but none of those shots going to land. Cold Cutie at least be able to get a new magazine inside of the frenzy, but now Cold Perfects wind up losing his life, and possibly yet another one going down here as well. It's beautifully done here from Spectrum as they simply overwhelm the tower hold. It's up to Tessit as well as KJ
30
to try and get
seconds left.
something going here. KJ moving into heaven
Spike
now.
planted.
Transfer into hell via the rope. I don't believe anybody heard that. Nice shots to be able to at least take down the spike planner as
One
well.
enemy
They've actually been
remaining.
able to make some headway onto the site here.
One
With a
enemy
very
remaining.
powerful position, able to take down one. Could take down two, but Cachet, he has the frenzy and is just stronger in this close range engagement. The offense gets the first round just like Blue, well, scarily enough, thought was going to happen.
So yeah, Spectrum Swing will take this opening round, and that's going to make me very, very nervous for the next 11 rounds here.
I figured.
As UH, we're kind of just going through the cycle at this point. Like I said, it's going to be tough to judge it off one round here. So obviously, plenty of opportunities still for UH to rebound, but can't help but fear potentially falling back into those same exact pitfalls that we saw back on Haven.
Exactly. It kind of feels like tire ruts, right? Like you're driving on an old
I mean,
road and you just fall back into these things. It's just very, very scary what can possibly happen. Tessin almost losing his head there for a split second, but chooses to back off instead. And this defense starting to feel a lot of this utility from the offense. The paint shells will land onto Tessin, and some solid positioning taken up from the offense here overall. They've simply taken full control of the entirety of the site. There's not going to be a single soul that's allowed to exist in this area of the map. Cold Cutie at least be able to get a gun, but it's a 1 versus 4. One that's going to take quite a bit of time and effort. Not a lot of time allowed, though, as everyone will quickly hightail it into tower yet again. From their earlier play, it'll look very similar as they'll take down everyone. In the second round, will go to Spectrum Swing.
Spectrum Swing continuing to maintain strong positioning here as they really run over the defenses on the save round for the University of Hawaii. No chance at all for them to pick up any sort of serious success on the inside of that last one. We'll need to find it. Instead, on this third round, where we're actually going to be set up for that 2-1 scoreline that we've gotten all too often here today. I believe UH was actually able to avoid it in their last matchup as they were quite dominant in the first half versus Spectrum Swing, but we haven't seen that UH since the first half faded away here. So let's see if they can do it once again here. Comey trying to get aggressive, now armed with the utility of the Jet. Waz trying to hop over the Sage Wall as well, but hits one of these rafters in the ceiling, bounces off of it. Doesn't get the trajectory needed. Yellowfish, though, finds success entering with a Sheriff of all things, going towards the site, but Comey is ready for the challenge from mid. He trades out 2 additional players, still maintains heaven control. Yellowfish going to move himself forward, and Tessit, however, will completely deny Yellowfish's aggression here by shutting him down through the smoke.
Super unfortunate there on the back end, but still a chance here for Spectrum to deal at least some damage to this defense. They'll start off with Waz being able to take down a lone member inside of Heaven here. This might cause a transition to go back towards B. Neprix simply playing at the top of ramps right now. What he's doing is he's seeing the audio as if somebody's going to come around this space, but now they've been able to capture him or at least get a spot of Neprix on their minimap. They're going to know that the spike was in this area, so he's going to have to start transitioning as well. And it actually looks like he wants to go for B here, but now they've actually been able to split this. UH is actively being the wedge in between these two, but are they aware of the situation? Oh no, his shots go wide and very easily done for Tessin. He knows exactly where both of these members are going to be coming from in Spectrum. An error made in the third.
So UH close things down here on their first big attack. That is somewhat according to the script here, as we would expect that with them having a greater economical advantage. The real question needing to be answered on the inside of this round when Spectrum Swing is putting their own money on the table for this next bet here. UH, at the same time, losing a lot of their player count means that they're not going to be in any secure sense following that first buy-up round from them. It will also be in the hot seat here. This upcoming round going to dictate who will control things for the next few rounds at a minimum. From Swing, though, working their way up onto the A ramp very quickly. They get an orbital strike in the far corner of the site. Guiding light as well. The execute on the site not really being seen at this point. However, here, as we see them move forward quite slowly, and Tessit, along with Cold Cutie and Mikey, just kind of mopping up shop here. Very, very underwhelming play from Spectrum Swing. Couchet trying to still make this somewhat palatable. It would be an ace 1v5 clutch from him if he was able to get it done. He's already lost most of his HP. He's down to 16 now. Good double push. Mikey finally finished things off. UH Esports ties us up.
And defenders able to get some rounds on the board here now, and Spectrum, unluckily enough for them, didn't exactly have the best weaponry to try and get things going here. So now, money on the board here for the defense, but obviously not for the offense. Invested it all inside of that last round there. We saw Cochet with a nice 2K, but that's really all that they had to muster for that round overall. So they're going to have to go to this light buy to try and save it going forward. It's going to be a default out for them to see if UH will present any scenarios in which they can give up a possible body and make them some extra scrap.
Quick boost for Comey here, but the shots against Netbricks are going to be a miss. Comey actually having to jump himself. Prefect's getting in the way a little bit.
Like, hey, dude, can you move for me, please?
Almost body blocking his teammate to a death. Definitely wouldn't have been a healthy way for team composition to start out the round, but Comey's got free reign over this ice ball now. Has the pre-fire angle against Cypher. Cypher has since moved to Cochet. Not going to become a victim of that. For the rest of Spectrum, Swing, though, kind of just sitting back waiting to see if UH is going to commit to anything here. They're really not, and what they are is very safe for them, in my opinion. Once this ice wall goes away, they'll have the option to push up towards mid, and I believe they're going to take it along with the rest of the Swing into heaven and out through garage, too. There's the smokes to support it. Cold Cutie, very much aware of what could potentially be happening here. Same can be said for Prefects, however. Go to his POV at the top of middle here. Still an incredibly slow follow-up from Spectrum as they're trying to take every step so cautiously with this mid control. And it works out, though. Gets them a kill versus Prefects. The aggression from Comey, unfortunately, goes unchecked. He gets two for himself, looking for the third, and there it is. Netbricks goes down. All that fight for middle, now worth absolutely nothing. And even worse, the garage entry against Cold Cutie fails. Cold Cutie survives, leaving Yellowfish as the A-lurk alone here. Only a Sheriff to play from.
I'm not going to get very far with the Sheriff either. The long arm of the law will catch up with him eventually, and the defense will lock it down. It's 3-2 in favor of UH Esports. Off the back of some very considerate plays going into mid. Not really too much the offense can do, especially if he's able to just take down anyone that peeks him. That's technically a 1 versus 3 inside of that mid engagement right there, and he wins it out all on his lonesome. Very well done from him, really only having Prefects around him for the assist.
For the 3-2 scoreline here, UH has taken the control they need. Already looking much better on this defensive half for our second map compared to what we saw back from Haven here. Spectrum Swing starting to second guess themselves, not fully confident in some of their own plays, specifically on that last round there and the one before it. Starting to cause lots of issues as they run directly into very solid setups for the defense here. We'll see one of those now on the top of the A ramp, and no, Yellowfish tries to get the Guiding Light to get him out, but instead it's the Leer that does a large majority of damage to him. And blinds him out as well, allowing for the Reyna to really dispatch him.
Exactly where you
trades it back though, finds the exchange onto Cold Cutie. We are going to get ourselves a neural theft as well to figure out where the rest of these positions of the members of UH are going to be, and they seem to find out that B is going to be the better place for them to push themselves. Prefect, a chance to trade, messes up the spray, but corrects it actually. Given a chance to spray through the wall in that situation, Waz will work his way out. Thankfully Distorted quickly exchanges things. Waz, it's a bit of an awkward situation for him now. He doesn't really have anywhere to throw the showstopper. Just ends up fighting at the top of the stairs here, but obviously will not find anything. 3v3, an even battle now. Very winnable for UH on the retake, but they need to get there first.
Right there.
The issue is now for them is that Spectrum has been able to establish the high ground, and that's very problematic with a map like Split, as things tend to roll downhill here, and those upper areas will be hard to try and combat. You can already see the split here as the guiding light will go down, or at least the dividing wall, rather, will go down. Well, shot's going to go wide here as Prefix will be able to take down two. That's a quick way to try and stop this. They'll get the initial kill. Make it two now as a perfect spray transfer comes through. It's going to be the res, but they've got to be ready for it. The angle now being held. The tap. Can he get it done? No, he does it on the other side of the wall. So very smart from Mikey to abuse that Cosmic Divine to its fullest potential. The defender's up 4-2.
Somewhat surprised they didn't try to do that initially, but there was reason to believe that player could have been behind the Cosmic Divide, so not a terrible play at the end of the day. Great retake once again coming in from the UH side of things, though, as they are going to be bringing themselves back from the fray here, maintaining a much stronger hold on the defensive side of this map compared to what we were seeing before. A lot of that credit goes over to Tested. The great play we've been seeing from him is allowing them to forge their way back in. That as well, Cold Cutie bringing some great 1v1 capability to the table and has been dominating in the early parts of the round to make sure UH are always putting the right foot forward. And Spectrum are constantly adjusting. Comey contributing to this now as well with the operator push out through A main, kills the Sky early on yet again, and sets up another early advantage for our defense.
UH, so strong inside of these opening engagements once again. They're going to pull away the Sky and make it to where finding some intel. An insight onto the positioning of these defenders is going to be a lot more difficult than it once was. As for the offense, though, they'll be set up right outside of A, poised to start pressuring themselves forward. Mikey, only one here currently, as there's a triple stack of UH members inside of mid. Looks like Spectrum want to go about doing things right now. Mikey, though, still on the receiving end. Look to try and deliver a crushing blow to one, but Netflix instead will be that much better, as he will step his way up into round 3. Take now for the defense, as they'll start things off by taking down Distorted at the bottom of the ramp, starting to get this map control back.
One enemy remaining.
Shorty kind of workable with it, and finally gonna get the last kill as well. UH now kind of just walking over some of these setups in Spectrum Swing. It's like, yes, they've been able to work their way onto the site multiple times here, but the setups are incredibly weak and are getting absolutely ripped to shreds by UH every single time they move back into the site here.
I mean, to be fair, at least that time around, they didn't have the best weapons at their disposal. They will now, but not for Distorted's case, and luckily enough for him, he simply just does not have any money. He's got enough for a rifle, but apparently about his shield earlier, I just did not see it, so apologies about that. But they're actually going to be able to have the full-blown armory available to them for this one, but they desperately need to get this round on the board to keep their money alive going forward against UH, because they have stacked it very high, and the rest of this half is more than likely going to be a huge issue if they're not able to do so.
Beauty out here right now, trying to see if he can get anyone, and he will. Prefects taking the distraction as well with a double pick of his own. Down to only 2 for the attack, and both of them are out of the site with no spike control. That's it. I mean, once again, a complete shutdown from UH. Spectrum Swing walk right into the setup and are continuing to do so here. Crochet, excuse me, now on his own here. Trying to survive, but ultimately just goes down to even more aggression from UH. They take it out and set up a 6th round for themselves.
Well, for UH, it's looking very strong early here on the defense, but that's something that is said quite often when it comes to splits. So we'll have to see exactly what they can do once they get to their offensive side. But as of right now, this is looking like more of the same from what we saw from Haven when they were on these respective sides. Spectrum simply just cannot get the site actually cracked, and even when they do, the retakes from UH are so unbelievably strong that Spectrum can't actually do too much about it. Once again, they're going to be low on money here, and this should be a pretty straightforward round for UH as they're trying to collect as many rounds as they can over 6 and trying to pull away in that lead that could possibly still be tied.
Comey losing out a fight here. Speaks just a little bit too aggressively against Waz, who is very much ready to take that engagement. Gets him down. Finally sets up a winnable situation here for the first time in quite a while for Spectrum Swing as they get that mid control. This is the hesitation that cost them on their last close attempt, though. And that they gave UH plenty of time to adjust once they figured out where the execute was coming from. Now, figuring that step out here, where the execute might be playing out from, has been accomplished as of yet here from UH. Spectrum Swing, this delay is keeping them obscured, but ultimately just running down the clock even further here so that their Sky can check things out in Garage, and so this won't be just a one-sided execute coming in all from heaven. Nice find from Neprix as Cold Cutie falls back. Waz with a pretty much immediate trade against Tested after he took down Distorted through the corpse of his teammate in the process. Very well found from him.
30 seconds
Well,
left.
leave us with a 3v1. It's Mikey on the clutch here for UH.
Spike planted.
Punches the guiding light as he sneaks his way back in this. They're actually none the wiser to it right now. Missed shot, but Waz there to save the day, as it's going to be a thrifty pickup with very little investment coming in for Spectrum Swing.
Unfortunate enough for them, they're going to get so many weapons that
are actually going to be able to keep them on top of their own economy, especially with the op coming in here for Netbricks, and that could be a big game changer on this half. They've kept UH at 6 rounds here, and I know we just talked about it last round, but I want to bring this up again. Remember, this map is pretty fairly defensive sided, so anything that they're able to try and keep UH from creating, like they saw on Haven, where he ended up getting that 10-2 split on the offensive side there for UH, you know, it's going to be a very, very big thing for them. So if Spectrum can continue this on, this could become a very big issue for UH. We'll see what they can do inside of this round, but as of right now, Spectrum really only looking for some action at the top of the ramp. It's going to be Comey on the delivering end, actually, instead of the receiving, as he'll take down Yellowfish and immediately go back down into ropes.
Distorted swinging his way down here now. Make it aggressive against the situation. Oh, the timing on that one, man. Just barely gets away with a pick against Comey after he hops off the ropes. He looks just a split second too late. That brings us back down onto even turf. Spectrum Swing are slowly finding their footing. It's messy, but slowly accomplishing the job for them as they'll feel safe to take out the ice wall. Now having full control of the other side here. Cold Cutie, an out and about position though, ready to take the challenge right from the edge of Mail. If Spectrum Swing end up committing to this, which it certainly looks like that's the case, Cold Cutie will get prepared for it. The second these players move in, great earth-hitting shot for him. The second one not so much, so he's going to take the dismissal. Get back away from this. The second kill now going his way, and with Tessit here for the support, that's the end of the execute. Once again, for Spectrum Swing, it's far too one-dimensional. They do not take the necessary time to try and move someone over to Garage, as we saw in a previous round here. Actually, I think they did, but even then, Cold Cutie still able to negate that player regardless, as they try to pull off the same thing they've done in previous rounds, and it's read this time by UH and countered out. Rex not really going to be too keen on trying to do anything with this limited amount of time, so we'll just save the operator.
Yeah, not too much more he can necessarily do, losing all of the members of the squad inside of Mail. Well, actually, rather, Tower as well as Hell instead of that. Pressuring in through Mail, but nevertheless, really only able to get that pick that we saw inside of ropes, and there wasn't much to come of it besides that. So UH once again getting on the board. 7-3 split right now as they continue to try to run things up on this defensive side.
Spectrum Swing now going to be waiting for an opportunity here to find that impact yet again, and I think they might go directly for the garage play this time. They will run into an Astra setup if they do so. 2 stars sitting right on the outside of the approach here. So we need to force these out first, but by the time that's been done here, you'll run into the issue of the rotates being already on the site, so it needs to be more direct from Spectrum Swing. They do bring that to the table, but it's going to be at somewhat dangerous degree here, as they are not going to have any front sight control to play off of for themselves. Waz, though, still keeps things under their control with the first pickup of the round. Cold Cutie gonna get blinded from the paranoia set further back, and Cachet also taking out Tessit here. The retake so far not playing out, but finally they reignite themselves. This is when it tends to get dangerous. Cachet, a quick switch over to his secondary, gives him another pick, and now great positioning from Waz. Make sure Mikey won't be able to get any deeper into this play. Cold Cutie, though, still inserted. Only needs a couple shots on both these players as well. This is incredibly winnable for him, but we can see UH Esports, or rather Spectrum Swing, playing this out to a degree where they will not have to fight him, or at minimum, they'll have a massive disadvantage when he finally commits to it, as Cachet gets his 3rd kill of the round, and Spectrum Swing finally getting a 4th round on the board as we head into the last round of the half.
There's a lot of rounds going down, huh? I mean, I guess so. Possibly our last round of this half as well here. And, well, actually, it is going to be the last round of the half, folks. We don't really have an effect over that. I'm sorry. We could try and extend it if we want to, but our producer probably won't let us. So, Cushay, 13-8-1, and a heck of a triple kill on that round as well. Able to actually negotiate for the op, and going to keep on that as well. So we'll see if they can continue to try and find these frags early in the side of this round. Cold Cutie, I don't believe he knows what's going on the other side of this, and it's going to be a very straightforward pickup here for Spectrum as they're going to full-on swing through. Netbricks will be able to take down Prefix in heaven here. Tested though, still trying to hold on to this space. He'll be able to get some shots onto Cushay, and the dink will actually
Spike
send the
planted.
op sky high there. Ends up missing that very important shot as Spike will go down for Spectrum here, trying to tie, or not tie things rather, but try and make matters most happen here inside of the last little couple of rounds, making this 7-5. Yellowfish with yet
player
another kill
standing.
onto Mikey. Distorted adding on. Netflix will be able to at least help in the last moment. All the ults go down, and Spectrum with extremely
Switching
forward round
sides.
that UH simply couldn't play out.
So UH faltering slightly towards the end of this half, but for the most part, still having a great amount of control due to the misfires at the beginning from Spectrum Swing that costed them so many of the early round fights and set up plenty of 4v5s, 3v5s, you name it, that Spectrum Swing had to try and not only take site control with, but then hold in a post plan as well. And you can see how that situation would have devolved poorly for members of Spectrum Swing over the course of their attacking half. UH, though, with those 7 rounds on the board, are now going to head over to the attacking side where we saw even better results from them back on Haven. This is where they dominated 10-2, so we'll see if similar results will be yielded now on a new map, or if Spectrum Swing will be able to wake themselves up a bit more on the advantage side for this map. Comey quickly moving forward, though, as the pistol begins, and he's not going to be alone. 2 other players with him to take mid control. The defenders aren't alone here either. Waz, as well as the Brimstone here defending, but they will quickly fall back to safer harbors.
And now for Spectrum Swing, it's going to be a long waiting game, but they're not going to have to wait too long, actually. Yellowfish will be able to take down the initial player here for UH. It's going to be a big pickup onto the Reyna as well. This will slow them down for their offensive play currently, but the spike's still over towards B main in the first place anyways. Started to try and find a new space to work with. A's looking a lot more appetizing at the current moment, but it's going to be a full-on push from Spectrum Swing up mid, and it doesn't look like UH necessarily have the bodies to be able to try and fight this off. They've been able to fend off just a few members here, but Spectrum know the damage is done, and they know the spike has to go somewhere. They choose B, but the spike's going A.
Last player standing.
Moving back in, trying
Spike down
to
A.
engage versus Yellowfish, but it will not work. Only Comey in the fight. And while Comey has been doing a fantastic job at this map, it's not going to be enough to carry them forward against an aggressive swing coming out from the sky on Spectrum Swing themselves. So it's good work coming in there from Yellowfish to close that down. Pretty quiet game, all things considered here, after really taking full control
player
in the
standing.
last map. Yellowfish has
Spike
fallen off
down
in a
A.
big way on the sky. And do more support here than anything.
Yeah, you know, with the Sky Pick coming in, you're usually in more of a utility-based position anyways. You're trying to get that stun out there for people and find info and things along those lines. And we've actually seen a couple of Skies pop off very recently inside of the MSI tournament, but obviously not going to be this time around. It's not that Yellowfish can't do it, folks. It's just the fact that it hasn't really
got
been
other things
presented
to
the
worry about.
options. As well, he's been picked pretty early on inside of these rounds as well. Netflix actually going to be able to get 2. I have no idea how that was allowed to happen, but either way, UH going to be pretty worse for wear inside of this one. Prefix with a nice hop up onto the boxes will find distorted and make this just a touch easier for them if they do want to try and swing things into B.
That's a 4x3 moment if I've ever seen one right there, as he's just on the edge of his screen, but he can't see him hopping up there, I think, due to the lack of FOV. That, or he might have just legitimately missed it. That was a small cue to catch, but yeah, it will cost them another player's life. They are going to reinsert now with the 2 players they have left. Obviously, Spectrum Swing with a massive advantage to play off of. I don't believe that there's going to be any Spectres or anything from 2 UH members that are after themselves, so they're still ultimately just stuck fighting with these classics. We'll see more of that in a moment here. 3 still running for Spectrum Swing. Want to be careful about this. Cachet obviously supported with the boombot a little bit, and they'll hear the effect shoot that out from behind. Stiller lining him out to get into the open. Cachet with the Ares now making the effort. Same for the judges. It's all of these Flavor of the Month weapons coming out right now for Spectrum Swing to take back the site with relative ease in the 3v2 and set themselves up for a 7-7 scoreline now.
I was going to say, one of you have to get the ult point, okay? You got to pick it up there. So diffuse the spike and make sure we guarantee this round, boys. How about that? Well, I was to be able to pick it up. That's going to be another point going towards the showstopper. But this was really because of the round. Netflix. Again, I don't know how the heck he's allowed to live here, Blue. I really don't. Everyone's just staring at him, and all the shots are going around him like the Matrix. I don't really get it, but he's still able to get 2 kills, and that just set them up for success going, forward inside that. As you said, they couldn't get a Spectre or anything, but that also puts into question how the heck didn't they get his Spectre?
because Neprix did have one. So nobody picked it
I
up.
think it was either on top of the ice wall or on top of that corner box you can't naturally jump up on top of. I think
You
that
can
was
totally jump in. There's no way you can't jump and like grab the gun though. That box is like,
Yeah, I mean, they could have just gotten lucky and it could have like fallen in the back corner where they.
it just falls out of the map. That would be the
Yeah,
most
like that
ever.
happens from time to time in these games where you just get really unlucky with the gun. That happened to someone earlier where they were getting pushed at C main. They took the player out, but their Vandal went like way onto the other side of C main, so they couldn't pick it up and upgrade their gun.
Oh, yeah.
Series today.
Oh, that kill under the sky. I remember what you're talking
Yeah.
about now. Yeah. Well, either way, UH starting to work their way out onto A. Going to ride for things with utility, but finally the kills will pop off, and it's going to be all in favor of Hawaii. Big picks here inside of sight. They'll be able to take down Distorted as well, and this is looking like UH will finally be able to fight back. Now, this is the bonus round for the defense,
Last
but
player
possible to
standing.
at least initially get a kill here onto me. We ended up losing that one, but outside of that, Neprix still holding things down inside of Spawn. It'll be Cold Cutie to end that, though, as we'll get our first round here from the offensive team.
Spectrum Swing, maybe taking the definition of bonus round a little bit too literally there. Save for the final two players, they are walked over by UH. They have no issues whatsoever getting that A site control. Now it's going to leave the question of what will we get now on the reinvestment for Spectrum Swing? Will it be a similar result now of UH swinging their own way through Spectrum Swing's defenses, or expecting a bit more of a fight to come from this defense here, maybe some aggression as well to get in their way, but UH has been pretty aggressive themselves, so Spectrum Swing oftentimes not even finding any point in the round that can potentially play out their aggressive tendencies from the defense. Cold Cutie, the other members here from UH though, with a slower start. It works out for Distorted, not so much for Wad, as he'll be picked further down in mid.
Well, for Distorted, he might honestly be happy that his teammate's dead, John, because he got a new gun. And, you know, sometimes you want to play with the Phantom and not your teammates, although he did do a very bang-up job with that Ares to secure that initial frag. Still at the 4 versus 4 here in between these two, and defaulting out is Hawaii currently, holding space across the entirety of the map, seeing if Spectrum do want to try and pressure forward. Mikey might actually have the ability to take down a member here. It's not going to be a lone member, though, as Brimstone will come to Neprix's aid. You'll also see Mikey over the box, so he's well aware that he needs to leave this area. He's actually going to have Spike here right outside of Rum, as well as an alarm bot forward enough to be able to find out that the defense is actually trying to pressure him. Comey will get found out, trying to push up ramp after rotation here from ramps, and well, UH forced into a B tank.
Whereas unfortunately going to be immediately negated with that next
30
kill coming out
seconds
there
left.
from Spectrum Swing. Astrostar is going down for the attack. You get a quick mask of smokes over both the defender route and Heaven as well. It will work out fine for them. Look at the body block here. Is going to slow things down by like 2 seconds. Not getting low enough. But still goes down at the end of the day, and UH are now well on their way to trying to close things out. They've got problems coming. Seekers are going to give away intel of where these players are at on the site if they don't get shot out too closely. They actually Spire Seekers looks like before they can actually reach their intended targets. That doesn't work out too well for Spectrum Swing. A 1-to-1 trade to start things off, but now moving into the favor of the UH. Cold Cutie is going to try to finish things off, but no, instead it's Distorted, who's got the orbital strike. He's going to force Cold Cutie out of position. Doesn't even need to kill him with his gun, but he tries to go for it anyway, as he gets the quad on this round. Starts it off and ends it as well, tying things up again at 8-8.
Incredible clutch there from Distorted. He knew right when the Reyna moved into the back of B to get that ult out and set that up. Masterfully done from him. That's a round they desperately needed at the end of the day. That's the tying round there, John, and they're on the defense like we were talking about before. So this could mean quite a bit going into the future of this map. And not only that, look at the amount of assists Distorted has currently. 14 assists. 14 of them. That is so impressive.
That is a huge number. So while we're not seeing as much prowess coming out from Yellow, we are seeing a massive amount come out from Distorted. Some of these other players on Spectrum Swing as well. It's kind of a new age in this game here. We're going to see with the aggression going in. Distorted, man, we talked him up, and he does that. That spray, not where we need it to be in any sense. The magazine goes just completely nowhere, and it now goes into Cold Cutie's hands. Well, you clutch the round, and then you kind of mess it up a little bit in the following one. We'll see if Waz can try to equalize things, but it's not looking like it. Neprix now alone here in a 1v4 with the spike going down onto the ground. does have a bit of an element of surprise, but maybe not so much. The Jet already watching out for his position here. This is going to be tough to do anything. And the Bull's going to trap him on the inside of Garage as well. Comey takes him down. UH respond beautifully to the last round's loss.
Yeah, very well done from them. Spectrum, I mean, we sing their praises, and this is what we get for this, but no, this is a very nice play from UH overall. Overwhelming. Spectrum swings hold inside of tower, and now, well, they're presented this round. This is not going to be too fun for them, as this is going to almost guarantee that UH more than likely ends up mustering yet another round to make this a 10-8 split instead. It's going to be a sheriff buy across the board, all except for one classic that'll stick around, and a heavy shield just to do. UH now out and onto the board. They haven't decided really where they want to go just yet. It's going to be an attacker KJ ult down onto B to see if they can possibly displace a few people. But speaking of displacing, Comey's head's been displaced by a sheriff. Wallace will get a nice pick, and there's no way that this is the fashion that they do this in. Two people are going to get bound up by the attacker KJ, and I mean, Spectrum just fighting back in such convincing fashion right now. This is just so absurd. And Icewall's going to go out, and Cushay's going to get a kill of his own, as well as a mark-handed gun. Although Tesden will be able to at least shut that down. He's got it up here with the Spectre, worried about the bot coming down low, but Neprix has also found a gun. And, well, John, it's a 1 versus 4 now, with Spectrum having the strongest Thrifty I've ever seen in my entire life.
Cold Cutie here, still with a chance to clutch it out. It's not the end of the day just yet here. However, he needs to catch Distorted, and he doesn't. Distorted making up for things in the last round there as he shuts it down one more time here. The Thrifty coming out for Spectrum swing. They get revenge for the very same thing that UH Esports threw at them in the last round. And now we are tied up once again, truly in the teeter-totter at this point. There's been 4 rounds in a row without a consistent 2 wins from either team.
I mean, this is just, especially inside of that last round, you know, they hit UH so hard, it was almost like they actually had good guns. You know what I mean? Like, they just simply obliterated, like, 3 members. It was like, okay, cool, we got upgraded firearms. It's fine. And so, I mean, very well done to them. That eco definitely the saving grace as of right now, and that could be the thing that we talk about inside of the post game if this continues to go this way. Once again, though, out and onto the field are both of these squads, and they're ready for war. UH is set up on the left-hand side of the map, and simply trying to work the B site as of right now. And as for Spectrum, they're actually thinking ahead on this one, simply having only Cypher over towards the A side. They've got coins down as well as a camera to see if anybody's coming that way, so they don't have to worry too much about it. This is going to mean that they can actually have a full-on assault on this side of the map, which is not the best thing if you're an UH fan, because you're going to lose 2 members early and possibly a 3rd with the spike being down here, because Spectrum is more than likely going to start pushing forward. Cold does have a Leer to try and combat this, though, but the guiding light creating space for Waz, but Cold actually to strike first.
Once again, Spectrum swing, a lesson to be learned here. Aggression against UH Esports, especially when they're down players, is not the winning formula, in my opinion here. UH, whenever they go down players, they take statue stances, either inside of their own smokes or just in a very forward position. But they are very, very cognizant of any type of pushes we would see from their opponents on the defense. So they were trying to catch these, and we saw this happen quite a bit back on the first map too. Swing quickly adjust after that first loss. No one else is going to venture into enemy territory, but still, the remaining 2 members of UH after that trade at Garage Exit will get onto the site, and more importantly, find their spike. In comes the retake, but Mikey with a pixel-perfect shot on the Distorted shuts it down. Yellow will now trade it back out. Mikey's all that's left here. He's got to show up big for the team in the clutch, and he's going to try to do it from the backside corner. There's the first one as he finds another headshot, but Cachet comes out on top again for Spectrum swing. They break the teeter-totter after 4 rounds of it. They're now going to take the lead as a direct result of that at 10-9.
For the very first time as well, on split, they'll be able to take the lead, and not only that, it's from the defensive side. I'm truthfully loving the setup that they have going on from their defensive end here, especially with what they're able to do inside of this round with the way Cypher plays around the A site here, just leaving that all in its lonesome just for the utility to do its thing. He already knows they're not coming there. He sussed it out. He got the camera out very early on inside of A lobby, and he knows that no one's coming around that space. He's able to access that camera throughout the entirety of the map as well, unlike KJ, KJ, where you have to stay inside of those circles on your mini-map to make
fight
sure
it.
that
Wow.
you don't end up losing some of your utility usage, but they're going to immediately fire back, luckily enough. It's going to be an immediate back-to-back trade
You will
after an
not kill
amazing
my
pop
allies.
shot. That's going to bring out the ult there, though, from UH. Actually, 2 going down, the Cosmic Divide as well.
I'm actually a little mad at Spectrum Swing right now. They're not lining up to be in that position after the picks. They get a 5v3 advantage. They continue to challenge, and we've seen that before. UH is great at trading those out. We're going to see that right here as they try to work their way back in. Cachet on the clutch one more time. They'll try to force the issue out. Pings, of course, will come out against him. Let's see.
No way.
As that Killjoy's also going in. I'm not just going to let this happen. Okay. Thank goodness. Pre-FX closes things out there in the final seconds when they realize what's going on with Cachet. And as a result, we go right back into a tie here. Although at the moment, if we continue to swing back and forth, it is going to be the defense. Spectrum Swing will be controlling things.
It just feels as though, you know, after Netprix is able to get that pick, they should have just respected the, you know, the frags that they were already able to get so early. Like, I understand trying to shut down the push, but I mean, man, you've already won. You know what I mean? Like, you've already done everything you could possibly want early on. You get
I have
2
the
picks
spike.
immediately in the first 2
Obscuring
seconds.
vision.
Lean on the utility. Lean on your teammate. I understand adopting the aggressive angle, trying to get even more kills. That's what anybody would do. But not always the greatest thing. And, well, Waz is going to fall through a similar fate he had in the previous round. UH Esports trying to take it to Spectrum right now, and they've done a pretty bang-up job of it as the Brimstone has been quite good as well.
Headshot.
Once again, all the aggressive swings from Spectrum being immediately caught by UH here. Neprix trying to take a challenge on top of the post-it blocks inside of sight. Hellgate countered out as well. Mikey taking him down. Essex now following in behind the rest of the team as he sets up the smoke setup on site. These 2 remaining players doing their best to retake. Cachet ready for the challenge from
Player
Comey.
standing.
Sorted, not so
Spike
much.
planted.
Cold Cutie will take him out. Leaving Cachet alone. 30 HP to play this in a 1v4 as well. More than likely, he's just going to try to escape and save. But actually, hold on. We'll
Hold
move
on.
forward.
Well,
Okay, now he's backing away.
Is he back?
That's what I'm saying is, like, if you want the death bonus, I guess, but
Oh, he's gonna get it. So
just don't really see what he's going to try and work towards there with such a little HP. So he goes down. It's going to be a 11-10 lead once again for UH as they try to close things down and get us a map 3 going.
yeah, so one of my buddies said something a long time ago about those low health situations. It's a difference between being pixels perfect and pixel perfect. I gotta hit you in the head. You just have to hit me anywhere. So, you know, I completely agree with you. I think that sitting there and probably committing to the save a little bit better because it would have made this round just a touch easier for the team overall, just because you do have that firearm. They still have to give you some sort of respect in the fact that you can take these long-range engagements. Although, right now, UH pretty good job of actually being respectful either way. You do not want to give up these bodies early, especially to someone just spamming a sheriff in mid.
So it's going to be very tense between these 2 teams as neither one wants to take the initiation. UH are holding back because, like we've explained a couple times now, for the most part, Spectrum Swing has been giving them fights. They could win early on here. And that's what's allowed them to get ahead very early on. But Spectrum, first time in a while, taking a much more passive note just because of the fact they can't really afford to get aggressive in this situation. Some good damage going on to Spectrum Swing's Raze being played by Waz. Not able to get the full kill against him just yet. In the meantime, UH has had their Jet Comey go all the way onto A for free. So they're just going to call the audible, move everything over here, and commit to the execute. But Spectrum Swing has also realized this, so they are well on their way.
The issue is now, though, is they have to try and retake on this side,
Got
and
a
they have
Bucky.
inferior firearms, especially for our positioned Cypher. Although the Bucky apparently working out inside of L, there's no way he gets a triple here. He's going to be able to deal some damage, but not enough at the end of the day. The wall will hold things down. It's going to be a perfect blind on the Prefix here. But oh no, it's a 2 versus 2. And they know where he is as well. He's trying to
player
reload.
standing.
The shot's finally coming through here for Netflix, and Tessin has to hop too. But the Molly's going to do some serious damage. Can the shots land? Netflix now ready. Sam coming through. He knew that was going to happen, and it's going to be done. Netflix gets a Phantom, and Netflix gets a round. Spectrum stay in it.
Thrifty.
Spectrum making it happen. Another rather thrifty here, as the economy seems to have very little relevance ultimately on who ends up winning these rounds.
Crash the economy, make money in the economy, baby. We don't know. We're just making coins out here. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry. Spectrum is literally just winning off of any buy they can possibly muster, man. Like that, it almost breaks the way that how this game works. Like that's like the one thing where it's like, hey, they're limited. They're limited in this round. They can't do much. But well, can they or can they not?
See, here's where I could potentially get frustrated though, because if Spectrum Swing goes back to this aggressive style and they end up just giving UH like 2 to 3 openers here, then we're gonna be right back to square one for Spectrum. So
have you ever thought that maybe you just can't aim the neutron style? You ever think about that?
Maybe, yeah, that could be the case. I just don't understand it. That's the real issue for me here.
Oh,
As Cold
man.
Cutie not gonna be able to understand the damage coming out from him. Well, he will. He'll see those bullet holes and make a pretty logical discernation about how he took the damage. But ultimately, it's just for hyperbole at the end of the day. So he'll go down lower. We'll see another member of the team get knocked out ultimately. The good news is with the Sage on the roster, they can keep up that rate of damage. The Empress now going to come out. Comey does spot the player at top mail, hiding out mid mail. Oh, the denial from Cold Cutie though. And he's going to tear this Rampage forward even more. Cyber Cage holds him back temporarily, and an Orbital Strike will waste some time as well.
Oh no, Distorted is going to push it very far forward inside of the actual mail area though, so it's not going to tag up anybody, just be more of a buffer in between the two. University of Hawaii now trying to push forward into mid. They need some help inside of ropes and they'll get it. These two inside, but here's the problem. There's a coin, and well, although the coin not that scary, it takes 1 bullet to shoot. That also means that you have to shoot it, and they don't want to do that. So they're going other places instead. It's going to hold them back for a little while. The Jet will eventually pop it just to see if they actually are going to have any rotation, being able to hold them back towards the other side. But it's actually going to work out in the favor of UH anyways. As the Omen comes back into his body, he'll lose his life, as well as yet another Spectrum member. And Kushe, he'll be able to get here in time. And now Kome's stuck as well. Right behind the bird he gets, and Yellow not able to pull his gun out in time. It's a 1 versus 1. Does he end up sticking this though? Only a couple of seconds remaining. Oh, he's gonna have it on timer.
He's gonna get it.
Gets it. Coleman, you've got to check. All he had to do was updraft with a classic or something, but he didn't know the positioning of this man and was scared to try and spring into action. Spectrum get away with the round.
Spectrum get away with another one for themselves here, and that's the one that's going to put them up on map point as well. Another round that they had no business winning given the circumstances, but will be able to accomplish it anyway. 12 to 11, they've got 1 round to do this. If not, we go to overtime again, this time under much closer circumstances, however, as you guys can see there with the trade of rounds going back and forth much more frequently on the inside of this half. Netbricks, the aggression, this is where I get nervous. This hasn't worked out for the team up until now, and it's not going to work out again. Mikey gets himself caught as Netbricks goes down, and the rest of the team will follow suit, getting themselves out on the B and already having the plant well secured.
I'm having deja vu here, John. This is the exact same play we saw out of Hawaii in a very similar position early on in this game. Which we are actually able to get them to OT, but Yellowfish starts out strong with that guiding light. He's not going to have any more, though, of his dedicate the Trailblazer into Garage. It's a nice split here for University of Hawaii. As they're going to try and get some action of their own, and Comey's going to get so many frags. Can he get the last? No, it's Mikey to push them into overtime. But what an effort from this roster to push them over the edge. It's OT once again in between these two.
2 maps in a row for these two teams here. So UH fighting their hearts out to try and survive, to try and make it into our playoff bracket next weekend. And Spectrum Swing, in the meanwhile, just trying to get the heck out of here. But unfortunately, problem for them, they keep committing. They keep trying to take these fights in the early round when they think they have the economy to do so. And almost every single time, it leads to a lost player. And in that case, a lost operator, which now goes into the hands of the attackers. And as we see, UH constantly dogpiling on those kills when they get them close enough to the site. They do not give their opponents an inch when they have the advantage. And as we see just there on that last round, and in many of the rounds before it, they take nice control of the site. And while it is certainly Scrabble, the ultimate win on the round, they win it. Comey tries it again. Backs out this time, though, before losing his life, as he'll survive with 30 HP, falling back to hell now.
That's
That's a big difference between Jet and any other agent in the game. Able to get away from the first one, but not the second. And now Yellowfish. Well, this is what we needed to see the entire time, my friend. It's a 2K from him, almost a third, but Prefix will win it out instead. He's in the bottom
Spike
of hell.
planted.
He's got his teammate right across from him. Ice Wall out to create some sort of disparity between him and the box player, even if he knows that he's
Last player
there. Wasp takes down one, Nephric with the other, and Kushe to seal the deal. The Bull will send the entire UH roster sky high as the attackers win
Switching
the first
sides.
round. Spectrum set
Match
themselves
point.
up for success yet again in overtime.
The attacking round working out much better this time for Spectrum Swing as they're able to negotiate that for themselves. Now, when to see as they're back on the defense, can they pass these same issues that have been plaguing them throughout most of this game, or will they falter once again as they try to figure things out in OT versus UH? UH fighting for survival themselves here. Remember, this is a lower bracket matchup. There is no escape past this point for them. They drop this, they will fail to qualify for next weekend's main event, and they'll have to look for glory elsewhere in the Valorant scene, as it will not be presented to them here at the MSI Valorant Invitational. Got a lot of pressure coming out quickly this time from UH. He's going to be caught by Yellowfish as he tries to lead them into it here, but can only go for one. Kushe now picking up the next bit of frags for his team here, but he doesn't want to stay in that position for far too long. Rotates back over, is going to allow the members of UH to take the control. And they'll play this on the retake once the utility fades away.
It's going to be fairly straightforward for Spectrum. They've got two players at the bottom of ramp, one in screens, and the other one's going to manage things up top inside of Heaven. Tested playing Hell currently right underneath the rafters space here as Kushe is Wazd. Wait on the other side of the Nebula. They're going to wait for the top, or they're going to push out. They'll push out, and the crosshair is going to be right in between the two. Oh no, it's all down the buckets, and he's got to do it all right now. But Neprix, he works in through the molly right on the flank. He'll get the win, and Spectrum swing with the 2-0 here on the
Defenders
Losers Grand
win.
Finals.
Struggling their way to get there, especially on the defensive side this time. But once again, they crawl their way to victory in overtime here. And to be fair to them, at both times we go to OT, they take it outright, 2 rounds direct. It seems the experience they gather in the first 2 regulation halves isn't up for them to crush UH in both times here that we have gone to overtime, as they take it without a doubt there. They'll also take the series 2-0, meaning that they're going to qualify for next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, it might have been a 2-0, John, but honestly, it was probably our funnest series of the day. These guys were incredible to watch. I had such a good time doing this, but I mean, still a 14-12 finish, no matter what you look at, either on Haven or Split. Beautifully done from Spectrum.
And of course, for the University of Hawaii, some great effort being put up by them today. Honestly, could have seen them easily win Haven had the defensive half been better. Definitely going to need to go back to the drawing board a little bit on that one strategically and take a closer look at it. But for Split, fighting their hearts out, especially on the attack, great read overall on their opponents and trying to abuse the seemingly endless aggression we were getting out of Swing, but ultimately not enough as they go to OT and falter once again here on Split.
For those of you wondering, here's our finished bracket for the day and what happened inside of Group D. As you can see, Spectrum Swing in their long journey actually having to play University of Hawaii twice. As University of Hawaii made kind of a run there in the losers bracket, but just simply could not get it done on the run it back versus Spectrum Swing, and they will be over for the losers bracket. Let's throw in the recap, folks, and see what we got going on over here.
As we saw there, Serenity Black taking their first match versus the Puggy Nerds in 2-1 fashion, with the Puggy Nerds putting up a great effort on the first map of Icebox, but unfortunately faltering in the next 2 maps in quite of a one-sided nature. Serenity Black takes that one and qualifies with that victory. Calaretta similarly took down Spectrum Swing in the upper bracket matchup for this very group here in Group D. And then, of course, the match we just saw there, Spectrum Swing getting their revenge in their qualification point as they take out UH Esports at the final match of the lower bracket, the final match of these qualifiers.
Yes, sir. And Spectrum Swing, as you guys saw, actually able to get out of the losers bracket. And honestly, it was a lot of fun following them throughout the day, and glad that we get to see them again in the future and really singing their praises after what they were able to do inside of those OTs.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do want to hype you up for the action next weekend as well. Be sure to tune in. The same times on Saturday and Sunday, we will have our big grand finals being played out next Saturday and Sunday on the 18th and 19th of September. Starting at the same time we started over the past 2 days as well. 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific, I believe, if I'm going to try to stretch my knowledge of universal times. I think it's like 1 a.m. European time or something like that. But don't quote me on it. Feel free to do the conversion yourself. Either way, we'd love to have you. All the teams that qualify this this weekend will be there, along with a lot more fun. But for today, that'll do it for myself and Stokes here. We hope you had a good time on the stream, and we hope to see you next weekend for more action from the MSI Valorant Invitational.